The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 251. To Darax, the two officers motioned for the welcoming committee to follow them toward the bridge, and Inquisitor Ming filled the others in on a few of the extra details. During the day that they were in Darax, they would expect one more guest, an informant from Kepler Intelligence who would report directly to him. If any of them noticed the person, they were to tell him, as the informant was still training to be an Inquisitor, and being noticed as a spy was a potentially deadly failure of his mission. The second was that he would be leaving the ship at some point during their mission, most likely during the battles against the Clem, and he would require a specially modified drone fighter for the purpose. It would blend in with the rest of their drones, so none of the Tapani should be alerted. If he returned, he returned; if not, they weren't to wait on him. Max nodded solemnly at that revelation, understanding that the danger level of the Inquisitor General's mission was extremely high and couldn't be accomplished with help, even from a supposed mercenary group. The two officers were the last thing that they were waiting for, so the Dutchman signed out of the base and lifted off in the direction of Darax. Compared to the faster-than-light transition aboard Abraham Kepler, the engines of the Dutchman were both incredibly harsh and much faster to activate. It threw many of the troops off balance and made many more nauseous, but this version was much kinder to Max than the drawn-out version had been. Reminder to all units: absolutely no uniforms are to be worn until further notice. Clearance is given to create one civilian outfit to supplement your current wardrobe. General Yakov's announcement was well received by the regiment. This time they had their entire wardrobe with them, but a traveling soldier didn't keep much, and they weren't about to turn down the chance to make something fashionable. Max had no need for any such thing. He had too many clothes, to begin with. He just had to pick out a few outfits from his collection that would fit in with the aesthetic. Or so he thought until he saw everyone else. From flowered shirts to leisure suits, to plaid shirts and jeans, the look of the crew perfectly matched their tastes and didn't try to be anything that they weren't other than civilians. Given a few days, they would settle into a comfortable wardrobe and start to match with their units for the most part, with only a few lively characters really standing out. Casanova was one of them, and Nico was another, but surprisingly, so was General Yakov. The man looked like he had just come from meeting the Emperor himself. The noble was totally at ease in a burgundy velvet jacket trimmed with white lace, making for quite the spectacle against the mostly working-class pilots surrounding him. Max had accepted the general's invitation to have dinner in the officers' mess near the bridge of the ship tonight, along with the Inquisitor, the Admiral, and Nico. Max briefly wondered who was piloting and watching for asteroids and other such hazards, as they didn't have an actual crew, so he ducked his head into the bridge, where 3 men from the maintenance team were seated, watching screens. They all seemed to know what they were doing, so Max assumed that they had some training on ship systems, which was a great relief. Making his way through the halls, Max met up with Admiral Drake, who was slower moving than most, and openly wearing a leg brace now that there was no reason to hide it under his uniform. It was clear that the leg only took up half of the space inside his pant leg, so the damage must have been extremely heavy, but the older man was right, given time he would be good as new again. That was an option Nico didn't have. Even with an alpha-ranked system compatibility, it would have taken multiple years for her body to regenerate the damage that had been done to it, and there was no guarantee that she would have come out at anywhere near peak performance. She seemed happier this way though, and had changed her appearance back to having one mechanical arm, though she kept her own face this time. She had picked a puffy red princess dress for the formal dinner and was laughing with General Yakov when Max and Drake walked into the room. Inquisitor Ming was seated at the table, watching the two of them making a mockery of formality with an amused look on his face and a drink in his hand. "It's cheap, but it is plentiful. Feel free to pour a glass." General Yakov welcomed the last 2 guests, before pulling out Nico's seat for her and getting her settled at the table on his left. He wasn't lying, the rum was definitely not the good stuff, but it did the job of taking off a bit of the day's stress before the dinner came out. As he sat, Max thought it was odd that the other battalion commanders weren't here, as they all held equal rank to him and higher than Nico. Going by General Yakov's behavior though, he was in character, as a noble explorer, which meant it made sense that he invited only those with noble heritage to have dinner with him. Until they finished the mission, they would have to practice their roles, so that nobody screwed it up at a critical moment and exposed them to the galaxy as Kepler military forces. Beyond that, everyone avoided dinners with the general anyhow, so Max shouldn't have been shocked that the others didn't volunteer to come to have dinner here with an Inquisitor and their commanding officer. The Inquisitors had a lot of power, and with that came a rather dangerous reputation. Max recalled that way back when they first left Kepler Terminus there was a rumor that an Inquisitor had been turned by the rebels, and the thought in everyone's mind was that such a feat was nearly impossible, not to mention the sort of punishment you would get if you tried and failed. To the minds of the Academy staff, such a fate was worse than death. Chapter 252, Darax the Dull. So, what do you know about Darax? I haven't had time to start researching it yet, Max asked over dinner. There really isn't much to know. It is an isolated nation, a minor shipbuilder of merchant freighters a few generations back of Kepler technology, and kept deliberately neutral by its neighbors. General Yakov shrugged. They view color as frivolity, so all their buildings are plain concrete, even the houses. Everyone on the planet covers themselves from shoulders to ankles at all times, and they don't do physical greetings. I am told that it is due to fear of foreign diseases, but the habitable planets aren't exactly a vacation spot. They had fully industrialized them before recovering advanced technology, and environmental illnesses are still rampant. Admiral Drake added, the system was settled by accident. A colony ship hit a wandering meteor and became disabled. Emergency protocol sent it to the nearest habitable planet, where it crash-landed and woke the surviving expedition members. They lost most of their experts and tradesmen, as well as their military forces. But their agronomy and industrial manufacturing volunteers mostly survived, so they made a settlement and focused on just getting by until they could recover enough to become interstellar again. The Cygnus trade fleet was the first to discover them, so the Cygnus Empire holds a high level of respect in Darax. I hate to say it, but you might end up being the spokesperson again, Lady Tereth. Inquisitor Ming's explanation gave Max a lot more to go on, and he now had enough that he could pick out the details he wanted to know in advance, so he didn't embarrass himself. They were here as the Terminus Trading Company, and no mercenary group would take a cargo without at least knowing about their destination. At least no reputable one. After a few seconds, Inquisitor Ming continued. Darax reminds me of a prison colony more than anything. Conditions were hard, and they fought to survive at first, but even now the population is strictly regulated and lives under a heavy layer of obscure laws. I wouldn't bother getting to know the civilians, and they likely won't let us meet any of them anyhow. The way most of us are dressed is fine, but they might have a collective heart attack if a reaver showed up dressed as a princess. Their sense of humor is atrocious. But dressed as everyone was before dinner they won't have an issue. Other than hugs, are there any other social taboos that we should know about in advance? Max asked. Follow Yakov's lead and embrace your nobility. Like the Cygnus forces, they put a very high value on pedigree. The Inquisitor shrugged and the conversation fell silent for a moment. Have you gotten your team all settled into their bay yet? I saw the messages about the hab blocks going in, but the bays were pretty Spartan. General Yakov asked Max. We are settled in very well. All we are missing is fresh provisions for the freezer that we inherited. We have lots of supplies, but if we can get fresh and frozen food on Darax the troops would appreciate it. Max informed him with a smile. Darax has a lot of milk production because they need the leather for their industrial production. We should even be able to get them ice cream if you really have a working freezer. Yakov told him with a sly wink. 100 square meters are currently dedicated to frozen foods, 40 to fresh, but there are another 200 units recognized as being underutilized in the kitchen layout. I am certain we can find room for ice cream. Nico agreed. Max was starting to like these undercover missions. There was never ice cream on a regular deployment. This dining room looked like the sort of place for the creamy treat too. It was part of the original crew area, with actual carpet on the floor, a long mahogany table, and matching carved wooden chairs. There were deep red tapestries and paintings on the walls, lending the room an air of elegance that Max wasn't used to, but from the others' memories, this was normal for a command staff dining room. Max was certain to be seeing a lot of this particular decor since the ship didn't have a dedicated war room and General Yakov enjoyed the ambiance of this room. It was a little dated and worn with age, but that somehow made it better, in a strange way. Maybe it was just because of the older officers in the room, but brand new furniture just wouldn't feel right. The dinner ended with a round of bread puddings, served with whipped cream. Both Nico and Yakov looked excited to see it, but the other three didn't immediately see the appeal of the exceedingly plain dish. It came up on the regular rotation as well, and it wasn't one of the favorites. It wasn't until Nico poured rum all over the bread and dropped the whipped cream on top that Max understood the brilliance of this dish. The sweet burn of cheap black rum, mixed with crumbled cake and sweet cream, was an excellent combination. Even the serving staff seemed intrigued at the revelation, so the alteration to the dish must not be a Kepler standard, but an old family recipe. It is a Cygnus idea, but it's too good not to try. General Yakov explained as he ate, waving his spoon to emphasize his point. My grandmother makes a caramel with a lot of rum as the sauce, but this isn't bad. Nico agreed. Oh, I know that one. My ex-wife makes a rum caramel, but she serves it with ice cream. Admiral Drake informed them with a nostalgic smile. With the meal finished, Yakov sent one of his staffers to get some data tablets and the other battalion commanders. They can opt out of dinner, but not the tactical meeting afterward. The meetings on Darax shouldn't take long, but as our first stop of the mission, we all need to get on the same page before we arrive. He might as well have made the whole event mandatory, but that wasn't his style. It also gave the two generals and the admiral a bit of extra time to work their way through the bottle of black rum while there were only a few people in the room. Once the others arrived with their assistance, the bottle would only last one more round at best. Chapter 253. Preparations complete. The meeting with the rest of the battalion commanders was mostly a rehash of the dinner conversation, with a few more details about the Darax system added by the officers who had stayed to study it. The rum disappeared before they arrived, as General Yakov insisted that it was inappropriate to be drinking during a command meeting, but from what Max could tell, it wouldn't have made a difference, as there wasn't much left when the bottle was put away. As the details about Darax came out, the meeting devolved into general complaints about having to deal with a nation as poorly run and repressive as they were. Only the intervention of Inquisitor Ming kept things on track. Remember, you are not here as Kepler Mecha pilots but as reavers of the Terminus Trading Company. If you can't learn to behave appropriately for the role, I will have to use my command authority to keep you confined to the vessel with communications locked. Inquisitor Ming admonished them. Reavers and mercenaries weren't picky about their clients, as long as they reliably paid, and this stop was a necessity to create their cover story before rushing off to help Kepler's allies against the Clem. It was agreed that if anyone asked, the shipment they were picking up was a time-sensitive one for their client, so they had a good excuse not to stand about and chat. Darax was forbidden by treaty from sending weapons to other nations, so instead, they sent raw materials, civilian equipment for the rebuilding, and rations when they were asked to help with an emergency. That way they could build a reputation as reliable without losing more than they intended. That suited Max and the other commanders just fine. Both them and the troops they were going to assist would need any and all of the above, so they would take what they could get to fill the cargo hold that wasn't occupied by Mecha. Reavers paid for their shipments in advance. There was no IOU system or consignee transfers. When they got to the destination they would be paid for the goods, with markup for their efforts, and that was what kept them in business. In the rare case that a mercenary or reaver ship was used to transfer aid supplies that the other side wasn't expecting to be paid for, it was seen as a sign of trust. They had the goods, and they were out nothing but reputation if they didn't all make it to their destination. Since they were notoriously independent, that didn't happen often, though the reavers did take some for the larger nations, as a sign of goodwill, to keep their fleet moving through that nation's space duty and harassment-free. Max was quickly learning that the carefree life of a mercenary wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface, but it was still much more relaxing than that of a regular soldier, even if he did have his unit doing daily training drills while they were in transit. Transfer to slower than light travel in 8 hours, destination Darax Prime. The ship's announcement broke up the meeting, and everyone agreed to meet again in 6 hours to work out their final details and prepare to meet their arranged employer. Max returned to his bunk to rest up before the meetings, falling easily asleep with a half-dozen shots of rum in him, and waking up only mildly groggy when his alarm went off 5.5 hours later. That gave him just enough time to shower and change, then head up to the officer's mess in his finest faded denim jeans and leather jacket. Paired with a band t-shirt he had been given on Camor, he blended right in with most of the crew that he passed, and would have fit right in with the slums he grew up in if he had been a little less clean and a little more ragged. Max decided that this was his look for casual wear. He had gone through dozens of styles, mostly thanks to Nico throwing clothes at him, but this felt the most like himself. Inquisitor Ming looked him over and nodded in approval when he got to the mess hall where most of the other command staff was seated, waiting on the last few to arrive so they could get started. Nico looked Max over from head to toe, then got a slight frown on her face and began to dig in the backpack that she had brought with her. You all are too bland. Not you, General, or the Inquisitor. But none of the rest of you have any jewelry. We can't be coming across as that poor, or worse, as some weird fundamentalist cult. Fortunately for you, I prepared for this on the way up. Costume jewels for everyone. Grab a chain, a watch, a bracelet, or a leather bracer if that's more your style. Just do something to spice up your looks. Nico instructed, dumping the bag on the table. Max was wearing a coat, so he didn't need much, but there was a gold rope with a number of fake rubies in it that caught his eye. With that, plus one lighter gold chain around his neck, he decided that he looked suitably not broke. Nico had her usual goth meets steampunk look on, with the sleeveless leather jacket and pleated skirt over ripped stockings, but she also had gold bracelets on her wrists, a necklace with a strange coin hung from it, and diamond stud earrings. You all look fantastic. Colonel Klinger cheered as he came in, dressed much like Max but with a worn-out leather vest instead of a jacket, and a long-sleeved black and white plaid shirt. The look was a familiar one to Max. Dave had often worn almost exactly that outfit, except he almost always wore black fatigue pants instead of jeans. He also had rings on every single finger and a thick chain around his neck, but that one looked like real gold to Max, so he probably dressed like this on his time off, and it wasn't a costume to him. General Yakov began his speech with a stiff adjustment of his coat, smoothing the irregularities in the lace trim. Good, that is everyone, and you all got the memo. I'm sure you all read the debriefing that I sent over the break, so we won't go over it again, except for the most important points. The Terminus Trading Company is from Ray 3 if anyone asks. Imperial Command has placed a beacon that can contact us in the abandoned facility there. Most likely, nobody will go looking for us in person, as they know the planet is uninhabited and we aren't there at the moment. Don't forget everyone's nicknames, if they prefer them, and stick to the ones your comrades have given you, no making up new ones on the fly and confusing the others. Once we reach Darax, they will instruct us where to dock or land to exchange cargo. Major Nico will be our spokesperson, as the Terminus Trading Company is working as an upstart branch of the Terrath Reavers. That's nothing new. Any Reaver with enough backing and a ship can try to branch out on their own. The others encourage it, because they will either succeed and spread influence, or they will fail and fall deep into debt, letting their counterparts gain a lifelong subordinate. Colonel Klinger, you are her bodyguard, since you understand the unspoken language as well. The rest of us will stay off camera during video links and a step behind during meetings. We want to get in, get loaded, and get out. The Topani are waiting for us, and this load. They all gave the fist to the chest salute, then relaxed back into their informal states. All right, Rage, Klinger, you need to head to the bridge and wait for the call. The rest of you can wait wherever you like, but you will be needed at Cargo Bay 6 once we are docked. General Yakov dismissed them with a wave of his hand and left the room to finish his own preparations, whatever they might be. Chapter 254. Just Business. Max returned to the battalion to get them ready for work and waited for the transition alarm to sound. Everyone was well aware of their role, namely to just wait in the hangars unless they were called upon. Unless things went very wrong, they would not need Mecha for a simple business deal, but caution dictated that they should all be ready to fight from the moment they made contact. Miller, how good is the shielding around these bays? Their patrol ships aren't going to pick up anything strange, are they? Max asked his executive officer. Not a thing, sir. Even Abraham Kepler wouldn't see us in here. Though if we have to land on the planet they might be able to scan through the shielding. Major Miller replied, good to hear. I will be in the Enduring Rage until further notice. Max informed him, then hopped up to his mecha's knee and climbed the side to get back inside. Transition to maneuvering speed. The announcement was followed by an immediate lurch as the ship left faster than light travel, making their entry into the Darax system. The hail that came moments later from the defense fleet was broadcast to all the command units, and Max tuned in to see who they were dealing with. A balding man with heavily wrinkled ebony skin, wearing a plain gray uniform coat that showed off a well-kept figure appeared on the screen. Unlike the Kepler military, there were no rank badges, adornments, nothing at all that would indicate from a distance whether this man was important or not. It was almost like they were in battle camouflage, but with freshly polished boots. Max had been warned in advance that the Darax people weren't big on colors or anything frivolous, but he hadn't expected that it would extend as far as removing all sorts of badges from their military uniforms. Even the captain's chair that they could see in the background was bare stainless steel, without so much as a hint of padding on it. Self-discipline was an admirable trait, but Max was beginning to believe that this had nothing to do with self and that it was something that was forced on the entire culture, whether they liked it or not. There simply wasn't a better explanation for that level of denial of comfort, especially after knowing about the battle readiness advantages of ergonomic seating. He wore a name tag that identified him as General Juarez, and a dour look on his face, but no other adornment. Unidentified vessel, state your name and purpose in Darax. He stated without preamble, I am Rage, of the Terminus Trading Company aboard the Dutchman. We have an appointment. Nico answered simply and the man lifted a tablet into sight. He tapped the screen a few times, then scrolled through whatever data came up in front of him, with the same impassive look on his face the entire time. So you do. Bay W4 of the orbital station. Do not disembark, the process is fully automated. After that the communication was cut, leaving Max and the other officers startled by the abrupt nature of their greeting. It was more than a little bit of a culture shock for Max, who was used to the ritual and formality of military discipline. Meeting a culture where even their military was that abrupt and emotionless was a disconcerting sight, despite the fact that they didn't seem to be in any way hostile toward the Dutchman or her crew. I think he likes you. Their bureaucracy is notorious for messing with trade vessels and wasting their time. General Yakov congratulated Nico. It's all in the details. I messaged ahead to make a docking appointment. There's still no guarantee that they will actually swap the loads in any sort of reasonable time though. Nico responded with a roll of her mechanical eyes, anticipating a long wait for no good reason. Admiral, be sure to watch your speed, they are very particular about port speeds. She continued, bringing the guidelines and intended flight path up on the ship's main screen for everyone to see. Nico's assurances set the others' minds at ease, and the Dutchman smoothly maneuvered toward their assigned bay. The path had a half loop at the end, turning them so that they were broadside to the station, but the Dutchman didn't have the lateral thrusters to enter the bay that way. It was too tight of a fit for the large cargo vessel, and wouldn't leave room for the shipment to be unloaded. Admiral Drake turned the ship and guided them in slowly using the reverse thrusters so that they were facing the doors and the bay that they were going to unload was closest to the equipment that was waiting in storage lockers along the side of the dock. That position also pointed their main weapons at the bay door, which closed behind them before the atmosphere was injected back into the area. Once it stabilized, the Admiral opened their cargo bay, and the waiting game began. Behind armored glass overlooking the bay, a series of questions were being asked through video link with a very annoyed patrol ship captain. Are you sure they are authentic? You didn't even send for a second opinion. A bookish officer shouted at the man who had appeared in the video link with the Dutchman. The ship code matches the radio. The radio matches the reservation appointment. The encrypted security code matches the shipment documents, and to top it off, the representatives are both from Reaver families, you can tell just by looking at them. Now unload them and get them out of my zone before I bring planetary administration into it. The captain countered, looking far more annoyed than a simple questionnaire about a shipment would seem to have called for. The dock's unloading equipment began to move seconds later, and the shipment was quickly removed from the hold, then replaced with the aid supplies for the Tapani. We are pleased to report your loading process is complete. A voice announced over the intercom in the bridge of the Dutchman, bringing a smile to the face of everyone in the room. Verifying anticipated weight and volumes. Please hold 15 seconds, Nico replied, and pulled up a camera in the storage area. The hold was nearly full now with identical rows of neatly stacked airtight crates, and the scanner on the door had recorded all the labels as they entered. It all looked good to Nico, and the weight checked out, so the boxes weren't empty. There was no guarantee that the contents were the desired cargo, but that wasn't their business. They were the transport. Opening the cargo was something that was viewed as the height of suspicious behavior. Nobody wanted their shipment damaged by the crew that brought it to them, so they assumed the risk that the shipper might try to swindle them in exchange for the security of knowing that the sealed boxes hadn't been tampered with. Verification complete. Volume correct. Weight within 2% of expected numbers. Loading complete. Please clear the bay doors for atmospheric integrity checks. Nico informed the staffer, who nodded in relief and maneuvered the loading equipment back to storage. The ship's doors were sealed and the atmosphere warning in the dock sounded, letting them know the station was preparing to let them exit. That was crazy. I've never seen a loading dock work that fast. What did you put in the appointment message? Klinger asked Nico. That's just it. There wasn't anything in my message other than basic details. My guess is that either the politicians are involved or someone is up for a performance review. Nico replied with a shrug, just as confused about the situation as Klinger was. 5 minutes later, they were clear to move out and the dock doors opened, letting the Admiral gently maneuver free of the station and out of orbit, preparing for faster-than-light travel. The captain of the patrol ship watched carefully until they disappeared in a flash of light, headed towards Tapani space. Feeling better now, his second-in-command asked quietly. Much better. You know how ghost ships creep me out, and that one was notorious. Half a dozen crews died while exploring it before it finally disappeared. I can't believe someone was crazy enough to not only go looking for it but to take over its helm. The captain responded. He was much more superstitious than most of his Darax counterparts, but everyone in the country that was old enough to have seen one knew that the ghost ships were taboo and not to be touched. Aboard the Dutchman, the pilots of the Terminus Trading Company were just happy to be heading back to civilization. That Darax captain was an oddball, and they hadn't seen a single living person during their time there unless you counted over video. It was a big change from the Kepler stations, which were more like a bazaar, with shops and people everywhere. Very few crews didn't send at least a few members off the ship at a Kepler station, and this situation ruled out them picking up any fresh supplies or other desired goods, other than what Nico might have put in the pickup order on their behalf if that was even possible. Max wondered how the Tapani would respond to their arrival. They were waiting on final orders, but the mission was a combat one in a civilized world, so they were bound to meet at least a few other humans. If the Tapani were friendly toward mercenaries, there was a chance that Max could arrange some sort of trade to get fresh food for the battalion. They had been on freeze-dried ship rations for far too long now, and he was looking forward to something with the distinct taste of fresh. Chapter 255. Interior decoration. With all their equipment in perfect working order, there wasn't a lot for the crew to do until they reached their next port of call. But laziness brings sluggishness when it is time to fight, so Max began to make up a schedule for training that would keep everyone in good shape while they were in transit. The Kepler military had a training regimen, but it was rudimentary at best, and barely maintained the physique of most pilots. It wouldn't be hard to top that, and in fact, Max had been working with a much better plan than the default one the military provided ever since he first left Kepler Terminus. Mandatory group training from 0800 to 1200 beginning tomorrow. Max informed the rest of the 1st Battalion, then started in on the planning. They didn't have many VR simulators on board, only a handful from the maintenance team for troubleshooting, so their efforts would have to be in the hangar and not in virtual space. They had been with him long enough now that their hand-to-hand combat skills were getting better, and it wouldn't take long to build an obstacle course. Add those to the exercise equipment that was already set up and they should be able to keep the battalion in top shape. The martial arts training was very popular with the pilots, giving them something other than simple exercises to work on their dexterity and speed, areas where most pilots were lacking. Like Max, the majority had a strength primary thanks to their system, which was great until they hit diminishing returns at about 150% over the base. That made the alpha-ranked systems physically extremely strong, on par with a combat cyborg, but their flexibility often suffered from neglect, other than their fingers, which most remembered to train for control speed. In theory that was enough to improve their piloting skills, but Max had realized that being able to move more than your hands quickly was a great benefit and did much more to improve your reaction speeds. Being used to moving the whole body more quickly trained the mind to move the mecha more quickly and process complex movement routines more naturally, which improved firing accuracy while on the move. There wasn't much he could add to the routine, it was pretty well optimized already, so he started looking for more ways to pass the time. The cockpit of the Enduring Rage was still pretty plain, so that became his next project. They spend almost all their time in the mecha, so Max thought that it would be a nice little surprise to personalize the space before Nico returned from her assignment on the bridge of the Dutchman. What could he do though? Max had never once in his life tried to decorate a room, much less decorate a room to suit him and Nico at the same time. He could maybe change the color of the walls. That might make it feel more like home, or give it a more relaxing feeling. Max pulled up articles on color theory and decoration, trying to decide what to do with the space that they had. According to the article, green was for calm, and yellow was for positivity. But the walls were already a drab shade of yellowish green. That didn't help him at all, since the official advice was absolutely hideous. Even if it was the most efficient, it was still ugly. He didn't have anything to hang on the walls to make it his own, like the article suggested, so that was out as well. He also wasn't going to arrange dozens of throw pillows and knickknacks around the Mecha. He wouldn't even do that to his own room, though Mooney had a bunch of stuff around her room and it definitely suited her personality. After an hour of reading the articles, Max was starting to think that whoever wrote this drivel was an absolute moron. It was when he gave up on changing the room and decided to do a physical check of the systems that the idea came to him. The wall looked pretty cool with the panel removed, showing off the gears and hydraulics of the arm assembly that were behind it. That was highly unsafe during operation, but a single panel replaced with clear aluminum might make for a suitable accent window. Max sent the order to the material printer in their bay and climbed down to go collect his updated part, then added a magnetic hanging rod and 2 pieces of cloth to the order. 20 minutes later, and after a bit of tinkering with the lighting, Max had a backlit window in the food preparation area, overlooking the arm mechanics, with a pair of curtains tied off at the sides. Now it felt more like the kitchen at Dave's house, whose window overlooked the brick of the building next to them. That was a huge change to the feeling of the room. It went from an enclosed box with a large screen on the wall to a studio apartment with a crappy view. With the 2 piloting seats moved out of the way and rotated back to face the main area of the cockpit, it felt even more like an apartment, and Max began to see the potential. When you get back to the barracks, bring me 2 seat covers for the Enduring Rage. You can pick the patterns. Max messaged Nico, knowing that she should be back soon. She didn't message back, but Nico never missed messages, so she would have the seat covers for him when she got here, he was certain. She did one better than he had requested and even brought a rug for the floor, which would attach to the cargo securement loops, so it wouldn't move while in motion. The seat covers that she picked were black and soft, with their names stitched into the headrests, while the carpet was a collection of gray shades that went well with the military drab of the walls, at least in Max's estimation. I like it, the window is a nice touch, feels more like home that way. Nico commended him as he finished setting up the room. Yeah, it feels less like a box and more like a room now. The lights behind the window were just the thing, and the viewport is actually functional since it lets you see the state of the right arm mechanisms without having to leave the cockpit. Max agreed. Nico snapped a photo of the room from the side access door and smiled at Max. I should show Klinger. He was going on earlier about how he was changing his cockpit to be less drab. The other colonel messaged back seconds later, raving about the window in the food preparation area and asking for design plans. It was only one replacement clear panel and a set of curtains, so Klinger was off to make a replacement right away. He had already repainted the interior in sand and sky blue, making his cockpit feel more like a beach, in his opinion, and the window was the final touch it needed. Klinger didn't leave the mechanisms behind the panel open though. He built a small diorama and placed it behind the glass, making it look like you were actually looking outside. The Crusader-class pilots all thought they were a bit odd, but it was definitely a better environment than the default interior had been. Plus, it was all within regulation, so they wouldn't need to change it back after this deployment when they would presumably be inspected by another ship's maintenance staff. Max laid down for a nap, catching up on sleep before training in the morning, ship time, and woke up to the smell of coffee and bacon filling the cockpit. Oh, now that is just torture. That had better be for me. Max muttered as he sat up in bed and looked over at the other side of the cockpit, where Nico was making food in nothing but an apron. What exactly are you wearing? He stammered as Nico danced to the low music she had playing over the speakers. An apron. I didn't want to get greasy, I just washed. Here, drink the coffee and the food will be ready in a few seconds. Nico laughed, handing him a mug. Looking more closely, the meal was the bacon and egg omelette ration pack, but she had pulled it out of its pouch before frying it in a pan with a can of boiled potatoes that she had spiced up to what he hoped was edibility. Very domestic. I am impressed. You even make good coffee, but where did you get the spices? Max asked. I grabbed them from the kitchens aboard Abraham Kepler before we left. They were better stocked than what we took with us. The pilots officially request that we find real food on the next battlefield. By the way, the battalion kitchen is pretty good, but as you know, the meals are on a 2-week rotation, and everyone has them memorized. Nico informed him, one thing at a time. We need to get everyone back to daily training first and take their minds off the boredom. Once they have things to do, they won't focus so much on memorizing the kitchen menu. They had to skirt the edge of Kepler space, then turn to the galactic west and pass a few small nations in a section of empty space near the ray system to get to their destination, and it would still be almost a week before they arrived. Chapter 256. Border running. The food was better than Max had expected, but also very spicy, to the point Max was glad he had the coffee to soothe his tongue. That was still better than the perpetually bland taste of the ration packs, which were designed to be easy to digest and edible by as many planet's soldiers as possible. At home, he had always liked spicy foods, especially the hot wings that his father kept in the freezer to fry during sporting events. This spice was a different story of heat though. It crept up on his taste buds, so he was halfway through breakfast before it felt like his head was on fire. Nico was properly dressed again by the time he finished, and they descended on the winch line mounted beside the cockpit door to go lead the daily training session for the 1st Battalion. Most of the soldiers were already waiting when they arrived, despite the early hour, which Max took as a good sign. Enthusiasm for training meant that the unit was getting along, and that morale was at least average, both of which were ongoing goals for every commander. They all knew the routine, so they split into 2 groups of roughly equal size as soon as he arrived, and began their pre-workout stretches. Max was an hour into leading his half of the training when he realized that they had guests waiting by the mess hall. General Yakov was waiting for him, accompanied by a ginger-haired young man holding a data tablet and wearing an oversized white hoodie. "General Yakov, to what do we owe the pleasure?" Max called out over the noise of the training in motion for his team to keep going while he was gone. Max jogged up the stairs to the general, who handed over a data tablet for him to examine. On it was a sensor log of what appeared to be a colony ship, but partially destroyed and floating dead in space. There was no way to know how long it had been that way, but colony ships usually had an immense amount of useful material aboard, in addition to their terraforming technology. That could be an excellent chance to stock up, as well as a chance to make a name for themselves if there was anyone to rescue. "I think it should be fine. The scan shows it is still mostly intact. We can send in pilots using mobile suits and likely some of the Corvette-class units as well. The corridors in a colony ship are made for heavy equipment." Max agreed, seeing that the general wanted to divert their course to explore it. It is across a border, and that system isn't friendly with Kepler, so they might not be on good terms with Kepler-born Reavers either. The other battalion commanders expressed some concerns about starting an incident. Yakov explained, "Feth them if they can't take a joke. We've got 20 super heavy mecha aboard, we could probably take out their nation's entire fleet if they want to try us. Don't think as a Kepler officer, or a noble, but as a Reaver. It would be more suspicious if we didn't take the bait and go check it out." Max told him, "So, you agree that it is a trap?" "I thought the same, but the others didn't see it." "You have a point though, we have the firepower and the X-137 model has decent zero-gravity capability. The X-109 should be a capable breaching unit if we are attacked as well." "It is decided then. Have everyone on standby in 90 minutes and we will run the border to go take a look." Max returned to the training area with a big smile on his face. "Good news everyone, training is over for the day. We have found a derelict colony ship and we are going to take a little cross-border excursion to go explore it. In case it is under guard, be prepared for a fight. The nation closest to the wreck isn't a major power, but it might also be guarded by other mercenaries or pirates. You know your jobs. When the call comes, move all personnel to areas with secondary atmospheric containment." "Got it, good. You are dismissed." The 1st Battalion was in a much better mood now, and everyone raced to get cleaned up and get their mecha ready for action, eagerly anticipating a field trip to a colony ship. The Dutchman was built for this sort of mission, and had a low emission setting on its engines, cutting speed to a warp factor of only 1.2 but making them much harder to track. It was the interstellar equivalent of sneaking up on the target, and Admiral Drake brought them in as cautiously as possible. 3 light cutters in the vicinity. Pirate markings on all 3. The colony ship is dead in space, but the design isn't one recorded in our computers. Admiral Drake reported. The vessel's flowing organic lines weren't anything Max recalled from either of his lives. Nico looked intrigued, but she didn't seem to recognize the design either, and she had run it through every database they had available. It was clearly ancient though, with layers of impact damage on the hull from an extended time in space. Given the damage, it looked as if they had come across a rogue meteor, and it had taken out the ship's engines. "Tereth, you are up. We are in communications range, please say hello for us," General Yakov ordered, winking at Nico over the video link. Nico thought for a moment, then sent a contact signal to the pirate vessels. Seconds later, three annoyed-looking men appeared on the main screen in enduring rage, and Nico began to speak. "Good morning, ladies. How incredibly kind of you to look after this salvage case for us. But since we are here now, you are free to leave." Max could only imagine the response of the other Kepler commanders to her words, but he had to maintain a straight face since he was on camera, sitting beside her in the mecha. The pirate captains weren't impressed, and all began to speak at once before one of them silenced the other two. "Who do you think that you are to take a prize from the entire fleet of the Golden Hand?" the captain demanded, tapping his golden mechanical hand on the control panel in front of him. "Insolent peasants, did I not give you enough of a warning? I told you, the Terminus Trading Company has come for our salvage rights, now leave." Nico replied in a very soft and dismissive tone, as if they were beneath her concern, flicking her fingers in a shooing motion to emphasize her point. The pirate ships began to move, and Max sent the signal for his battalion to be ready to move on an instant's notice. "Let's see how smart you are when we burn that relic of a ghost ship out from under you," the pirate leader declared, then cut the video link. Chapter 257. Pirates. As soon as negotiations failed, Yakov sent the signal for 3rd through 5th Battalion to send out their super heavy mecha, with the X-137 units anchoring themselves to the exterior hull of the Dutchman for stability. The cargo bays have a protective force field around them that allows for the transfer of goods from unsafe environments, but from what Max could see, the pirates forgot about that, or simply didn't expect them to have mecha on board, because they made no move to evade until the X-109 fast attack mecha activated their thrusters and raced towards them. The ships were under 5 kilometers apart, close on a space battle scale, but it would still take some time for the heavy mecha to reach their targets. The super heavy mecha's ion bombard array had no such issues with the distance, and a barrage of white energy balls from a dozen mecha flew toward the three ships just as their shields powered up. The repeated impacts made the entire barrier glow, a sign that these shields were not at the level where they could take a sustained bombardment from 4 super heavy mecha each. They were light attack ships, suitable for targeting lightly armed merchants and for scavenging the remains of a battle. They weren't designed to be frontline forces in a mecha-based space battle. The majority of their power was going to keep their shields active as the mighty siege weapons battered their defenses, leaving the ships still immobile when the X-109 group arrived. "Breach in the forward shielding," Colonel Klinger reported, sending extra fire toward the nose of his unit's victim. Fires burst all over the pirate ship's hull as energy relays overloaded, and the fast attack crusaders moved in for the kill, using the fusion flamers to breach airlock doors and windows. Those were the two most vulnerable spots on the vessel, but they were still careful not to cause indiscriminate damage. These pirates hadn't done anything to them personally, and they might still surrender. Not every group thought that far ahead though, and when one of the warp drive housings was damaged by the 3rd Battalion, a chain reaction spread through the ship, shredding half the structure before the emergency bulkheads held and stopped the explosion from completely destroying the vessel. "Mercy, I beg you, mercy," the captain of the stricken vessel pleaded as he struggled to keep his ship from exploding entirely, using the last of their power to keep the atmosphere intact and the bulkhead shielding active. "Power down your ship and prepare to evacuate. There is an inhabited system within range of your lifeboats. Any ship still active in 30 seconds will be fired upon," Nico demanded, highlighting the fact that they had the ability to destroy all 3 vessels on a whim. Max counted the seconds, expecting to see one last stand and an attempt to flee, which they might have actually managed if they had done it from the start instead of trying to absorb the incoming mecha fire with their shields. At the count of 28, the other 2 shields came down, and the ship's power systems went to standby. There were no more radio signals, likely because everyone was rushing to gather valuables before they fled for the relative safety of the nearby planet. Max was beginning to run out of patience, and about to ask Nico to send them another message when the first lifeboat, a small cargo shuttle from the disabled ship, launched. A few minutes later, a second one from the same ship, then one each from the others set everyone aboard the Dutchman's mind at ease. 4 more shuttles left in the next half hour before General Tennant decided that the pirates were all gone. The scan didn't show any more life signs or energy instability aboard the 3 vessels, so he had one of the X-109 units approach the cargo bays of each ship and force them open. The vessels were abandoned, and clearly stolen from a military force, but they didn't find any signs of sabotage, which gave General Yakov the impression that they were going to come back to them once the Dutchman had left. They didn't have any need for the extra ships, and there wasn't much worth taking, so the logic was good, he really did intend to leave them there. To be recovered by whoever wanted a heavily damaged attack vessel. 1st and 2nd Battalions, head to the colony ship. Your command assets can go in mobile suits to navigate the smaller corridors. See what state the interior is in and report back to me. The general ordered. That meant Max needed to leave his cockpit and go to the storage area to grab an armored suit, but it was a good excuse to see the interior of the derelict vessel and try to recover some usable goods. Fast attack units, give your commanders a ride over and you can patrol the exterior. Corvettes, check the main corridors. Max ordered, and be sure to double-check the sensors before opening any doors. If there is still atmosphere in any of the spaces, we absolutely do not want to vent it. There might still be live plants or colonists in there. Colony ships are designed to have a very durable inner structure. Nico added, including the entire regiment in her communications. That hadn't occurred to most of the soldiers, but since most colony vessels traveled with only a few crew active and the rest in stasis, it was possible that they were hiding in the core, using what power reserves they had to survive. Major Miller was the ride for Max and Nico, who had attached the tech adept harness to her exosuit. The extra articulated arms and tools would be a huge benefit, but among the technicians, only she had the system functions that would allow her to control them from inside a mobile suit. Building a few of the harnesses into atmospheric suits for hazardous conditions operations was quickly added to the battalion's requisitions list when the repair staff saw her come out wearing the setup. Using tools through an atmospheric suit was awkward at best, and they had all gotten used to the luxury of the tech adept harness since it was introduced. If only they still had the research team with them. They could have had one designed and a prototype built before the exploration team even returned. 1st Battalion, move out. Max ordered, latching on to the arm of Major Miller's X-109 pattern mecha so he was out of the line of fire of the thrusters mounted on its back. Chapter 258. That's not human. After a short flight, Major Miller deposited Max and Nico near a large airlock on the colony ship. Using the articulated arms on the tech adept harness, Nico secured herself and put power to the touch panel beside the entrance. It glowed a light blue before the airlock softly slid open, showing a well-preserved interior 12 meters in height. That was a tight fit for the Crusader-class chassis, but it could fit, so Major Miller followed them in while slightly crouching to give himself a bit more headroom. The airlock itself, and then the hallway beyond it showed signs of much use, but not much age degradation, and the atmosphere had been evacuated, either by intent or because of a breach somewhere else in this zone. If nobody else is going to mention it, I will. The touch pads are all 3 meters up the door frames. Major Miller pointed out as Nico unlocked another one with a touch of the arms on the tech adept harness. At least there isn't any gravity plating active, or that could be a real pain for the other teams. Max agreed. Nico snorted in amusement, but only her thoughts gave away her opinion on the likeliness of the other teams actually powering up and unlocking the doors instead of just using the mecha to force them. This is very strange, Colonel. We have been patrolling the exterior, and there are no signs of actual breaches in the hull, only surface damage. Even the area where the pirates were working isn't breached. Major Petrova, the leader of Max's Charlie Company, reported. How is the interior condition in your zone? Max asked. Interior condition? None of us have managed to get inside yet. Short of blasting the doors apart, I don't think we actually could. As I said, the hull is intact. How did you get in? Petrova responded. Major Nico powered up the door panel and hacked it. The door swung open without any issues. Max responded. You heard that, technician teams. This is your time to shine. Petrova sighed. For a regular technician, hacking an alien door security system wasn't an easy matter. It was only Nico who could actually get them to function for her. Max, we found something. I think it is a laboratory. Nico reported, drawing Max's attention to where she was standing. The wall had windows all around, and a collection of instruments and screens inside, untouched by time. Good call. How is the condition inside? He asked. Purged of atmosphere, but otherwise it looks intact, Nico informed him. Max checked the area to see if there were other similar rooms around, but they all seemed to have the same curved organic walls, with unknown markings on them that seemed somewhat familiar to Max, a vague memory of his past life that he couldn't quite place. Then he noticed that all the doors that they had passed through were closed again. That shouldn't surprise Max. It was standard that doors on a spaceship had some sort of emergency system that kept them closed in the case of power loss, keeping the crew safe, but it still felt strange, like they weren't alone here. Pop the door and let's see what is inside. When you get a chance, power up the electronics and see what we can learn. Max ordered. All units, do not damage the ship any further. If you can't hack in, wait on my orders outside. I believe we may have found an interior lab area that will fulfill the mission objectives. Max directed the rest of the 1st Battalion. While Nico worked at the door which lit up red, indicating to Max that it was locked and not just closed, Max examined the next door in the row. Reaching up, he touched the screen by the door to clear the light layer of dust so he could read the writing, or at least record it for their records. The screen lit up green when his suit-encased hand touched it, and the door, previously flush with the wall, swung into the wall, leaving a 5-meter-tall entrance. "Hey Nico, did you power up the whole hallway?" Max called, alarmed. "Maybe, I don't know what is on what circuit, but I've got this panel powered up." She confirmed. "Major Miller, keep an arm in this door so it doesn't lock me inside. I've noticed that they are closing on a timer. I want to see inside this room." Max ordered. The room was almost completely empty, which was unusual on a colony ship, where every square meter was precious storage for their next homeworld. There were still a few neatly stacked boxes in one corner though, and once Major Miller was in place, Max stepped over his arm and went to examine them. "I have some sort of technological device in a case. The case appears to be gold-plated, perhaps for corrosion resistance. Case contains 1 device, 6 rolls of cloth, and some unidentified liquid. The red markings on the top seem somehow familiar. I suspect that these are first aid kits. Recovering 1 for future study." Max reported for his mission recording, narrating his actions as he removed the storage bag from the compartment on his mobile suit and placed 1 of the suspected first aid kits inside. "We're in, Colonel," Nico reported happily as the door she was working on finally opened to her hacking skills. As soon as she was in, Nico blocked the door with 1 mechanical arm, then turned to the screen by the door and started to work, bringing the whole room to life in a few seconds. "How is your suit's power capacity?" Max asked, watching her work. "All good, I am using my internal generator for this. The draw is remarkably low," she reported, then began tapping happily at the keyboard, changing the screen in front of her from a plain design to a series of data sets. "You can read that?" Major Miller asked, shocked that she was messing with the alien technology. "I don't have to, my system function translates and tells me what key to press. The ship is shut down, but there are still fairly significant power reserves if we want to bring the lights online and let the others inside. I don't have any more data on the survivors or supplies yet, but give me 10 minutes to work through all this technical data to find it." Nico reported. Max was about to answer when an emergency message flashed to his wrist device, relayed by the communications system of the Dutchman. "Commander Terminus, it is with great regret that I have to report that the recent raid on the facility has resulted in a total loss of relevant data for your project. Sector Command apologizes for the inconvenience and informs you that they will be meeting with Abraham Kepler in the Trapani system on schedule to obtain their copy of the data. Compensation will be made for the delays. With apologies, Researcher Chen Lu, Comor Technology Development and Entertainment Division." "What the hell is that all about? We aren't aboard the Abraham Kepler anymore, and Uncle Lou knows that." Max muttered, then read the message again. The lab had been raided, and the Mecha research data was destroyed, so Sector Command was looking for Abraham Kepler to get their hands on the real thing, or perhaps the research team, which had all conveniently been transferred out of the lab, leaving nobody with any knowledge of the project to be interrogated. "General Yakov, did you see this?" Max asked, not elaborating. "Confirmed, Colonel. Stand by while I contact Imperial Command." The general responded grimly. Max didn't see any way that the message from Uncle Lou was not a warning that the rebels were hunting them and the research team, but at least it looked like they didn't know that they had changed identities yet. Max waited while Nico examined the ship's systems, and General Yakov tried to contact Imperial Command for a few minutes before an update finally came from Inquisitor Ming, who Max wasn't expecting to be in the loop so fast. Sector Command is spreading the news that Abraham Kepler and her crew have gone rogue and defected to Trapani. The propaganda is everywhere in the sector and a compliance fleet from the Sector Inquisitors is on its way with a battle fleet to apprehend them. Imperial Inquisition is aware of the situation and assures me that Abraham Kepler isn't headed for the Trapani sector. They only had one other message before they cut the link though. Upgrade security by 1 rank. I wasn't made fully aware of your situation. Where does that bring your security? The Inquisitor General told them. We were already at Vermilion. All units, as of now, This mission has gone dark. No communications with Kepler, her allies, or any other nation are to be made without double confirmation. Complete your exploration of the colony vessel and we will proceed on mission. General Yakov ordered. Chapter 259. They come in peace. After 10 minutes of tinkering with the computer, Nico had a layout of the colony ship brought up on her screen for Max to examine. What's with this color coding? It is all various shades of purple, Max complained as he examined the layout. At 3 kilometers long, the vessel was enormous, and from the translations that Nico had made, it was capable of easily terraforming most suitably sized planets to be friendly to life. It even had what Nico had translated as a planetary core drill and reactor, which he could only guess was intended to reheat the core mass of a planet that had cooled too much to sustain liquid water. It was currently unknown if that bit of technology was still on board or functional, but the location that it should be in was clearly marked. Most of his men and all of the 2nd Battalion were currently exploring the exterior of the vessel, making notes and trying to hack their way into the airlocks, so it was up to Max to go explore anything that looked interesting. That was still inconvenient since he couldn't split his team up. If they came across any locked doors he would need Nico to open them, and if they came across danger, they were relying on Major Miller to take care of it for them, since they didn't grab weapons to go with the mobile suit, other than the basic sidearm and some tools that could be used to bludgeon. Is there any sign of where we might find the settlers? If they are still on board, that is the first place we should check. Max asked while Nico brought up a map. They should all be in this one internal section. There are gene labs in that area too, so I am assuming that they were intending to make more settlers when they arrived, and tailor them to their environment. It's a very planet-friendly approach, and suitable to arrival on a planet that already has life forms present. Nico elaborated. So they're not inherently bad people is what you're saying. Got it. Major Miller agreed from outside the room. It's about 1 kilometer from here, but straight down this main corridor, so it shouldn't take us long to get there if the bulkhead doors aren't locked. Nico directed, taking off at a jog. That was a slow walk for the Crusader-class Mecha, so Max matched their pace, keeping his eyes open for anything moving or suspicious since he didn't trust the translated internal scans to tell them everything that they needed to know about this ship in just one sitting. It was never that easy. If you could just sit down at a console and find out everything, operational security wouldn't mean a thing. Data was always divided between multiple systems on an interstellar ship of any sort, especially a colony ship, where redundant systems were absolutely vital to their survival. Nico was getting the hang of the doors as they went, accessing them remotely so that they would open before the group arrived, letting them keep their pace down the corridor. You know, it would have been easier if we had just turned on all the power in the ship, and not just a little bit for the corridors we were using. Major Miller lamented, looking down a darkened side corridor. We don't know what systems are damaged, and the basic functions are still working. It's best not to take any risks until we can search the ship and make our way to the engineering department to do a full scan. Max disagreed. He was also curious about what was down the corridors that they were passing, but they could wait until the ship had at least been searched for survivors. Here we are, Stasis Pod Room 1 of 4. There are double doors to this area, with a sanitizing system, and the interior still has an atmosphere, quality unknown. The walls are interfering with my scans. If you two want to wait out here, I will search the room and report back. The fewer people we send inside, the easier it will be on the ship's remaining power supply. Nico suggested. Works for me. Make sure you record it all for the mission report. Max instructed her, then turned to inspect the other doors in the area. The walls were smooth, and slightly curved, made of a silvery substance that Max's suit determined wasn't metallic, but it couldn't name the alloy or polymer that they were constructed of. It seemed to be dozens of different materials all bonded together into one block, like the layered composite armor of a mecha, but at a molecular level. It would take some time for his suit to fully scan these walls, which were different from the plain silver ones that made up the rest of the ship so far. This must be the aliens' version of security material, and knowing what it was could either be a huge benefit to the Kepler force or tell them a lot about the technological level of the people who built this ship. The construction method was very advanced, but that didn't always translate into more durable or higher quality construction, only a very different culture doing the building. Max, the room is empty, but they left a note on the wall. Give me a second and I will have it translated. Nico informed him a few minutes after entering the stasis room. Ship engines offline. No source of dilithium crystals was found within the navigable area. The crew has been evacuated to the colony ship Hope along with essential materials. Pray to the gods that we find a peaceful new home, free from conflict in the brutal species. Nico sent the translation and Major Miller burst into laughter. Wow, did they ever come to the wrong fething galaxy? This whole place is a war zone, and that's without counting the petty stuff, like the species that just want to eat everything that they see. He chuckled. Not the most glowing recommendation of their home galaxy, but the Major wasn't wrong. This wasn't what a colony ship would hope for if they wanted a peaceful home. Chapter 260. And we are peace. I have more data for you, Colonel. I have biological data from the stasis pods, about their last occupants. Nico informed him. That was the sort of breakthrough that they were hoping to find. With that they could know exactly who the colonists were, and where they might have gone, assuming that they had survived to become a known species of the galaxy. Nico sent over a wave of data, and at first, Max thought that it was from a number of different species, because the genetic diversity and appearances were so widely varied. But after looking more closely, they were all one group, just different lineages. They were bipedal, like humans, but had a total of 6 limbs. For some that meant a set of wings, for some it was a second set of arms. There were large ones and small ones, but for the most part, they were just over 3 meters tall. If it weren't for that, he would have thought that they were the ancestors of the Narcians. Though, given that Nico mentioned that they had gene modification bays, they actually might have been, if this ship had arrived in the system early enough. Nico, what is the age of the message? How long ago did they leave, can you tell? Max asked. According to the timer on their computers, they left about 2,600 Kepler Standard years ago. The navigation data isn't available though, so I have no idea where they came from or where they intended to go. Nico informed him. That was too recent to be any of the major races in the galaxy, but maybe they did find a peaceful sector of the galaxy to call home. Until they had more data, there was always hope. Check all the stasis bays while Major Miller and I check out the area for any other interesting items left behind for us to find. If they transferred to another colony ship, they must have been short on space, so there is bound to be something left behind. Max told her, then turned to shine his light down a darkened corridor. We have more information from Imperial Command. Sector Command doesn't know that you have left Abraham Kepler, and the Tapani have cancelled their request for aid. That seemed suspicious to the Emperor, so he ordered a sensor sweep of the area and found that the incoming Clem pods are not going to strike Tapani space, but fly right by them and into Kepler space. Inquisitor Ming reported. That wasn't good news. Kepler Terminus, Max's homeworld, was one of the closest Kepler planets to that border, and from what he could tell, the majority of the sector defense fleet was currently headed to Tapani territory looking for the experimental mecha. Do we have any additional orders or just a partial situation update? Max asked. No new orders, and I don't expect any. At the moment, we don't officially exist, and the Emperor himself will deny that any such experimental mecha force was created. Until proven otherwise, the rebels are wasting Kepler's resources on a witch hunt over an incident that only occurred in their imagination and proving themselves unfit to be allowed to return to their positions of power. General Yakov reported. I know it is a selfish request, but if those Clem pods are headed for Kepler Terminus, I would like to divert there, in our capacity as the Terminus Trading Company. Max asked General Yakov. Current trajectory shows that your homeworld is safe from the Clem, but all the way out here, we can't get much data, only the bit that Imperial Command made available to the other frontier planets. The general informed him with a sigh. They had gotten used to sending any and all annoying matters to the layer of command above themselves. Now that it was gone and they were out of contact, they would have to start making their own calls, based on the data that they could collect themselves. All the pods are gone, as are the stored genetic material and the entire contents of the gene sequencing lab. Most of the terraforming equipment is still in the storage bays, and I've got the cameras online now. This station has enough clearance to verify that it is safe to turn on the lights if you would like. Nico reported. Do it, and if you can search for escape pods or shuttles of some sort, that would be great. I want to know as much about their technology as possible before we have to go. Max suggested. Why should we leave at all? We've got a mighty fine colony ship here, plus 2.5 cutters. If there is any empty storage, we can move the pirate ships inside the colony ship and drag the whole fething thing with us. Major Miller joked. No, you have a point, Major. Once 1st Battalion has finished searching their current location, move to the aft of the ship and inspect the engines. It sounded like the problem was a lack of resources to repair engine damage. If we can fix that, we can take the whole thing intact. I don't know if Imperial Command will count it as war spoils, but a colony ship of unknown origin has to be worth something, right? If nothing else, I will take it home with me and dock it at my family's spaceport. General Yakov ordered. Now he was starting to think outside the box. The rebels were looking for Abraham Kepler right now, but if they got enough data they would be looking for the Dutchman, but nobody would be looking for a pair of pirate cutters operating from a battered alien colony ship. They wouldn't even be the only ones. Discarded colony ships were once a popular home for mercenary groups. That reached its peak a few thousand years ago, when the last colonization wave ended, but there were still a number of archaic vessels floating around like drifting cities in space, home to all sorts of folk who didn't really fit in with regular society. Chapter 261. We can do this, you heard the man. We are finished here in the empty stasis quarters, let's go explore the engine compartments. Nico declared, far too happily for Max's peace of mind. He didn't need to be a mind reader to know that she was intending to find a way to get the engines of the colony ship back online so that they could travel through space in style. You're thinking of something strange, aren't you? Major Miller asked, thinking the same thing as Max. Define strange. It just occurred to me that if we are still on this mission and haven't officially turned in the colony ship when our tour of duty ends, legally we are allowed to keep it. Nico suggested with a slight giggle. See, now that's what most people would call odd. A proper soldier of the Empire is not supposed to make plans to inhabit a captured colony ship and explore the galaxy selling trade goods to species that most of the Kepler territory doesn't even know exist. Major Miller pointed out. So you're in, Nico joked. Fair shares for the whole crew though. I have heard some of the work contracts are pretty brutal. He told her, leading the way to the aft of the ship with his X-109 Crusader. Max watched the Mecha leave and decided that they really needed a proper name for the new Mecha. It was distinct from the standard Crusaders, both in mobility and firepower, despite sharing most of the same basic chassis, so it certainly should be defined as a distinct pattern. While you lot are waiting outside for the hackers to do their work, why don't you come up with a new name for the X-109 Fast Attack Crusaders? I will be accepting suggestions until we come up with a good enough one for all the battalion commanders to agree on it. Max suggested over the radio. Now we're talking. The new patterns have earned something after taking out a pair of fething spaceships. Ivanov replied, yeah, and we should likely stop using the official designation in communications, just in case. Pippin agreed. It only took them a few minutes to get to the aft of the ship and find the engineering bay where all the engine controls were. The problem that forced the crew to abandon the ship was immediately obvious as soon as they entered the bay. The engines used a crystal matrix to generate the warp field that allowed faster than light travel. Something had overloaded the engine, most likely the asteroid impacts and the captain maximizing shielding output to avoid having the entire vessel destroyed. Without the crystals, they were dead in the water, and Max didn't recognize the structure as anything from this galaxy. What do you see, Nico? My system optimization says to replace the crystals before proceeding, which isn't useful when I have no idea what they're made of or where they come from. They are just cracked, and it destabilized the matrix that let the energy to shape the warp field flow through them. My sensors say that there is another set in the radiation-shielded storage room over there, so they must have destroyed both their main propulsion matrix and the backup set. Give me a little while and I think I can do something with this. My function allows the nanobots to attempt repairs if they can determine what they are working with. Since they are all broken in different spots, I have all the data that I need. Nico confirmed. So what you're saying is? Major Miller asked. I am totally stealing a colony ship, Nico confirmed, making Max constrain the urge to smack her on the head and tell her to focus. She stuck both hands of her mobile suit into the containment field around the crystals, grabbing them in her hands and standing stock still for 10 whole minutes before backing up. This is where Max comes in. I have the repairs done, but this system is stupidly finicky, and I'm not sure that I can get it to actually work properly with the functions that I have. But Max can optimize them, so as soon as I bring them online, he should be able to tweak the positioning using this control panel here and make them functional. Nico explained. Max spared a thought about how ironic the situation was. The ship was battered but holding together, but it was stopped dead by something that was a 15-minute repair for the nanomachines that the entire population of Kepler had. Of course, at the time, they hadn't been deliberately spread through the population yet and were still confined to only Kepler terminus, but on a galactic scale, they were very close to a location that could have actually fixed their ship and gotten them going again. Assuming that the humans didn't just kill and rob them, that is. The array began to glow as Nico interacted with the computer, and Max moved to the control panel, activating his unit optimization skill. Make the following changes to bring the engines to optimal performance. Make the following changes to bring the control system online. Make the following changes to bring the power systems online. There were hundreds of lines of directives from the system for things that needed to be done to make the ship's systems optimized, but he started with the engines, tweaking them until the system told him he had it right. Then he brought the control systems back online, as they had only been manually disabled. Max suspected that was the equivalent of a mechanic's lockout so that nobody messed with the settings or powered anything up while they were working. Nico, bring the main power back online and run a system diagnostic. I want to know if there are any holes in my ship. Max ordered. Your ship? She asked. I outrank you, therefore when we retire with the colony ship, it is totally going to be my ship. Max laughed, seeing the mental image of Nico sticking out her tongue at him. Chapter 262. Please, do come in, power is online. There are 2 areas where breaches are shown, due to damage, both are under 10 centimeters in size and can be blocked with energy barriers. Would you like me to send a repair team from the battalion to patch the holes in your ship? Nico asked. Do it, they aren't doing anything important anyhow, and the Dutchman has enough materials on board to make a few small repairs so that we can get atmosphere back on the ship. Is there any in reserve or are we going to have to break down an asteroid to get what we need? Max asked. They evacuated the atmosphere from the ship before they left, to put it into storage mode and reduce corrosion. Once we fix the holes and get everything else working, we can release it again. Nico informed him. General Yakov, we have the ship's main engines online. There are a few small holes in the ship. If you could authorize a team to come to repair them, I will send you the data. The colony ship has enough storage space to hold all 4 vessels in its hangar bays since the colonists took all their shuttles and most of their materials with them. Max informed the others over the command channel. That is excellent news. Take what you need and get the ship patched, then send the Admiral the destination coordinates so he can bring the Dutchman in. 3rd, through 5th battalions, use your X-109 units to maneuver the pirate vessels into the cargo bays and out of sight. We will inspect them and get at least the 2 of them back online as we go. General Yakov ordered. Nico unlocked the airlock doors for the 1st and 2nd battalions, along with sending the location of the holes to the teams. The external hull was made of the same materials that the main bulkheads were, so there was a good chance that they could manage a temporary patch using the existing ship as the source of materials, saving the time of creating a compatible alloy with the materials printers and sending it over to them. They could repair the bulkheads at will, but the external hull repairs couldn't wait. At least not those 2, since there were tens of thousands of other small damages that didn't compromise the structure. Littered all over the outside of the ship. Hey, Max, do you see what I see in these design specs? Nico asked, drawing his attention to the screen that she had managed to get translated into Kepler standard. Total mass, power output, hydroponic bays, crew complement. It all looks pretty normal to me. No, in the actual specs. This ship is only capable of a warp factor of 2. It isn't running from pretty much anything. Plus, it isn't exactly stealthy. We might have to talk to the general about where exactly we can go that isn't going to get us attacked by idiots that think they can steal our new houseboat. Nico told him. Each numerical increase in speed represented a square of the speed of the previous factor, so going down to a factor of 2 from the factor of 6 that the Dutchman could maintain was going to be painful. Even after the modifications that we both made. Max asked. That I won't know until we actually try. It's probably better than the original, but looking at this, the ship was definitely a generational transport. Getting here could very well have taken them hundreds of years. Nico answered, unsure of the answer herself. Do we know where they came from? Max asked her. Not yet. They deleted all the navigational and personal data from the systems. It was only because I could hack the pods that we even know what they look like. Nico sighed. They could have been from one of the dwarf galaxies that were relatively near their own, but Max didn't have enough information on them to know for sure if they had any advanced civilizations. Many of them were at the end of their probable life-supporting period, with their stars moving into the red giant phase, so if they had civilization, it would have most likely come and gone billions of years before humanity was born. That thought was actually a little terrifying to Max. If there was still an intelligent species out there that had been evolving for 1 billion or more continuous years, what sort of being would they have evolved into? It was better not to think of that. All of the answers seemed terrifying. The pirate ships were slowly moving now, being maneuvered by battalions of fast attack mecha, while Admiral Drake led the Dutchman to the large cargo bay near the front of the port side. The information they had said that it used to hold terraforming devices, so it was exceptionally large and had gantries and overhead cranes to facilitate both movements of materials and repairs. There was a smaller version that the pirate cutters were brought to in order to be repaired, and the technicians were already beginning the system scans to determine if they could be properly brought back online with the materials on hand. General Yakov, if we scavenge the third, mostly destroyed vessel, we can bring the other two back up to peak condition, and even increase their firepower with the mecha technology that we have on hand. The technicians determined a few hours later, after exploring the ships. Good, get on it, and give them some defensive firepower worth mentioning. Then use some of the leftover ship to patch the more damaged areas on the hull of the colony ship. Make it obvious too. I don't want people to see a new fleet of colonists, I want them to see a repurposed colony city, understand? Yes sir, we will get right at it. That had the technicians busy for the foreseeable future, and now that they were all on board, General Yakov wanted to get as far from here as he could. The mission was a failure, and they had to hide somewhere, so he planned to continue on course, but not turn to head into Topani territory. Instead, he would head along the border with Kepler toward the galactic core, where very few inhabited star systems existed. From there, they could skirt inhabited space and keep an eye on the Clem pods. If they weren't intercepted and made landfall on an inhabited planet, they could offer to step in, and nobody would be any the wiser. They had a colony ship now, so their technology could be attributed to anywhere in the galaxy over the last 2 millennia. Nobody expected cutting-edge technology aboard such a ship, but a large fleet of ancient and obsolete war machines retired by their home systems. That was how most mercenary forces were formed. Chapter 263. Make yourself at home. Unfortunately, the navigation and control systems haven't been translated yet, but I can control them from here, and I have a full bridge suite of data available. Just give me a heading and I will serve as helmsman for the day. Nico informed General Yakov. They had been working on the ship for 30 straight hours, and they were ready to start making way, but the controls on the colony ship weren't usable by just anyone, as the language wasn't intelligible, so a system function that could bypass the need to translate was needed. Set a course along the Kepler border. Keep an eye out for threats, and those Clem pods. I think that someone is about to make a big move once the Clem landing has distracted the Emperor. The sector that the pods are going to land in is the same one that is chasing us, so their defense forces are almost all gone to Topani right now, and we have no way to know if they are returning since we lost access to Kepler military communications. I have some connections among the unaligned systems, and if you have any more, let me know and we can pick up supplies. Trading some of the destroyed corvette's hull sections should be enough credit to at least get us topped off on fresh foods and clothing creation supplies. Setting the course now. Our total travel speed is still unknown and might take some adjustment to get right. It is an alien ship after all, Nico informed him, then started tapping at the control panel. As she did, the ship began to come to life. All of the unused systems were brought online and a gentle hissing filled the ship. What is that noise? Max asked, trying to find the source. The ship wants the atmosphere balanced in the control area before the engines engage. There is probably an override somewhere, but I haven't found it yet, so we will be able to take off the suits in a few minutes. Nico explained. I am sure everyone will appreciate being able to move about without suits on. It's a long walk back to the Dutchman to take a break and remove the helmet. Max agreed with a sigh of relief. The 3-kilometer hike from the engineering bay to the ship every time he wanted a bite to eat was a pain in the neck, and Max would be more than a little happy not to have to do that again. There it is, engineering has an atmosphere, pressure nominal, the default setting is 10% above standard, but the elemental balance is nearly identical to Kepler Terminus, with its slightly elevated oxygen levels. You can remove your helmet now, the hallways outside are pressurizing right now, and the doors to unpressurized areas are hard locked. Nico informed him. Oh thank you, it is so good to get the helmet off, Max said, pressing the button to retract his helmet shell back into the armored suit. At least now his vision wasn't limited and the claustrophobic dome was gone. Were you planning to pressurize the hold with the Dutchman in it any time soon? We are locked in, Major Miller asked over the radio, sounding more than a little grumpy. He had been running the logistics for the 1st Battalion since they arrived, and Max suspected that he hadn't slept at all in the last 30 hours. Go to bed. The ship will be pressurized in a few hours, but first, we are going to try to engage the warp drive. Max informed him. Good idea, I will be in my bunk. If this relic blows up when you try to take it to warp, I would rather not find out. Major Miller's nihilism made more than a few pilots laugh, but he had a point. If you were sleeping when the ship blew up, you would never know it. It took 15 minutes to get the ship to agree that it was in a fit state to attempt to power up the engines. They had been inspected for damages inside and out, with over a dozen techs using system functions to make sure there were no hidden defects over the last day. The whole engineering bay glowed in bright blue as light flowed through the crystals at the core of the warp drive. Then the displays showed the familiar graphic of a bubble forming around the hull and the engines shuddered gently before becoming smooth again. Well, Feth, what went wrong? I thought we were on the right path. Max complained, looking at the glowing engine core, which looked perfectly functional. Nothing is wrong. The warp bubble has fully formed, engines are at 70% output, and we are sustaining a warp factor of 2.5. Nico shrugged. That was a translation. What utter bullshit have the Kepler drive engineers been doing when this was an option? Max asked rhetorically, but Nico answered anyhow. They used power relays and a phase modifier to engage the bubble, while this system filters everything through those perfectly tuned crystals. I don't think it was usually this smooth, but the engines are running perfectly today, and better than expected. Even at 70% power, which is optimal cruising speed according to the computer, we are 25% above the previously recorded maximum speed. Well, she might not be a warship, but we are at warp, and all systems show stable. Pick us a destination, General. I think the crew would appreciate some fresh food and a nice restocking stop. Max called over the general channel. That had to be the smoothest translation I have ever felt. It was barely a shiver of vibration through the ship as the engines engaged. You two are officially on maintenance duty the next time one of our ships needs engine repairs. General Yakov laughed, then sent a destination that was near the border, and only a few days away at their current speed. Head there. It is a neutral system, protected by Kepler, and my family has a trading post there. I will send a cargo requisition. Hiring is to move the supplies that we need. Nobody will ever know the difference. The general informed them, and Nico updated the navigation coordinates. Now, how about we find a nice spot to sleep? There are engineering team quarters here, and they should be warmed up and ready by now. I set the temperature high in them so that they would be more comfortable after being in that suit for so long. Nico told Max with a wink. Chapter 264. Bargain bin shopping. Once the atmosphere inside the colony ship was deemed safe throughout the whole vessel, the regiment started doing a room-to-room search to see what might have been left behind. There was a surprising amount of supplies left behind by the colonists when they transferred ships, presumably because the other vessel was already fully loaded and there simply wasn't anywhere to put them. There weren't any sorts of weapons, and most of the agricultural plus all the terraforming technology were taken with them, but they still left many things behind for the Kepler forces to find. The most notable of which was the stasis pods themselves. The technology was impressive and took a different approach to Kepler's designs that were designed to extend one's life. These ones were believed to have the capability to reverse physical aging, while Kepler's technology could only slow it to roughly a quarter of its original rate. The search was taking some time though, due to the size of the vessel. There were well over 1,000 soldiers searching the ship, but it seemed that despite the presence of stasis pods, the ship had been intended to serve as a permanent residence for somewhere around 100,000 people. Many facilities that they searched were too large for humans to conveniently use them, but it would make moving through the vessel with Mecha much more convenient if they were ever boarded. They did discover the origin of the ship's uniquely organic curved structure while they were searching the engineering lab though. It was based on the hive of an underground burrowing species on the aliens' homeworld. The creatures excreted a unique concrete-like substance that made the underground structures nearly indestructible. So, when they set out to the stars, they used an example from nature, and built the walls in a way that they knew would absorb incredibly high shock loads, as well as being difficult to damage with impacts, due to the curved surface deflecting objects to mitigate impacts. Kepler did something similar with the design of the redemption pattern Crusaders-like stalwart. The upper shell and shoulder pads were based on the form of a species of local turtle and deflected impacts to protect the main structure of the mecha. That design philosophy gave way to angular surfaces to defeat sensors when they were designing the newer Mecha, but the theory was solid. The colony ship had just passed an uninhabited system when they got a message from a merchant group, asking if they needed anything. "We are a bit low on fresh foodstuffs and clothing polymers for the materials printers if you have either. We can trade structural alloys." Nico offered, taking up the role of the ship's spokesperson. Using any nation's credits here would be done at a heavy loss on the exchange, due to the inconvenience of an independent or rogue merchant needing to have them exchanged back, but structural alloy was always in demand since it could be put through the materials printer to make repairs all over the ship. "Drop us out of warp but be prepared for an ambush. Patrol duty to the ready at the airlocks in preparation for defensive action." The general ordered, and Max tapped the commands that would bring them to a gentle halt near the merchants while Nico got ready to go meet the visitors. The merchant's vessel was a fairly modern design, produced in Topani territory, and they offered a wide selection of seeds and plant cuttings when General Yakov told them that the ship's hydroponics bay had sustained a serious mishap and cost them their entire crop. They had some material for clothing as well and offered to send both in a shuttle. The dismantled pirate cutter was no longer recognizable and was in a hangar bay of its own, so she ordered the shuttle there to meet with Max and his battalion's representatives. "Don't bring any Mecha into sight of the bay, but keep them close in case there is trouble. We will use the loaders that were left behind in the bay, as well as the cranes to do the offload. I trust we are all vaguely familiar with them by now," Max asked the company leaders in a group video chat. "We are." The disassembly time wasn't wasted, we're right up on the use of the loaders. "No need to worry about us, just keep up your cover story and we're good to go." Major Ivanov agreed. Max climbed into a mobile suit and grabbed a rifle to accompany Nico as she spoke to the visitors. In their cover story, Max was the actual commander, but Nico was their designated spokesperson, while Max hid his face behind a mask so he wasn't recognized. It was a bit of a pain, but they had started it that way, and there was a chance that these merchants were actually Topani soldiers in disguise the same way they were. "Greetings from the Terminus Trading Company. You may call me Rage, and that is Commander Karras. He doesn't like idle conversation, so I will be taking care of today's dealings if that's fine by everyone involved." Nico asked. Reavers and mercenaries were known for odd behavior, so the commander not speaking to them personally wasn't a big shock, though it was considered a courtesy to them that he came in person to greet the shuttle pilot with the trade goods. The technicians verified the contents quickly, finding that the seeds were all in good condition, and the materials were the right ones. "It's authentic," they called over to Nico, giving her the thumbs up, and she gestured back to load the alloy onto the shuttle. This wasn't a high-value trade, more of the equivalent of a grocery shopping trip, where the price was pocket change to both parties involved, but as a first meeting, it was still an important one. They had never done business with each other before, and the merchants wanted to make a good first impression. The colony ship was huge and was assumed to have a lot of people on board, so it could become a valuable customer in the future if things went well today. The whole exchange only took a few minutes, and the shuttle returned to the cargo vessel, which reactivated its engines right after and left the area. "Don't you think that was a bit too small of a deal? A few hundred kilos of alloy in exchange for some seeds for the hydroponics bays?" one of the technicians asked. "It was more important to get their secure channel codes so we could contact them later. Besides, we wanted fresh food, and this was dirt cheap. If we bought fresh food at a station, we would have paid 50 times as much." Nico explained. "Now, who wants to get the hydroponic bays activated? They're all ready for seeds, and it looks like the aliens had a rather advanced fast-growing system." Max asked, making the technicians groan as they realized that they had just been volunteered for more work. Chapter 265. Sustainable Living. Despite every soldier's aversion to additional work, the technicians who had been voluntold to go get the hydroponics bays up and running were getting right to work. Not that they particularly wanted to do it, but the thought of fresh fruits and vegetables coming soon was enough for them to give their very best to the project. The traders had only sent them seeds, and some small cuttings, so it would be some time before they would be able to harvest anything fresh, but that didn't matter. Once it was planted, someone would have to tend it and watch it grow every day, and that was one of the best duty rotations that the technicians could apply for. Not only was there very little heavy lifting, most days you were paid to literally watch the grass grow. There were a large number of Kepler wheatgrass seeds in the shipment, a perpetually growing plant that could be cut down periodically, with the main stalk dried and ground into the finest of flour for baking. It was a simple luxury, but still a luxury for any spacefaring force. Abraham Kepler had a supply on board as well, but it was mostly reserved for officers since the space on board was limited when they had 2 full field armies of infantry plus a pair of mecha regiments on board. The Dutchman had a very limited hydroponic bay, with nothing growing in it at the moment, but the colony ship not only had a massive facility, but it had a transparent dome over it, so it could save power when they were near a star by strategically positioning the bay toward the light. Max found that to be a bit odd, but the design of this ship was intended for much longer use than most. Either it was because they were expecting a century to cross between galaxies, or because they were going to keep using the ship after finding a new home. That was different than Kepler, or most human strategies. They often made the ships modular, so they could drop off all their supplies on the planet and use the containment as building materials for the first settlement, while the core of the ship was left in orbit for safety and as a possible emergency escape vessel. Ice-bearing asteroid found. Location incoming. The staff on navigation duty called over the intercom. They could now do basic manual course adjustments, but it was still easier to have Nico or the Admiral, who also had a system function for navigation and computer interaction, do the actual precision navigating. Course input. The colony ship has a gravity capture system for asteroids. Once we are in close proximity, I will bring us out of faster than light travel and pull the object aboard for processing. Nico replied, letting everyone who was monitoring the regiment's general channel hear the conversation. These asteroids weren't particularly uncommon, but they were highly valued for their ice content and heavy metal cores. Both were valuable materials, and with the Kepler Empire's technology, they could both be processed into usable forms within days. As Nico brought up the details of the asteroid on the screen, Max realized they wouldn't be able to take it on board intact. It was over 500 meters across, too large for any of the bays that they had available. Even if they processed it, they didn't have room to store that much material in a single bay, but they could split it up and only fill about a third of the ship's total storage capacity. It was a monumental find for them, even if the metallic core turned out to be mostly low-value metals and not something that could be used for militarized structures. Analysis complete. Total weight: 517,047 tons H20 weight. Approximately 108,000 tons. Metallic and non-metallic contents are as follows. Max ignored the listing of the detailed materials but found that there were a number of mecha structure metals included in the thousands of tons, enough to make dozens of super heavy mecha or most of a battalion worth of heavy mecha. The trade value of that was immense, but realistically, it was impossible for most merchants to move that much material in any sort of timely manner, so they would take only what they needed and thought they could successfully fence within the next few months or a year. They weren't just a mercenary force though, they had the capability to build entire state-of-the-art mecha. With this asteroid aboard, they should be able to sustain significant damages and still be back at full capacity for the next battle as long as they didn't lose many pilots. That was their great limiter. The mecha could be replaced, and munitions restocked, but they had exactly 0 spare pilots and no ability to replace the ones that they had. At least not without discontinuing the birth control regimen and waiting a few decades. Nobody was happier about the news of the asteroid than the hydroponics bay. The only water they had came from the ships they arrived on. The colony ship's stocks had been removed by the previous occupants. With this influx, they could bring the entire facility online and start expanding their facilities at the maximum growth rates. It wasn't like they actually had enough people to need all that food, but it could be processed and kept for trade goods. The Kepler military looked favorably on such an initiative, and they would be rewarded for it if they ever turned it over to the authorities. We are in position, reducing speed now. Prepare for transition. Again, the transition was a barely noticeable shudder of the ship and the asteroid came into view on the screens in the engineering bay where Max and Nico had taken up residence. The rest of the 1st Battalion was working in this area as well, so it was no inconvenience for them and only a few minutes' jog to the battalion mess hall. A light blue ball of ice grew larger on the screen until the sensors showed it within a few hundred meters of the ship and the relative speed stabilized to have the 2 objects traveling through space in sync. Gravity control activated. Activating mining lasers, Nico reported. We have mining lasers? Max asked in shock. Of course, what sort of colony ship doesn't? Nico replied with a smirk. He really had to catch up on those ship schematic reports that the battalions were reporting every few hours. Chapter 266. Processing a trade deal. The ship's lasers got to work right away, splitting apart the asteroid into manageable pieces, while Nico deftly used the gravity control to move them to the empty storage bays. The technicians were already hustling to get materials printers set up in the bays so that they could use them to process the raw ore into refined and usable raw materials for their mecha and to create anything else that they needed. The materials printer technology was a controlled military technology, far superior to the versions that were available on the civilian markets, and capable of processing almost anything on a molecular level, as long as they had the base elements to work with. That gave them a huge advantage over other traders, in that they could directly refine the asteroid and not need to pay a mining facility with specialized tools to do it for them. Cutting out even one level of middlemen in the processing stage doubled their profits immediately, and they were only 2 days out from the station that the general had recommended. That wouldn't be enough time to actually process the entire asteroid, but even if they sold off a few hundred or 1,000 tons of high-grade materials to the station, they could get anything that they needed. Max wasn't part of that process though, other than making sure his scheduled battalion members showed up for their shifts, so he had a lot of time to kill. Most of the other battalion commanders were bogged down in logistics, keeping their units running, but Max had Major Miller for that, and he was so effective that even he seemed to have a large amount of free time to kill. Even scheduling and discipline weren't brought to him unless things went very wrong, since Nico had automated the schedule the very first week the battalion was formed. Her algorithm even processed leave applications and kept track of earned days off and total combat effectiveness without any additional human input. If there was an issue, he would get a notification. Capable subordinates really were a blessing. So, Max was headed to a meeting with General Yakov to work out what they were going to tell the station, and what they could ask for without seeming too suspicious. They needed a number of materials for making more thunder gun ammunition. They had the casings covered after this asteroid, but the core elements of the explosives weren't included in its composition. They weren't controlled substances, not at their most basic levels, so they could request them easily enough, but the super heavy mecha went through an incredible amount of munitions in a sustained firefight against the Clem, and they were expecting to suffer such a fate again, even if it was because they volunteered this time. Good, you are right on time. The other battalion leaders left this up to you and me, so we can work it out over coffee. There was a large supply of the good stuff left behind on the pirate ships. General, Yakov greeted Max when he reached the assigned meeting room, near the cargo bay where the Dutchman was stored. Well, that's one way to save time. How much are you thinking we need to trade for? Max asked. If the material prices haven't changed much, and given our lack of reputation, I suspect that we will need at least 5,000 tons of explosives per engagement. The raw materials are much less expensive than refined structural metals because only the military or specialized facilities can refine them from there. General Yakov explained, pulling up the munitions usage data from their last battle. So, if we get 10,000 tons to start, we should be off to a good start. Can we even transfer that much without pulling out the Dutchman? Max asked. For a small fee, they will send it directly to us by barge, but the station might let us actually dock with them. They are reaver-friendly, to an extent, so we can try that approach. Yakov suggested, just toss Nico out front as a shield and let her family name do the work. That's a bit risky, Max pointed out. Not out here it isn't. In Kepler, they are an ancient and noble family. Out here they are the Tereth Reavers, and even if you attacked a ship that wasn't really theirs they would retaliate for the insult, and they have the power to back it up. Of course, we have enough firepower of our own that we shouldn't lose an engagement, but that's not the point. What I'm saying is that the chances of her being associated with herself are very slim. The general explained. Okay, I will buy that. She has done an exemplary job of being our public relations face so far. But now that our course has changed, what will your own story be? Will you still be posing as a noble writing a documentary, or are you coming up with something new? Max asked. The story can stand. A little work using a noble's influence is common enough that it even has a defined value when bartering for passage. But we should see what we can trade off and what we need to reserve for our own usage. What followed was 2 solid hours of balancing their supplies against their materials usage rates and determining what they could trade. Most surprisingly, what they had a huge excess of were actually the heavy ores used for reactor cores. Each mecha only needed a few hundred grams, but they had over 1,000 tons of them. A planet on the outskirts of civilization would love to get its hands on that. Not only could it help build their military without alerting international authorities, but it would also help power their industrial facilities. The ores were very rare to find, even when asteroid mining and General Yakov was more than satisfied that they could build a reputation off of just this find. So, 1 ton should buy us 1,000 tons of explosives. Max verified. Yes, they are mostly carbon-based, and that is easy to come by anywhere, so it is dirt cheap, literally. The rest is a bit more expensive, but not by much, and we have the more expensive metallic components already. General Yakov agreed. All right, I will have them prepare 12 tons of reactor ores to buy the explosives, and whatever personal effects that we might need. Max agreed. Be sure to add a lot of random items to the list. Clothing, soaps, toiletries, fresh fruits, the sort of thing that reminds soldiers of home. It's what every trading ship needs on top of their actual business dealings. With that, General Yakov ended their meeting and Max returned to the engineering bay to look over the storage bay cameras and make sure they had enough material processed. Chapter 267. Negotiations. From the inventory that the crews had produced, they had more than enough of the materials that they intended to trade already processed, so Max simply ordered the crews to prepare the required amounts for shipment, in preparation for their arrival at the space station. That left him with only one more essential detail to plan. If the station didn't allow them to dock, they would need to use one of the pirate vessels as a shuttle to bring the materials to the station, so they could have the barge bring their payment back to them. But the ships were currently designated as pirate vessels, with communications systems that any respectable station would realize weren't legitimate even if they didn't recognize them as wanted pirates right away. That meant he would need to get all of the essential details changed within the next day so that they could safely venture out to meet with others and not risk being immediately arrested. They had a couple of crew members on board who could accomplish the task, so Max decided to split the details between them. Most of the technicians would take one ship, pick a new name for it and change all the communications data, while Nico took the other. She would likely be faster, so Max intended to tell her first so that the other team could follow her lead in doing the second ship and not have her spend all her time on one project while she was organizing the work schedules. What are we going to name the colony ship? The pirate vessels that we confiscated should be marked as shuttles or defensive vessels for the mothership, but we haven't named the colony ship yet. Do we have names in for the new Mecha yet? Maybe we could pick something from there and run it by the general. Max asked, then shook his head. On second thought, simple is best. Is there another colony ship named Terminus? We are the Terminus Trading Company, so it only makes sense that our mothership would be named Terminus. Max continued, most of the colony ship names are not in Kepler standard, so even if one means the same thing, it shouldn't actually be called Terminus. Do you want me to use it as the basis for our communications? I have gotten far enough into the colony ship's systems now that I can set the identifiers for our new home. Then I will make the cutter secondary to it, and we should be good before we are in communications range of the station. Nico agreed. Please do. And then tell the other techs how to update the second cutter so you don't have to do it yourself. Max suggested. I will get it. The colony ship will take a few hours to update, but I can reprogram the cutters in under a minute apiece since they don't need to be military verified security codes and I can just make one up. Civilian and Reaver radio codes are much easier than military. Nico informed him, then turned back to her work. Fine. Wake me up when you are done and I will get the cargo moved to one of the cutters so that we are ready the moment that we make contact. Being in an alien colony ship, they might not want us too close to their station for safety protocol. I remember that Kamor did the same thing, and had certain vessels dock at secondary stations and take local shuttles to the main station. Max told her, receiving a thumbs up in reply. It was just before lunch the next day, ship time, when they finally made contact with the station. Gado Station. Gado Station. This is the Terminus, looking to trade. Max announced over the radio as Nico and General Yakov listened in. Nico followed that up with a confirmation code for the Reavers, letting the station know who and what they were so that they would respond to begin negotiations. Terminus, this Gado Station. I'm sorry to inform you that due to oversupply, we are somewhat limited in the supplies that we can accept today, but if you have something worth trading, we are open to negotiating. The station replied. Max sent them an elemental analysis and a photo of one of the baskets of reactor material that they had set aside for trade. Now, why didn't you open with that? How might we help you, my new friend? The station representative asked. I will send over a list of the supplies that we need, and the trade goods that our customers have requested. Max confirmed, letting Nico send the listing. There was a few minutes long pause before the station replied again. We have all of these materials in the quantity requested. It won't be cheap though, I will need at least 9 tons of processed metals for that much. Max looked over at General Yakov in shock. That was much less than they had expected to pay, so even if the goods weren't perfect quality, they were still coming out ahead. 9 tons including the containment cage and you have yourself a deal. Max replied. The cage weighed a few hundred kilos, but it would allow the shipment to be immediately weighed if the cage was included in the trade weight. I am a reasonable man. Pending quality verification, I agree to your terms. Please proceed to docking spur number 3. Being on the end of the station's dock would let them transfer their goods directly, and save the hassle of a shuttle, a perfect scenario for them. Bring the goods to the empty bay on the port side and dock it to the station. We are on security rotation right now, so I will assign a mecha detail outside the bay in case things go south. Max directed Nico, who started tapping orders into the computer before a pair of work drones picked up the shipment and weighed precisely 9 tons, plus 20 kilos, in case the station's scale was out of calibration. Charlie Company, send a team to Port Storage Bay 6. Remain outside as guards. Myself plus Nico will be going in to make the trade. Max ordered his troops. They wouldn't slack on the detail with their commanders on the other side of the doors, which was a relief to Max, who was a bit nervous about making such a large and sensitive trade with people he had never met before in a nation he had never dealt with. Grab your mobile suit. I had it repainted in red and bone reaver camouflage patterns, so they won't realize that it is anything but stolen or obsolete military tech. Nico told Max as he was about to leave the room. That was better than the armored work suits that were hung by the storage bay doors by the teams that were working in them, and it gave him a bit more presence, due to the size of the suit. Good luck you two. Feel free to use my name if they give you too many problems, and I will deal with the fallout. General Yakov instructed them before they left for the meeting. Chapter 268. First guests. While the Admiral carefully brought the colony ship into docking position so that the station could access their cargo bay door, Max got everyone else into positions. Nico would be their front person, while Max stood beside her as their leader and gave any necessary permissions if the deal needed to be altered on the fly. That did happen on occasion, either due to off-quality items, shortages, or a simple conversational mention that they had something else interesting available. Max was hoping that none of that applied today, since it was their very first trade deal, but you could never know when a deal too good to pass up would become available, and they were trading with rare and valuable metals, so the station might logically want to try to barter for more with the other items that they produced on the planet. Docking successful. Seal integrity 100%. Balancing atmosphere. The Admiral's notification marked the successful mating of the alien ship to the station as smoothly as if they had done this 1,000 times before. If anyone had heard from the pirates that they let go, they would assume that the ship was a trap all along and that the hapless group had simply been ambushed and robbed blind by the occupants of the terminus. That wasn't far from the truth, but they would be hard-pressed to make anyone believe it if the question was raised. Welcome to the terminus, ladies and gentlemen. You may call me Rage, and I will be your customer service liaison today. Beside me is Commander Karras, who has the authority of the group to finalize adjustments to the deal, should they prove necessary. Nico greeted them. Greetings, I am Zorbo, the foreign business advisor of the Gado station. I see you have the materials prepared. Might we take a moment to verify quality before we proceed? An amply built older man with shockingly gold eyes responded politely. Nico gestured grandly at the bin of materials and nodded, making the pudgy man smile and adjust his silk vest before motioning for the workers to go test the goods. They had a scanner with them, and the whole process only took a few seconds while Max waited in silence for their verdict. The scanner says 178 kilos light on the pure ore, 20 kilos over on the total weight. Military-grade refinement, no fillers, defective product, or other issues noted. The technician reported, making Nico smile. A trade station with a perfectly calibrated scale. I am starting to like you more and more, Nico told the Gado station representative. With military-grade reactor materials, you must have an easy time making friends. Could there be anything else that you require today? I am certain that the extra 20 kilograms could get your crew something nice. Zorbo suggested, and Nico turned to Max for an answer. If you have it, we could use a bit of lithium and a generous supply of good quality rum, Max responded, then had to turn down his comms so that the cheering the crew wasn't screaming in his ear. The lithium could be made into the crystals they needed by the materials printer, and then Nico's repair-type system function could adjust those crystals into the functional matrix for their engines instead of having to search the galaxy for a compatible set or having the engineering staff learn a whole new faster-than-light engine design theory to make the artificial ones work. We have both. How much of the lithium did you need? Zorbo asked politely. The crystals weighed under a kilogram in total, but Max decided to err on the side of caution. 10 kilos of lithium and the rest in rum should keep the crew happy for an evening. He answered with a smile, making the Gado station crew laugh. An entire barrel of good rum went for less than what 100 grams of reactor metals did. What Max had asked for was over 150 barrels of rum, in addition to the lithium that hadn't been on their list. We can have that here in a few minutes, both are in the storage on the station, since they are so commonly requested. Zorbo agreed. Then please, sit and rest your legs. We are out of the good stuff, but not all out of rum. Nico told him, removing a flask and 2 shot glasses from her jacket pocket. Zorbo smiled and pulled out his own flask and shot glass before sitting, and Max moved to watch the materials being loaded into their cargo bay as the reactor metals were taken out. They had ordered a huge amount of food and other perishable goods, but it seemed that the station crew had no problem moving the crates into the cold storage section of the bay for them without further instructions, just guided by the signs on the walls. Max did appreciate a true professional, and they were making his life very easy today. Nico and Zorbo poured each other a drink, a sign of trust between reavers and independent merchants as Max understood from their thoughts, and downed them as the last of the supplies arrived. If the station commander had been here, it would have been Max that was obligated to drink, but since it was the trade representative, the duties fell to Nico. It felt oddly familiar to Max, almost like the military structure where similar levels of command interacted with each other, but without all the regulations, and instead relying on ritual and tradition. Unlike Kamor Station, Gado Station was entirely a cargo facility. There were civilian stations in orbit around the planet, and Max had seen a few leisure shuttles headed to them as they approached, but a ship the size of the terminus had no business docking at a station smaller than it was. Even the attempt would be enough to unbalance a small resort station, so today their crew would have to remain aboard. They had more than enough to keep themselves busy now anyhow. There is an orbital freighter waiting off our stern. I believe that they delayed his arrival window for us to make this trade in person. Admiral Drake informed Max over the radio. I do hope we don't seem rude, but our customer is in a hurry for some of these materials, so I do hope you will forgive us for leaving as soon as the cargo is verified, Nico informed Zorbo, who stretched out his arm for a handshake. Prompt, efficient, and considerate of others' time. Please, take this data chip. It has our direct contact information should you have more to trade in the future. Zorbo informed her with his best professional smile. I appreciate the offer. Our contact information is here, should you need to get a hold of us in a secure manner. I look forward to doing business with you again. Nico replied, handing him back another business card-sized data chip. With that, the station staff retreated from the terminus, and the airlock was purged of atmosphere before the magnetic docking clamps were released, letting the Admiral maneuver the enormous bulk of the colony ship away from the station and into open space to make their translation back to faster-than-light travel. Chapter 269. Well-stocked mess hall officers, you have first priority of access, come get your supplies for the week. We have 2 weeks of fresh produce, and then we're back to shelf-stable, but the good civilian stuff, not the packed by the lowest bidder version. Max informed the regiment as soon as they were back at warp. He would never hear the end of it if he made the crew eat another freeze-dried and canned meal when they had literal tons of fresh food sitting in the cargo bay. Since they needed the crew relatively sober, the general had decided to ration the rum supply. 1 barrel per battalion per month. That worked out to roughly a bottle per person every month, or a shot a day, which gave them enough for celebrations but not daily intoxication. All of the officers expected their rationing to meet with at least some backlash, but the general had given them enough to quiet almost all the malcontents. What they had failed to account for was the sudden demand for aluminum through the smaller materials printers in the general quarters, as the soldiers who preferred a little nip every day ordered flasks to store their weekly ration. Max headed to the 1st Battalion mess hall for dinner, to see what they made of the new supplies, and found a surprisingly simple meal on offer, but a very happy crew. There was a chicken and dumpling stew, along with toasted tomato sandwiches and an assortment of fresh fruit laid out for the crew. Max could smell that the bread was freshly baked, a distinct change from the hard biscuits which were the staple starch of the rations and long voyage kitchen packs. They had ordered a lot of raw flour and shelf-stable milk this time, which weren't on the military's usual procurement list since they avoided issues with lactose intolerance. The creamy stew and buttermilk biscuits that the small sandwiches were on seemed to be a hit though, so Max made a digital note to keep the ingredients in supply every time they picked up rations. This is amazing, but the real question is if there will be bacon. Major Petrova, the muscular woman who led Max's Charlie company, asked. Likely at breakfast. It stores for 90 days according to the ration guide, so we ordered enough to serve it at breakfast regularly for the next 3 months. Max informed her. The look that she gave the kitchen staff promised violence if there was no bacon tomorrow, the good stuff, not the freeze-dried version that every military unit kept in stock for its high protein and fat contents. With the lunch meal served, the work crews were off to the storage bay to move all the new materials back to their assigned regiments. The idea was that if they took heavy fire and one area was heavily damaged or rendered inaccessible, they would still have raw materials in 4 others, so they could keep fighting and not be crippled by a lack of munitions and repair parts. The terminus seemed to have extremely impressive shielding though, and Max wondered what it took to put it into the state that they found it in. It was obvious that the ship's power supply was overloaded, but going by the data that Max had seen, they would have had to basically autopilot directly into an asteroid field for that to happen. Which made him wonder if there was a problem with the navigation or sensors. A failure of either could be a disaster for the regiment if they ran into the same issue that the colonists did. Max sent a report on the topic to all the battalion commanders, as well as engineering, Nico, and the general. He requested a meeting that evening, which would make the general happy. He always preferred to have dinner meetings now since he didn't have a staff of nobles to chatter idly and fill his quarters with noise anymore. His first idea was to retrofit additional sensors to the ship while they tried to recover the logs that the colonists had destroyed in their attempts to remove all traces of their identity. The engineering teams had deciphered enough of the computer's programming now to work out how to add some sensor data to the ship's own information, and they had the technology to build a new sensor suite suitable to an interstellar ship. The only issue was that at faster than light speeds, the energy of the warp field made it unsafe to work outside the ship, so they would have to wait until the next time that they stopped to do the actual retrofit. For now, it looked like they were getting good data, but they couldn't be sure. In fact, they didn't even know if the majority of the damage had been done before or after the colonists abandoned the ship. The reports that they had recovered named the lack of mobility as the reason for their leaving, but there weren't any more details. Their next planned stop was a small Kepler zero-gravity manufacturing facility, just outside the Empire's official borders and next to an asteroid mining facility. General Yakov had been in contact with them already, and they had a need for some of the materials that Terminus had picked up, plus they could provide them with Kepler-approved trade goods that the regiment could use as cover to enter back into Kepler space without drawing suspicion. It wasn't illegal for a Reaver ship to enter Kepler space, they just had to prove that their trade goods weren't on the prohibited list. As of that moment, the only shipments that Terminus had on board were from approved import nations and facilities, with the rest of the ship housing their mercenary force, which was only subject to regulations on its usage. This was their new hide-in-plain-sight plan. They could trade their way across Kepler space much more easily in a colony ship without raising suspicion, and they could disappear without a trace if they employed the assistance of Imperial Command and known loyalist forces. As long as they weren't recognized, they should be perfectly safe. Chapter 270. Getting Loaded. Manufacturing Docks. This is Terminus. We have an appointment. Max called over the radio as they approached the facility. The site was a gray market operation and didn't have a proper name. They relied on the code embedded in the radio contact to verify that their visitors were legitimate. Welcome, Terminus. You are a bit larger than we had expected. Please hold position 10 kilometers from the facility and we will bring the shipment to you. The dockmaster confirmed. The barge left the facility only a few minutes after they made contact, so they were at least prepared for this sort of thing. Max looked over the shipment information, a load of crystal nanotubes that could only be grown in zero gravity. They weren't rare or valuable, so why they were being grown in zero gravity was a mystery to him, at least until he saw the markings on the barge. It belonged to the general's family. That meant that the whole facility, and the mines that fed it, were likely deliberately placed to evade taxes, and the general was using his influence to keep them legitimate by calling them foreign facilities when they were actually part of the Kepler nobility's holdings. Day by day his views of the Empire as an upright and noble force guiding their people to survival were being jaded by the reality that upright and noble just meant the last person standing with dignity at the end of the battle. At least they didn't ask any sort of questions. In fact, they didn't ask anything but for Terminus to remove the atmosphere from the cargo bay and turn off the artificial gravity so they could unload. That was easily done, and the payment was removed by a pair of workers. Then the bulk cargo was dumped into an empty cargo bay in only a few minutes before the barge retreated to its hangar and a digital message confirmed their shipment details. "Pleasure doing business, gentlemen," Max replied by way of farewell, then closed the bay doors and gave the signal for the ship to make its way toward Kepler space. Artificial gravity was left off in that bay to reduce damage to the delicate freight, and Terminus silently glided back toward Kepler Terminus, the closest border point for them to enter the Empire. It was ridiculous and insane, going back to his homeworld in a stolen colony ship, with black market freight. That made it absolutely perfect, and the first signals from the Border Patrol confirmed that they had made the right choice. Colony ship Terminus. Welcome to Kepler Terminus. Hey, what a coincidence. Send over your shipment documents and prepare to be boarded. The vessel was a President-class transport, the same as Abraham Kepler, making it less than a quarter the size of the colony ship, but the Border Patrol had confidence that they held the edge in firepower. It wasn't true, but they didn't know that yet. They had only seen the ship itself, which came from a peaceful species, and so wasn't equipped with any ship-to-ship combat weapons. "Will you be boarding by shuttle or direct contact?" Max heard Nico ask the patrol. "We will be sending a cutter-class interceptor. Do you have docking facilities?" The patrol replied, "Of course, Admiral. Proceed to Bay 4, second from the bow on the port side. The bay is equipped with an atmospheric shield, so you can directly enter. The majority of our crew is human, the atmosphere is suitable." "For your crew," Nico replied, "they would be wearing armored environmental suits anyhow," but it was a friendly gesture and told Max that he should send troops without environmental protection to the front. The cutter approached much faster than Max had expected, reversing thrust at the last second, likely to attempt to limit the amount of time that they had to prepare for the boarding action. "5th Battalion, you are closest. Send a welcoming party, lightly armed, no environmental suits. Let's set them at ease, but if we look like pushovers they will get suspicious about how we held the ship long enough to make it our own." Max ordered. "On it, I will greet them myself." Colonel Klinger replied, amusement clear in his voice. He had much more experience than Max did with boarding actions, and had now been on both sides of the equation. He climbed into his mobile suit and brought 2 technicians with tech-adept harnesses with him, as well as 5 more soldiers in full battle armor carrying rifles. Everyone was masked so they couldn't be personally identified by the scanners that all boarding missions should be carrying to look for fugitives, and they were ready before the first boots came out of the cutter. Max was still on his way over, with Nico hot on his heels. There were a pair of Corvette-class Mecha, in the Khmer pattern, repainted in Reaver camouflage the same as his suit was, standing outside the bay when Max arrived, and Colonel Klinger had already finished the greetings. Max double-checked his mask and lowered the clear helmet on his mobile suit to join the conversation, and Nico stepped to his left with a big smile, looking directly at the commander of the boarding mission. That guy looked really familiar, now that Max thought about it. It took him a moment to realize, but Nico's thoughts cleared up the confusion right away. These soldiers were all on standby at Kepler 142 station the last time they were there. Nico shifted her jacket a little to show off the Tariff Reaver's badge, and the commander smiled back at her but didn't stop his very professional speech about the duties and tariffs that a foreign ship entering Kepler space was subject to. Nico was looking at Max now, and gave him a long blink, signaling for him to read her thoughts. "Don't lie about your place of birth. They can tell with the scanners, and Reavers can come from the backside of anywhere. Just don't give any extra details." Max nodded back. That much he already knew. The traders on the docks of the slums he grew up in were from so many planets that even his impressive memory couldn't store them all, and the crews were never all from one spot. That was one thing this regiment had going for them. They were assembled for testing, so they weren't all from one founding. Thousands of soldiers all from one spot would definitely have gotten reinforcements called on them. Chapter 271. Clearing Customs. "If you will show me to your commander, I am ready to begin the inspection." The boarding action leader informed them. "I am the leader. Anything you need, just ask and I will do what I can to make your visit easy." Max informed him. "First up, let's see the 2 cargo bays." I see that one is stored in a vacuum and without artificial gravity. The investigator asked. Yes, the crystal nanotubes. It is the lowest damage storage method. The ship's mass provides enough natural gravity that they don't float around the room. Max replied simply. Fine, take us there first. The boarding action leader motioned for his men to follow them into the hallway, then almost tripped over his feet when he saw the two Khmer-patterned corvettes standing at attention outside the door. Are those, he muttered, legally acquired before the alliance with Kepler was formalized into membership? We have documentation if you need it, Nico stated in her best businesslike tone. Literally, she had a setting for it in her voice box. That isn't our primary business here today, since I assume you are not intending to trade them. The leader asked. 0% chance of that. Max agreed. Good, then we will verify your combat capabilities once we search the cargo. It wasn't too far to walk, since the cargo holds they used were in the same quadrant of the ship as the patrol cutter, but they couldn't move too fast, as the team wanted to look into random rooms as they went. Pretty empty in here, one of them pointed out. Spacious though, the ship was made for 250,000 large people, we only have a few thousand at the moment, since we don't have refugees or a generational population yet. Max clarified. No refugees is a good thing, saves on paperwork. Is this the correct bay? The investigation leader asked. Max nodded and led them into the viewing bay, where they could look through the armored glass window into the storage bay. The natural gravity of the ship was toward the far wall, not the floor as it was oriented, but that made the pile clearly visible from their position. The team scanned the load, then ran it through their ship's computer to verify the estimate of their tools. Once that was done, they gave their boss a thumbs up and he left the room, motioning for Max to lead him to the next cargo bay. It was only one bay over, and Max led them in to check the piles of metal and assorted other materials. This one would take a fair bit longer, so the investigator prepared for the next part of their search. Their patrol ship had already scanned the vessel, finding a ship in one bay, which they identified as a ghost ship, of no particular concern to them, but the scans also found a pair of cutters and a number of mecha toward the rear of the ship. Where did your team acquire the cutters in the rear bays? He asked, to save time doing his report. Just outside Tapani space, about 3 days at Warp 2, Max informed him. That was well outside Kepler territory, so the team wasn't concerned. Salvage rights between nations were always a contentious issue, so most nations didn't argue about them unless it was one of their own military vessels. And the mecha in the adjacent bays? That would be the 1st Battalion, the only one whose mecha wasn't inside the shielded storage of the Dutchman when off duty. Mostly from Khmer, designed prior to them officially joining the Kepler Empire, Max replied. Some people got system functions relating to telling when others were lying, so half-truths were the best way to respond. The mecha were indeed designed before Khmer joined with the Kepler Empire, but they weren't built until afterward. All done, boss. It checks against their declaration. The team reported, and the leader began to smile. I love when things go smoothly. Show me your mecha force and we can finish up here. The investigator announced, and Max called for a cart. It was nearly 4 kilometers to the rear cargo bays where his battalion was staying, and he had no intention of walking when they could drive. The carts were the flatbed equipment decks that were used to hold parts during mecha maintenance, the same ones he had set the arm weapons from the X-137 on way back when it was undergoing the very first round of adjustments. Everyone hopped on the deck, while a red-robed and hooded technician with a silver face mask on drove them back to the mecha bays. Their tech-adept harness was drawing a lot of interest from the Kepler forces, which hadn't seen anything like it before. It gave them the impression that this team had been much further afield than most that they encountered, even if their gear had started out in Khmer. At some unknown point in time, Nico arranged for the pilots to move the mecha around so that they looked more informal and less disciplined, changing some of the postures in the storage racks, and moving the ones on duty into clusters as if their pilots had been chatting with the cockpits open just before the investigators arrived. Unlike the others, she could send a signal without speaking out loud into a radio, which would alert the border patrol team. Welcome to the Terminus Trading Company's Debt Enforcement and Humanitarian Aid Department, Max announced as they entered the room, and the border guards gasped in shock. 4 super heavy mecha, 150 heavy mecha, and at least as many Corvette-class units were arrayed in the hangar, a formidable fighting force that could certainly enforce any debt that they might have been owed. That is truly impressive, the team leader sighed, looking longingly at the super heavy mecha. I doubt they are comparable to anything currently aboard a border patrol ship, but they have been good to us in the past. Even against the Clem, they stood their ground. Nico told him proudly. That was a fine bit of doublespeak, Max thought. She was right, they weren't comparable to anything on the patrol ship. They would mop the floor with the defense force of the border patrol. But the team took it as the mercenary mecha being obsolete technology, and only gave it a few longing glances before turning to leave the room. That's enough for us. Here is your certificate of import. Don't lose that code, you will need it for your customer. If you could give us a ride back, we would appreciate it. The team leader informed Max with a smile. That went much more smoothly than he had expected, and the investigation team didn't show any signs or thoughts about betraying the Empire, so they weren't in on whatever insanity Imperial Command had reported sector governance to be up to. Chapter 272. Back in Kepler, is there anything else we can show you? Terminus is a great ship, but a bit sparsely populated, since we haven't taken on any riders. Nico asked as the boarding crew finished looking over the mecha. She is an interesting design for sure. I think we have seen all that we needed to other than the 2 cutter-class shuttles in the next bay. The mothership wants to confirm that they aren't militarized. The leader of the team told Max with an eye roll at his superior's request. Even if the 2 cutters were weaponized, they were no match for the Kepler fleet or even most heavy trading vessels. But the documentation said that these ones didn't have any heavy weapons, and Sector Command wanted to verify that. As soon as they reached the bay, the scanners came out, checking the hull for signs of both hard-mounted and hidden heavy weapons, predictably finding none. The ships did have weapons, just nothing dangerous enough to be classified as heavy weapons and subject to restrictions. How do you deal with attackers, since you don't have heavy weapons on the colony ship or the cutters? The team leader asked, genuinely concerned for this happy-go-lucky group of reavers. That's what the mecha are for. The thrust packs on a group of the heavy mecha work wonderfully in space, and their fusion flamers do a commendable job of breaching hulls both derelict and hostile. Nico informed him with pride. Fusion flamers is it? Yeah, that would do it. I should have suspected from the thrust packs that those were modified orbital mining mecha. It explains the size too. Mining gear is always oversized for the job. I'm told it makes them more durable. He agreed, coming to a very incorrect conclusion from the information that he was given. They would do the job fairly well though, since the flamers were in fact developed based on mining equipment. It was just the structure of the mecha itself that had very little to do with the rugged and slow chassis of a mining mecha. Their commander didn't send them any more orders, so the investigation crew headed back to the cargo bay where they had landed and prepared to leave the terminus behind. They all loaded into their ship, and the shielding was raised so that the atmosphere could be purged and the doors opened. Kepler Border Patrol, you are clear to leave at your pleasure. Admiral Drake informed them over the intercom, and the cutter's engines powered up, then suddenly shut down. Kepler Border Patrol, is there an issue? Nico asked, watching from the observation window. Negative, Terminus. All systems show as being fully functional. Departing now. Again the engines powered up and then down, but the ship remained exactly where it was. Give us 5 minutes, Terminus. We seem to have a technical issue. The cutter's pilot reported. Check the gravity plating and securement. They're not clamped down to our deck or locked in place, are they? Even a light power up like that should move them a little. Max asked Nico, checking the screen by the door for himself. The terminus didn't show anything unusual on its display, and after 10 minutes, the crew of the cutter reported no mechanical issues found. Requesting permission to bring another cutter over to serve as a tug. The pilot informed the crew of the terminus with a hint of embarrassment. Few things in life were quite as ridiculous as when a law enforcement vessel broke down in the middle of an inspection and had to borrow a hangar bay to either get repairs or get towed out. Take all the time you need, Kepler. We always schedule for a few minor mechanical issues. If you need, we have a pair of our own cutters and we can use them to maneuver you back to the mothership. Nico suggested. While they waited for the border patrol to decide what they were doing, Max decided to run a full scan of the star system. If there was someone messing with the border patrol, they should be somewhere within the sensor range of the colony ship, assuming that the sensors were working correctly. Hidden in the sensor distortion around a moon, Max found what he was looking for, signs of a battle barge-class vessel, more than 20 kilometers long. It seemed to be waiting for something, possibly for their vessel to move along and the border guard to proceed to their next point, putting the battle barge out of sensor range for a few minutes and allowing them to sneak past the lines. If they had tried that at warp, they would have been detected immediately, but gliding along with minimal engine power they were harder to pick out from all the other emissions in the area. They might be posing as mercenaries, but they were in fact loyal soldiers of the Kepler Empire, so Max knew they had to do something, but they had to do it without blowing their cover. Nico, can you tell me who that ship hiding by the moon on our starboard side is? They're putting a lot of effort into sneaking past customs. Max asked. He fully intended to do it himself, at least he did until he realized that the interface on the panels hadn't been translated, so it was unintelligible other than the most commonly used few screens, and he had no idea how to use it to get more information about the ship in the distance. That would be the Tapani vessel Cosmos. I'm not finding much about it, but its computer did respond to a communications ping. Nico informed him. I've got it from here, Max answered, then opened the communications portion of the panel. He sent a hailing ping on the general channel, used to contact any vessel in the area, instead of the secure military channel. As expected, the Tapani vessel's computer didn't send anything back, but now that it had been identified manually, the terminus noticed it was there easily enough. The request for an open channel communication code that it sent out indicated that the terminus was sending the message to both nearby vessels, by location, as well as the nearby civilian space station and one more border patrol ship in the distance, completely standard procedure, for a general message. Terminus to unknown station, requesting permission to dock for supplies once we have finished with customs. Our fresh produce supplies are running low. Max sent out, making the general request that the other vessels would be expecting. That was enough to alert both border patrol vessels to the presence of another vessel in the area, and Max knew from experience that all hell would be breaking loose aboard as they tried to determine how it had gotten so close without being detected or contacted. Chapter 273, Unexpected Allies. The moment that the Tapani vessel was identified and approached by the second border patrol ship, an urgent message from sector governance came through over the open channels, informing everyone that was listening that the Tapani had come to assist with the incoming Clem threat and that border patrol should stand down. That's not how it works at all. Sector governance doesn't have the authority to tell border patrol to stand down, even if they do have the authority to request allied forces to assist with a threat. Inquisitor General Ming informed the command staff through their wrist devices text communications. If you have a way, contact Imperial Command and let them know what is happening. I will go see what is going on with the cutter that Border Patrol sent. Nico informed him. Don't bother. I set a jammer on the level below that will prevent their engines from powering up. I noticed the vessel while you all were guiding the inspectors through the terminus, but I ran out of time to do anything about it before you got back. Inquisitor Ming replied. That was a load off Max's mind. At least the vessel hadn't been sabotaged and it could leave them at any time now that the Tapani had been identified. Got it. I will have Nico go pretend to fix the issue then and send them on their way, so we can get out of here before things go sideways. Someone is bound to notice that things aren't right in this situation, and I don't want to be here when they do. Max sent back. Sure, volunteer me, I will be right back. Nico told him, stepping into the airlock that led to the cargo bay where the border patrol cutter was sitting. She didn't bother with an armored suit, opting instead to wear the Tech Adept harness over a simple atmospheric suit and jumping out into the bay using the harness's gravity control to float to the landing legs of the ship. She hunched over them one at a time and then stood upright and gave the ship the thumbs up. I will retreat to the minimum safe distance, try to release now. I believe it was an interface issue between the terminus, technology and your landing legs. Nico reported. How the landing legs would cut power to the engines wasn't clear to Max, but the crew of the cutter didn't question it before starting their engines again and gently floating into the middle of the bay. We appreciate your help, Terminus. Please make a note of the issue before allowing more Kepler vessels to dock with you. They might take it the wrong way when they can't leave. The cutter pilot called as he made his way back to the mothership. That was their cue to get out while the getting was good, so Admiral Drake made way for the station, fully expecting to be turned away, due to the ongoing incident nearby. He was not disappointed. Terminus, we regret to inform you that due to security protocol with the incoming Clem threat and the foreign vessel, we will not be able to do business at this time. The station reported. Understandable, station, we will catch you next time. Admiral Drake answered, then turned the colony ship for open space. Do we have a path on the Clem pod infestation that is incoming from open space? General Yakov asked, once they were back at faster than light and headed deeper into Kepler territory. We do. By my estimate, there will be 7 separate planet falls, 2 of which will be inhabited planets. What are our orders? Admiral Drake asked. Take us to the closest inhabited system that you suspect will see Clem pods. They are far enough out now that they shouldn't be visible to sensors inside Kepler for another week. That is enough time to make it look like we are just benign traders selling our freight. Yakov instructed. I will get right on finding us a buyer for the nanotubes. Should I offer up any of the extra materials, or are we holding them in expectation of taking damage? Nico asked. Keep everything but the nanotubes. I hope you two are up on your social skills. The governor of this system is a real uptight ass. General Yakov replied with a laugh. Max pulled up what they knew of the area. The destination was Palad 9, one of 12 inhabited stars in relatively close proximity to each other that were all colonized in the same wave. The planet was ruled by a duke, not much detail on him in their system, as he didn't have much interaction with the military, which Max took as a very bad sign in these times of political instability. The latest shipment information for the planet showed that they had been importing large amounts of crystal of the sort used for laser rifles and other focused energy technology. The crystal nanotubes that they were carrying could be used in many similar functions, so they might have found themselves a reliable buyer. Nico, find us a buyer on that planet. I don't care if you call yourself a Reaver or a Cygnus Imperial Lady, but I want to talk to the Duke. Everything I see in the system is screaming at me that this is a rebel planet that is about to get hammered with Clem and left to die as martyrs by their allies. The idea had appeared as Max was reading the data, and he couldn't shake it, so he had chosen to share it with Nico, who was usually reliable about calling him on loopholes. She didn't do it this time though, and that concerned Max even more than if she had called him paranoid. As he thought about the possible outcomes of this trade and the incoming Clem attack, Max idly checked his system status. Keras Max compatibility determined, rank of primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier, secondary bonuses Dex 2x, SPD 2x STR, 3 plus 150% Dex, 3 plus 88% SPD, 3 plus 88% innate talent mind reading, additional function unit optimization, additional function multi-point targeting, additional function split fire, additional function perception 2 to 3. His perception skill had leveled up without him noticing. That might be the cause of this strange feeling. Perception-type system functions often led to the AI of the system coming to conclusions on the user's behalf and giving them seemingly random suggestions about cause and effect. The speed of his thoughts seemed to be the same as before though, or perhaps he had gotten so used to the change already that he simply didn't notice the difference. Chapter 274. Noble Lineages. Nico's request was sent as a digital message, not a voice communication, due to the distance involved, and General Yakov's authority signature was employed, with his permission, of course, to authenticate the message. What they requested was a direct meeting with the Duke about a large sale of crystal nanotubes and a conversation about a matter of planetary security. That should be enough to at least attract the attention of his staff, so Max simply sat back and waited as the terminus fell into orbit around the planet, waiting on a response that would determine if they could sell their wares here and what this world's fate might be. The Clem pods approaching Kepler were still outside the range of most planetary sensor systems, so they might not even know about the threat, or they might be in on the deal with the rebels and the Topani and they might think that they are safe. It was a good thing that they were playing the mercenaries in this scenario. It would make their implications that the Clem approach might have been miscalculated hold more weight, and encourage the Duke to action when a loyalist military force would have met with official resistance. Duke Cass, the local planetary ruler, sent them a response 12 hours after they had first requested a meeting, a fairly rapid response given the level of procedures needed to contact a planetary governor directly. Colony Ship Terminus, we welcome you to the orbit of our planet and have some use for the trade goods which you have procured. Please proceed to the space station at the marked coordinates and dock with the final spur bay for the negotiation of a trade deal. The message bore the Duke's authentication, so it was as good as an entry visa, and the Admiral moved the colony ship into position to dock with the station. This one was definitely a luxury station, and it held a number of very fancy interstellar yachts and cruise ships at its terminals. The approach of the battered-looking colony ship, therefore, drew a lot of attention from the civilians aboard the facility. They didn't often have a chance to interact with spacers of any sort, much less a reaver or mercenary crew strong enough to hold a colony ship as their own, so the mere sight of terminus started waves of gossip. Docking clamps engaged. Same bay as last time, the Admiral instructed as the ship settled into position next to the station. This one was large enough that it wouldn't be thrown too much off balance by the colony ship, but they still had to be careful with their thrusters and approach, so that they didn't accidentally knock the station from orbit. The Kepler-built stations were blocky and well-defended facilities, in case of dust and small object collisions, but their thrusters took a lot of power to keep engaged and weren't intended to do more than maintain the position of the facility. If there was an incident that required it to be repositioned, the ships on the station would lend their aid to get the station into the correct orbit, a synchronized dance of enormous proportions that required tremendous skill and timing, and also aggravated the captains required to do it. Max and Nico waited for the Duke to arrive with a small complement of 5 Corvette-class Mecha in the back of the bay, in sight of their hosts. It was what every Reaver ship would do, a small show of force to discourage their business partners from double-crossing them. This planet didn't seem to have any ties to the Reavers, so they were especially cautious, in case there was a very good reason for that. A few curious residents of the station passed by, using an excuse to pass through this terminal to sneak a peek at the new guests, before rushing away, afraid to get caught while in an off-limits cargo transfer area. Commander Karras, I presume, and the Imperial Lady Tareth Rage. I ran a quick background check on you before you arrived, I do hope you won't mind. Congratulations on the founding of your Terminus Trade Company, and it is an honor to be among your first customers. The Cygnus royal family had good things to say about you, even though they seemed a bit secretive about your origins. The man beside the Duke welcomed them. Background checks are always a prudent measure. It is good to hear that they haven't forgotten about me entirely, despite the length of time since my lineage was royal. Nico responded politely, making the Duke himself smile. Are these the nanotubes? It looks like you have stored them in low gravity for the trip. The Duke asked, indicating the piles of crystal that lined all the walls of the bay. It is the best way to ship them without damages. The artificial gravity was off in this room until we docked, then slowly raised so that the settling of the crystals wouldn't cause any breakage. Max informed him from behind the nondescript golden mask he had chosen to cover his features today. I have a wide variety of items made on my planet to trade with. What is it that your next customer would prefer? The Duke asked while sending a technician from his entourage to check out the merchandise. Our next customer is a collector of the finer things in life, both for himself and his planet. So, a variety of your locally made rugs, dishware, and a small selection of luxury personal transport vehicles would be a pleasant surprise for him, in addition to the laser focusing arrays that your planet is best known for, of course. Max suggested. The laser focusing arrays were a military item, and strictly regulated. The planetary governor shouldn't be selling them to Reavers, but Max could see by the look in his eyes that he was considering doing just exactly that. Might your next customer be within the Kepler Empire? He asked, seeming uncertain if he should make this deal. In fact he is. A true old blue blood, one of those snotty lineage sorts who predates the Empire, but he has been a very reliable customer of other branches of the family. Nico informed him with a suggestive wink. Chapter 275, Intelligence Matters that helped set the man's mind at ease. He wouldn't be tried for treason, since the goods weren't heading out of the Empire, and there was a very good chance that they would be going to help a fellow rebel planet upgrade their civilian mecha to join the battle against the Emperor. Max listened carefully to the Duke's thoughts, as well as those of his guards, before making his next offer. If you need more than just crystals, I do believe that we have a bit of reactor material left. I don't suppose that you might be short a ton or two, would you? Max asked in a friendly voice. Now, I believe you are correct, we are a bit short for our industrial robot production. How about we have a seat and we can discuss the other urgent matter while our adjutants work out the specifics? The Duke responded, nodding to the upper levels, which he thought were private rooms, but were actually cold storage facilities. Separate temperature-controlled zones, for multiple product shipments. Right this way is a sitting room. Do forgive the lack of luxury, we are still a struggling young company after all. Max informed the Duke. Understandable, we all start from somewhere. My own family was once ministers to the local royal family, back before the Kepler expansion integrated us into the Empire. The Duke informed Max with a polite nod. They stepped through the main doors to the hangar, then into the airlock, and finally across the hall into a room that had been hastily prepared with couches and a rug created by the materials printer. It would be obvious to the well-informed that the materials were synthetic and therefore cheap, though they were fashionable, which helped reinforce Max's assertion that they were not yet in a position where they could be spending money frivolously. At least you have good taste. You should see the horror that passes for fashion among the Tapani. Duke Cass sighed, settling into one of the couches. From his thoughts, Max saw that the Tapani didn't believe in cushions on furniture, instead being of the belief that hard seats helped build character. So most of their chairs were hard metal or stone, and an actual couch was basically unheard of, with sitting rooms instead having carved stone benches for group seating. The stone benches are not exactly to my taste either. Max agreed, then gestured to the liquor cabinet along one wall. We are short on many things, but we have a small selection of brandy and an ample supply of good rum. Would you care to partake? Max asked. I wish I could, but I was born to disability in this life, an allergy to alcohols of all sorts that medicine has had no luck curing. The Duke sighed. That was a lie, he was actually a very heavy drinker, but he didn't trust the alcohol of a random reaver troop to be to his tastes. It was his loss, as the brandy was extremely expensive stuff from General Yakov's personal supply, brought down for the meeting so that they could appear to be good hosts. That is a great loss. In that case, I will get on with the important matters. This data chip shows the trajectory of a swarm of Clem pods headed for Kepler space. I can confirm that the Tapani already know the destinations, as the swarm passed very near to their territory, but the pertinent part is this bit here. This arm is going to make direct contact with your system. If not the main planet, then one of the outlying ones in this star system. Max informed him, bringing up the trajectory information on a hollow projector and handing the Duke a copy of the chip so he could check it for himself later. And what might have brought about this bit of altruism? A reaver never does anything for free. Duke Cass asked suspiciously. As you said yourself, we are still a new company, in need of connections, customers, and the little luxuries that make life worth living. I believe that you might be able to help us with all three, but it does require that you still have a populated planet to govern. Though it is a boon to you, sharing this bit of acquired intelligence is also in our best interests. Max informed him, a very valid point, being a border system, we do make for a natural stop on the way into the Kepler Empire. Normally I don't have dealings with low-born trading groups, but you come highly recommended, with lineage from the Cygnus royal family, so I am willing to make an exception. If you can add 2 tons of reactor material to the shipment, I can outfit your vessel for the luxury of 2,000 crew members, including a small supply of proper liquor. For the guests who do not suffer my unfortunate allergies, that is. Duke Cass agreed. 2,000 would cover all their pilots and officers, but not all the enlisted crew from the maintenance and logistics staff. It was a very good start though, and they would be able to put on a good front the next time that they were inspected, showing off a number of luxury crew suites to the patrol members. It might not be logical, but wealth was still associated with legitimacy. If your company had been around long enough to acquire luxuries for themselves, they were viewed as more trustworthy trading partners than a group of random pirates, even if they had killed said pirates and stolen their goods. That won't be an issue. We had a rather fortunate encounter with an asteroid soon after we founded the Terminus Trading Company and acquired enough of the materials to purchase ourselves a small army of Mecha, outdated though they might be. 2 tons are still within our stockpile. Max informed him, then pulled out the trade agreement that had been made up while they talked. It outlined everything that they had agreed on, and then they added the reactor materials and the list of domestic supplies in trade for them. This planet wasn't a large mecha manufacturer, but if they were planning to fight off a Clem landing, they would need those materials. Even if they thought he might be lying, they would need them for the rebellion, so there was no chance of loss in the Duke's estimation of the situation. Chapter 276. The good life. The trade goods started to flow into the ship within minutes, and Nico reluctantly agreed to allow a group of interior decorators as well as supply staff into the terminus to decorate crew quarters in a long line down the center of the ship. The layout made areas for all 5 battalions, as well as the general staff, but to an interior decorator, it looked more like they had been separated by crew shifts and duty types. The fact that certain areas of the ship, which hadn't currently been occupied by the regiment, were left entirely ignored by their decorating efforts. They had no way to know that the ship was nearly empty, running at under 10% of its normal capacity, so it seemed to them that they were rightfully decorating rooms for the upper crust of the Terminus Trading Company and their paying guests. Since they were all still cramped into quarters on the Dutchman, other than the 1st Battalion, who had moved to the aft of the ship near engineering, to be close in case of attack, none of the pilots or staff were aware of the changes that were taking place aboard the terminus. Simple alien furnishings were moved aside to make way for 2,000 luxury suites, and the old furniture was moved into storage in the unused rooms. There were some leftover bits of technology that were kept in the suites though. There was a very interesting form of replicator in each suite, originally intended for a family. It only created a few things, namely a simple uniform in various sizes, and 3 different alien meals that Max hadn't had the courage to try yet, though Nico informed him that they should be safe for human consumption. It was similar to their materials printer, only it used a generic block of material as its source, reforming both molecular bonds and even atomic bonds to create exactly what they needed. When the devices were first discovered, they had searched the ship for a more capable version, knowing that the ship must have had one at some point, but much to Max's dismay, it had been removed when the colonists left. When they got the chance, they would analyze these and send the data to Uncle Lou, at the Research and Development Lab, to see if he could make a breakthrough in the materials printing field, but for now, that would have to wait. They weren't going to be anywhere near Camor for a while, and it wasn't safe to attempt to send that sort of information across the galaxy as a data signal that anyone could intercept. It took 12 hours for the staff to finish the decorations and depart the ship, but finally, it was time to inform the regiment that their new homes were ready for occupancy. But first, Max decided to take a look at the suite that had been assigned to him. There were 3 levels of the luxury unit, as the designer called them, decorated today. Penthouse, suite, and dwelling. The names were terrible, but they did make sense to Max if you assumed that the people using them were a noble family and their staff. In practice, they would be commanders, senior officers, and officer suites. Max stepped into his suite, intended for a commanding officer, and gasped in awe. All the designs aboard the Terminus were originally intended to be family units, and the interior decorator had converted an entire unit into a suite, which was officially just for him and his guests. There were kitchen facilities, a small gym with a spa, a luxury bathroom, with a jetted tub large enough for 4 of him to sit in and soak to their neck, plus 4 bedrooms and a living room, all decorated in the finest furnishings that Max had ever seen. The decorator had even put a crystal chandelier over the coffee table in the middle of the living room. This was insane. He had thought that he would have enough room for 2,000 men, as his agreement went, but Max didn't account for the translation issues between soldier and noble. Nobles do not live in a single-room bunk, they live in a suite, with room for guests and entertaining. Nico, you are checking out a standard officer's suite, aren't you? Max called out into the hallway, knowing that only 8 of the top-level suites were designed. Max had requested 5 suites for the battalion commanders and their technicians, and 1 each for the general, the admiral, and a guest, which would be occupied by Inquisitor General Ming for now. Yeah, I'm inspecting some of the mid-level suites that the designer made. It's still a full family suite, but it's not quite as swanky as the one you are inspecting. They didn't even use real silver cutlery, and the chandelier is synthetic, can you imagine that? Nico called back from the next unit over. In that case, it would still have 4 bedrooms, suitable for an entire wing of pilots. 3 pilots to a standard wing, 4 bedrooms to a suite, which left them room to entertain guests, or have a storage room for every wing. It also gave them 3 times as many rooms available. If they moved the heavy mecha wings into shared suites, they would have a lot of extra space. The problem was that the Corvette-class pilots were in wings of 5. But Max had hoped that the excess space that had been converted in the higher-end suites might not be wasted in the lowest-grade version. He was right in his assumption, but in a very different way than he had thought. The dwelling suites, which the designer intended for staff, had 10 rooms in a cluster, around a central living room and kitchen, each with a small ensuite bathroom, but no huge main bathroom, gym, or sauna. Change of plans. Assign each suite to a wing, based on their mecha, and then put the remaining ones up for grabs to the enlisted men. They can sort out their own rooms, and I can almost guarantee they won't ever have had a place this nice before. Max called Nico, who forwarded the directions to the rest of the battalion commanders, who had no idea what she meant until they got the map of their assigned zones. The enlisted quarters were comparatively cramped, but the rooms aboard the Terminus had originally been built for much larger people, and they were 4 meters by 6, making them as large as Max's room at the lab, and now had been furnished with a bed, desk, and couch, all in the finest of materials, plus access to the shared spaces. By comparison, their bunks on the Dutchman were 3 beds high, 30 men to a room, with just enough room to walk between the bunks and a standard locker for each enlisted crew member. If they complained about the new rooms, they were free to stay in their old ones. Chapter 277. Moving day. The Terminus was going to remain at the station for 2 more days, giving their crew a chance to disembark and relax, enjoying a bit of time among the civilians. It would have been suspicious if they left right away, Since Reavers were known to be the partying sort, not disciplined military forces, and the data that Max had provided to the Duke showed that the Clem pods were over a week away, giving them ample time to stay a while and still leave the system before they were in any danger. I knew that you were looking out for the troops, but this is impressive, Colonel. Inquisitor General Ming laughed as he was shown to his new suite aboard the Terminus. Only the finest for our valued guests. The heavy mecha pilots get synthetic furnishings, and have to share a suite with their whole wing. Max responded, doing his best to keep a straight face. It was a good call. Not just for crew morale, but for the next time that we have guests or are inspected. Set up like this, I don't think that anyone will suspect us of being anything but a trading company. It isn't official yet, since I don't want to alert anyone by contacting Imperial Command, but I will use my authority as an Inquisitor to have papers drawn up making the Terminus Trading Company a recognized trade entity within Kepler. Intelligence has a few others among their ranks, the covert operations forces of the Empire. Since we are hiding anyhow, we are in a better position than most, since very few of them haven't had their identities compromised by the nobility that they work with. Inquisitor Ming informed Max. How were they usually discovered? It would be best if we weren't, since they are accusing us of being traitors to the Empire. Max asked. Most of them have nobles among their ranks that keep in close contact with their families to use their contacts for intelligence gathering and such. It makes them more effective, but as soon as one of their informants is compromised, or a member of the family gets ambitious, they get revealed as a government asset. Ming explained. In light of that, maybe using General Yakov's name to get a hold of the Duke wasn't the greatest idea, but it was the only one that Max had at the moment. They would just have to be careful in the future not to use it too much, or people would start questioning them. I will keep that in mind. I am sure that it is a bit of a nuisance for the general, not being able to openly lead his regiment, but he is too easily recognized as a senior noble of the Kepler Empire, so I hope he understands. Max told the Inquisitor with a sigh. He wasn't planning to remain as a regimental commander for long. He signed up for the testing phase of the new Mecha, and then he was supposed to retire back home with full honors, doing a publicity tour for the new Mecha designs as his last deployment, to pad up his fame and income. Inquisitor Ming told Max with a smirk. That explained a little about his relaxed attitude toward letting others take the reins. He never intended to have them anyhow, he was just there for one last hurrah, and maybe a chance to get back in a Mecha again before he hung the pilot's suit up for good. All units, your new dorm assignments are now posted. Please move your gear to your assigned rooms within the next 24 hours. If this assignment is not acceptable, please see your battalion commander for remediation. General Yakov announced over the ship's intercom as Max and the Inquisitor were talking. This is going to be an amazing level of chaos. Max laughed, remembering just how shocked he was when he first saw his new suite. The Inquisitor's room was toward the bow of the ship, where the majority of the ship's control staff were stationed, as well as General Yakov and the pilots of the 2nd Battalion, whose station was the bow of the ship, should they come under attack. Now that new dorms had been assigned, the Mecha would be moved out from the Dutchmen to locations closer to their posting, with only Colonel Klinger's 5th Battalion keeping their Mecha on the ship. They would be the mobile response unit if they had to send Mecha out in the Dutchmen for some reason, like a small-scale battle, or other short-notice action. The 2 pirate cutters were being refurbished at the moment, and they would be capable of taking another battalion split between them when they were finished, but no decision had been made on who would be dropped in the cutters should the need occur. Colonel Max, do you know which bay the drone fighters will be in? I don't see them on the map. One of the staff from the 1st Battalion asked using the text function of Max's wrist device. They should be in the aft, between our Mecha and the cutters. Max responded after a few seconds of thought. They hadn't really worked out the logistics of them, since they didn't have too many available. They were very large, and only a few had been loaded on the Dutchmen, but they still had a full crew to pilot them, as well as the VR pods that the drone pilots would need. Building a new fleet of orbital fighters would take some time, and a lot of materials, but if they could get even 10 of them active they would be in a much better position when they needed to fight, as they would have air superiority and a much better set of observation sensors. Before he forgot, Max sent the building requisition to General Yakov, so that they would have some orbital fighters available before the Clem pods got to their destinations. The planets under attack would pay a princely sum for the extra help, and they were in the perfect location to help. Chapter 278. Time-limited luxury. By the end of the day, all of the soldiers had been relocated to their new dorms, and the battalion kitchens had been moved from the Dutchman to various spots inside the terminus, except for 5th Battalion, who remained aboard for fast action responses. With that out of the way, it also gave time for some of the men to go to the station to unwind. With strict warnings not to blow their own cover and not to get too out of hand. They didn't want to give their trading company a bad name for being drunk and disorderly after all. It was the strangest shore leave that any of them ever had. They were so free to do anything as reavers, but still under strict observation as soldiers, and the contrast was a bit unnerving. The station had a lot of fun to be found though. All sorts of games, gambling, even live shows and a very high-tech holographic movie which put the audience inside the scene, looking from various angles at the action all around them. That last one was a hit with everyone. Even the couples that had formed among the crew were up for it since different times of day played different movies. The late night one was a horror flick, but the afternoon one was a romance that was supposed to feel incredibly real, according to the pilots that went to see it. Max skipped on both of them and spent his time on the station hustling games of three-dimensional pool. Nobody expected the Reaver to have a system interface, so they bet before their brains caught up to their mouth, and Max cleaned them out, collecting some gray market credits that could be used in a variety of nations. Those would come in handy later, so he had pocket money and didn't need to work small amounts of cash into every deal for the crew. He would still need to do it every time they were going to stay somewhere for a while and disembark, but when they only needed to send a single team for a few hours to accomplish a mission, they could use this stockpile of money to get through without alerting anyone to their use of Kepler credits. With the new suites, the crew wasn't even complaining when it was time to leave the station and head back out into space again. The front edge of the Clem pods was getting close, and the Admiral assured them that the Planetary Authority had sent repeated messages to Sector Command, requesting an interception and emergency rescue team once the trajectory was determined to match the ones that Max had sold to them. They were definitely going to get hit by one of the smaller branches, but with their limited military force, it could be enough to wipe out their whole population if they weren't lucky with the mining mecha. Has there been any response from Sector Command? Max asked Nico, who shrugged her shoulders in response. They keep scrambling their codes and keywords, so I am not totally sure. I have missed too many messages to piece everything together, but it looks like they are planning to let the planets get hit and then swoop in with the Tapani as heroes and clean up the Clem, turning the civilians' loyalty away from the Emperor, Nico informed him. As far as rebellion plans go, it was a pretty solid one. Rebelling without giving the citizenry a very good reason always ended in assassinations and failure. Do you think that they will call on us? Max asked. Doubtful. The Tapani have sent a strike cruiser to the area. It should deflect a portion of the wave into the star, and make it easier to clean up the rest. Low-effort hero points and an easy-to-make propaganda film to send out just as the other planets are about to get hit, painting them as rescuers on their way to save the day. Max asked the generals and got basically the same answer. The Tapani and the sector fleet would play hero, but only after letting the planets take a little damage so that nobody would doubt their heroic intervention was anything less than noble. The best plan that they had, for now, was to record what they could, stay out of sight, and wait to see if anyone really did need the help of a mercenary mecha force to deal with an infestation. General Ming had sent regular updates to Imperial Command, now that they were close enough to a Kepler-inhabited planet for him to have an encrypted relay station in range, so they were assured that the Emperor at least knew what was going on here, even if he didn't have a chance to respond right away, since the front lines had turned against him. Kepler Terminus wasn't one of the planets that were in the path of the Clem, but from what Max could see in the enemy movements, it was some sort of central hub, likely due to its high population and infrastructure. Their sensors were picking up a lot of traffic in and out of the system, all military, and almost all parts of the sector fleet that they already knew had turned and allied with the Tapani. The thought that Kepler Terminus, home of the original accident that caused the system, would go rebel was insane, but Max was watching the evidence build up in real time. Terath Echo 7 to Terminus Trading Company. We request your presence at the cargo station of the Kepler Terminus system. Any reavers in the area, please relay. The Admiral was the first to get the message and passed it to Nico, who informed them that Echo 7 was the cargo station itself, or at least their family's operation on the station. They knew that Terminus Trading Company was part of the family operations, so they would expect them to reply and react right away if it was important enough to send them a direct open message. Terminus Trading Company to Terath Echo 7. Excellent timing, we were just on our way to you. Expect our arrival within the week. The Admiral sent back, being deliberately vague so that anyone who was hostile and listening wouldn't know exactly when to set a trap for them. Terminus changed course, picking up speed, and Max was headed home for the first time since he left on an emergency patrol with General Tennant. Chapter 279. Briefing for most of the crew. The flight to Kepler Terminus was going to be a relaxing one, with very little to do but check their mecha and make sure that everything was at 100% combat readiness. For Max and Nico, it was a very different story. They were currently in a meeting with the generals, where Inquisitor Ming had requested a full update and debriefing on everything that the two of them had learned from their interactions with the suspected rebel elements and independent nations that they had met so far along their journey. That was a lot of information to fill him in on, and the Inquisitor wanted clarification of every single line and detail of the reports that Max had made, making sure that he didn't miss any clue or a bit of nuance to their interactions that could be vital to the Empire later on. It was clear right away that the planet they had gone to trade off their crystal nanotubes was in on the rebellion, but it was also clear that they didn't know they were going to be a sacrificial scapegoat for the rebels and the Tapani to make themselves look good in the eyes of the civilians. There was also the question of what exactly was going on with the authorities on Kepler Terminus. Max knew how many ships should be in and out of the planet on a daily basis. He liked to watch them out of Dave's window as he was growing up. The number should be less than 10 a day, but over the course of the last 24 hours, their sensors had detected over 60 vessels just leaving the system. Kepler Terminus produced mostly mecha pilots, and elite ones at that. There was no reason that they should be sending 60 ships a day out of the system unless someone somewhere had been stockpiling materials for just this occasion. As they relayed every bit of information that they had and built a data grid to attempt to link them all together so that they could see the big picture, Max began to think about the day that they left. General Tennant had been in a hurry, and Max had detected thoughts about an Inquisitor coming to take his Phalanx-class mecha, to turn it over to a bureaucracy-friendly family. At the time it had seemed like a personal attack because he knew the reputation that the general had, as well as the fact that he refused to replace his co-pilot. Now, it seemed like the earliest stages of the bureaucrats' attempts to disarm the Empire and give themselves the upper hand. General, since we are headed back to Kepler Terminus, I should warn you before we arrive. The Inquisition on the planet is compromised. Max informed General Ming, then began the long story of how they had been chased off the planet and everything that had happened before and after they met General Tennant, as he learned it with his mind-reading skills. That's worse than I thought. One Inquisitor turn might not seem like much, but it is very, very hard to turn an Inquisitor, and until he is detected, he could cause untold amounts of damage to the Loyalist elements. Worse still, if one is turned, we can't rely on the others, and I can't openly access the Inquisition documents available on the planet, as the rest of the Inquisition could potentially see my activity. It will be like going in blind unless we can identify and eliminate the corrupted elements and the ones who turned them in advance. The general sighed. There are still the Tereth family assets to work with, as we know that they aren't part of the rebellion. They might not be completely loyal, but at least we know that they are not actively working with the rebellion. General Yakov suggested. That remains to be seen. We will know for sure once we arrive at the station and see what their assets in orbit have to say to us, thinking that we are an allied Reaver group. Inquisitor Ming declared. He had a point. With a rebellion, you couldn't rely on old alliances or friendship to get you by. Brother would turn on brother, neighbors against each other, and only ideology would stand as a common denominator. It's only one more day, and with me there, they will tell you absolutely anything that they know. Or, they will tell me, and I will tell you, but the same thing really. The big question is, what exactly is going on with the Kepler Terminus star system? There are way too many ships, all outbound. If I didn't know any better, I would say that they are trying to evacuate the planet without ordering an evacuation. If that is the case, the rebellion might be using the planet as a staging ground for their future plans, and they are moving the civilians away so that they aren't accused of war crimes and ganged up on by their neighbors. The Tapani are in a rather precarious position, despite their military power. If the systems around them turn on them, they would be eaten alive, without the manpower to both fight a war and defend their northern borders against the Clem. Nico told the group. That was close to what everyone else was thinking, but it could also be that they are stripping the system bare of assets and then planning to leave the civilians to die when the Kepler Empire retaliates against them, using the small system's legendary name as the source of the initial system as their own propaganda point. In the end, it would all boil down to exactly how ruthless the Tapani and the rebels were willing to be with a civilian population to get their way, and Max had already seen firsthand that they didn't hesitate to destroy capital cities without warning to defeat the Loyalists. That was information that they all had already, and most of them had seen it in person, on the ground. Chapter 280. Mama, I'm coming home. The entire trip went the same way, going over and over details, looking for anything that they had missed. Max and Nico, working together, managed to get a few details of the shipments leaving the system, but they were so obviously false that not even an idiot would believe that they had originated from Kepler Terminus. That wasn't really unexpected though, so once they got closer, Max started tuning into the local news stations, looking for new propaganda and other things that didn't add up with how he remembered things on Kepler Terminus. What was told to the general population was usually the most telling of indicators that something was wrong on a planet, from an outside perspective. It didn't matter if they were saying everything was perfect, a new leader was amazing, or that the economy was being rebuilt in record time with an eye toward the future. From the outside looking in, when those messages changed and didn't match the reality, something was wrong, and the stronger the media manipulation to make something seem like it was good or bad, the larger the problem had gotten. Unfortunately for those on the planet, their information was controlled, so they would never know that they were being lied to. What Max found was that there was a huge scare on the Kepler Terminus news channels. A large volcanic system had become active, and the fallout was going to make it impossible to live on the surface of the planet for decades to come. It was clearly false news. The colony ship had the technology to monitor the tectonic, seismic, and volcanic activity of any planet in its sensor range, and the only volcano that had detonated lately had been artificially triggered by an orbital weapon. But the news made it clear that they were evacuating everyone who could afford to leave the planet, in preparation for something very large. General, if you don't mind, I would like to contact someone on the planet, a hacker I grew up with. He should have a great deal more information than is publicly available, and for personal reasons, it would be good to see him off-world when things get ugly. Do it. We need all the information that we can get before things blow up here. I definitely do not want to be here when that happens. Sorry about your homeworld, but I get the feeling that it is about to meet an orbital bombardment that will make the destruction of Noctis 7 look like an afternoon picnic. General Yakov replied. Max wasn't quite sure what he meant, but looking at the general's thoughts showed a pattern of ship movements that Max had missed. The Topani fleet was sending a large number of orbital strike cruisers this way, with their hulls disguised to make them look more like Kepler ships. That was enough to cement the rebels' plan in Max's mind, and he updated General Ming instantly, giving him all the details that he could, before sending an encrypted message to the planet, telling Dave to get to the main cargo station in orbit and meet with the Tereth family there, then wait for more instructions. They had used this code before, mostly to avoid police raids, and it was one that Dave wouldn't question. Whether the crippled old veteran could actually get himself a ride to orbit was another question, but it was the best that Max could do without risking tipping anyone off about what was really going on, or who Dave was supposed to be meeting. Even if the Topani read this message, it would look like a Reaver sending for an informant to find out about something on the planet, and that was perfectly normal activity, not something that they would be highly alarmed with when the planet was sending dozens of ships a day away. The level of activity was bound to alert someone, and the fact that it had would only confirm to the Topani that things were going according to the plan. First, the Reavers would find out, then they would profiteer, and then finally the Empire would show up. It was the way of the galaxy during almost every tragedy. Cargo station, this is the colony ship Terminus, home to the Terminus Trading Company, requesting a docking assignment at the outer spur, due to the size of our vessel. Admiral Drake informed the station, broadcasting it to the ship so everyone could get ready. Colony ship Terminus, we have been expecting you. Proceed to Echo 7 terminal and make yourself secure for atmosphere-stabilized loading. The station responded. That mean that whatever they were expecting was either living or very sensitive, so Max suspected that the family was using their allied Reavers to get their people to safety. Dude bro to youngling, I am all out of smokes, can you meet me at the store? The cryptic message was sent directly to Terminus, making Max laugh. Of all the ways that Dave could have chosen to tell him that he had made it to the cargo station, that had to be the greatest one that he could have chosen. But since Dave was in orbit, and the Tereth family had arranged for them to pick up something that needed a stable atmosphere, Max had high hopes that they could get the people they cared about off the planet before things got really ugly. Echo 7 terminal wasn't the largest of them on the station, but it was run by the Reavers, and large enough for their purposes, not hindering the Admiral from docking against it with a gentle thud, and then the hissing of magnetic locks engaging from both sides before the seals were engaged. The maintenance teams had put a lot of effort into making sure that the doors sealed properly over the last few days, and the smooth hiss as a formerly unused door engaged perfectly the first time was music to their ears. Terminus securely docked, prepare for atmospheric balancing. Chapter 281. Homecoming. With the atmosphere stabilized between the vessel and the station, the doors slowly slid open, revealing a large group of people waiting for them behind the secondary airlock doors. Max and Nico both jumped down to the main level of the cargo bay, skipping the stairs entirely, but heading for different people in the crowd. "Brother Dave, it is good to see you again." Max greeted the wheelchair-bound veteran the moment the airlock doors opened. "It is good to be seen. There are a lot of things that we need to talk about, but probably not here in the hallway. I do believe that the Reavers have a lot of stuff that they want to start loading on this oversized tin can." "Where did you even find this thing?" Dave asked. "You know, just floating about in space, with a pair of friendly pirate ships guarding it for us. Real kind sorts, they even left us their ships when they went home." Max laughed, stepping behind Dave to push his wheelchair onto the terminus. Nico was talking to her family as he led his old friend into the ship. They didn't have any fancy spare rooms decorated, but they had a lot of materials to make basic things for guests, so it shouldn't be a problem to make a room for Dave near the other passengers. Of course, Nico's family might have something to help them out with that as well, but he would find out what they wanted once he was sure that Dave was somewhere safe and secure. Inquisitor Ming would also have a lot of questions for him, so that was where Max headed, to the meeting room where they strategized their actions for the next few weeks as the Tapani fleet arrived and the Clem began to make planetfall. "You got here just in time. A few more days and I wouldn't have been able to even bribe my way off that rock. Things have gone insane down there. The slums have risen up in rebellion against the bureaucracy, accusing them of being traitors to Kepler. There are foreigners everywhere, and everything of value has been moved off-world. There aren't even school books in most of the classrooms anymore. Well, not that there really were, to begin with in our neighborhood, but you know what I mean. Then last week, they shut down all civilian data net communication, and killed cell phone service, as an emergency measure to quell the riots," they said. "Rumors are that it was your friend Nico's family that was stirring up the commoners against the foreigners, but they have too much power for the government to go directly against them, or at least they did until the Tapani military arrived in orbit. I think they're planning to leave Kepler Terminus, and have the Imperial fleet do a planetary censure. They even sent the cadets away yesterday on one of their vessels. Just like you, a so-called field trip, but with less than 12 hours notice to clear out every student and training Mecha from the entire academy." Dave ranted. Those were some pretty serious accusations, but if they moved the entire population of the academy off the world, it made a lot of sense for them to be true. It would also explain the intense propaganda that they were seeing on the news, and the lack of other communications from the planet, when normally at least a few ground-based trading companies would attempt to contact a colony ship spotted in the vicinity, looking for a deal on whatever they were carrying. "Alright, here we are. This is Inquisitor General Ming. He is in charge of unfucking situations for us," Max explained, making Dave chuckle. "Boy, I know better than anyone, a good Inquisitor can do a lot of things, but they can't fix this one." The door opened from the inside as Inquisitor Ming welcomed them in, then smiled at Dave. "I didn't think I would see you again. How was your retirement posting?" That took Max by surprise. Dave was an infantry soldier, how would he know a general from the Inquisition? "Pretty cushy. I got one single alert the entire time, and he lived down the hall from me already." "I believe you know Samantha Max?" Dave asked. "It's Karis Max now. He changed it the moment he got off-world. But yes, you could say that we are acquainted. I will let you get back to retirement soon enough, but we can count this as both the second and third commendation in your file. Now, tell me everything that you know, and don't leave anything out." The Inquisitor demanded. Reading their thoughts, Max got a basic outline of how they met. Dave's unit had been sent to some long-forgotten hellhole to dig out a forbidden chemical weapon, and the Inquisitor had been attached to their unit, posing as a colonel replacing one that had been killed in action. Once the mission was over, Dave was given one commendation, which he used to take early retirement, but on their trip back the ship was attacked by scavengers, and Dave lost his legs. Since he was an infantryman, a corporal, and retiring, he didn't meet the requirements to get augmentation, so they dumped him at home with a wheelchair and a lousy pension and called it a day. But Dave wasn't going to give up that easily, so he volunteered for planetary service with the intelligence agency. They would give him 3 missions to complete, and he would be eligible for partial conversion, which would both extend his life and let him walk again, better than new. Overseeing Max as a child was his first mission, something that he had managed to hide from Max, who had thought the paternal overseer was just Dave being Dave. To an extent it was. That was just how Dave was once he met the young Max, and his job didn't stop him from his little side projects, though the hacking and other activities might have prevented him from getting more missions afterward. Chapter 282, Homecoming PT2. The detailed situation was just as bad as the overview that Dave had given Max on the way in, and just before they finished, Nico, her mom, and 2 other men dressed as Reavers came into the meeting room. Mom, Dad, and the Reavers of the Terrath meet Colonel Max and Inquisitor General Ming. Gentlemen, we have some minor details that should likely be shared with you, Nico announced as soon as they entered. Nico's mom found it was easier not to speak, so she handed them all a data tablet with an overview of their combat plans, detailed data of the betrayal of both planetary and sector governance, as well as a log of all materials moved in and out of the Kepler Terminus system over the last year. This is as much as we could do. Until we had enough proof, we couldn't call in the Reavers, and now that the Tapani are here, it would be too big of a loss for us to do it, so we are asking you, as Terrath Reavers in service to the Kepler Empire, to take us to safety on Kepler 142. She announced proudly. When he first met her over the holidays, she seemed like the normal momly mom of a large family, but seeing her now, he could understand where Nico got most of her personality from. The bloodthirsty was certainly from her past life, but her assertiveness, her sense of humor even in the direst of circumstances, and the very unexpected domestic nature were all inherited from her mom. Is something amusing, young Max? The matriarch asked, staring Max down without effort. I was just thinking how your daughter resembles you so much it's uncanny. Not just in looks, but her entire personality. Max laughed. Oh, do elaborate. What did she do that reminds you of me? Nico's dad and the 2 Reavers were intensely interested in what Max might say now, so he decided to add a few more details than the shortest version of the story. Has she told you about our firepower? Max asked, and the family members nodded. Good, that saves time. Well, one day, we were in the middle of a Clem invasion. We had just finished fighting off the initial wave, and I had passed out on the bunk for a few hours of sleep when I was woken up by the smell of bacon. Nico had pulled apart ration packs to make me a proper breakfast wearing nothing but an apron, then 30 seconds later, she was ready to take over the artillery while I ate breakfast. That was a bit of a stretch on how things actually happened that day, but there was a naked apron breakfast, that much was true. Oh, now isn't that sweet? When should we plan the wedding for? Spring on Kepler 142 was always nice when I went to visit. Her mom laughed, clearly meaning a week from now when they arrived with everything that the family had managed to sneak off the planet before they were found out as the cause of the riots against the rebels. After our first tour is finished, I am still using my system functions to adapt this mechanical body, Nico informed her mom in a very serious voice. Speaking of family, I do apologize about yours, it was a rather unfortunate incident. The matriarch informed him. I hadn't gotten to that bit of news yet. Best it comes from you. Dave informed her. Your biological parents were executed by the pro-Kepler militias as traitors. The rebel intelligence forces were offering narcotics and alcohol for information about potential subversives in the neighborhood. They were seen going in and were hit by a car on their way home. Mary Terrath informed him. Somehow that is both depressing and entirely predictable. They always believed what they saw on the television, and they wouldn't have hesitated to turn in half the neighborhood for drugs, even if it wasn't true. Max sighed. Dave was more parent to you than they were anyhow, and he's here, so I don't count it as much of a loss. Nico shrugged, her callous attitude pulling Max away from depression. Thanks a lot, Max replied in his most sarcastic tone, but Nico only winked at him. How much do you have coming aboard? Max asked, thinking ahead to how much space they would need to make in order to fully load the shipment. If you can clear 6 cargo bays the size of the one we arrived in, that should about do it. Mary Terrath informed him happily. 6 bays the size of the one they entered was over 200 meters long, an enormous amount of storage space. But as a colony ship, they had it available. Including or not including quarters for your personnel? Max asked. Plus quarters for 10,000. Though a number of them are security staff that we pulled from various businesses, so they can be housed in the same bays as their equipment. They're soldiers, they should be used to it. Mary replied with a smile. She had a point, even aboard the Dutchman, the entire regiment shared cargo bays with their Mecha. They had made it into a very comfortable living arrangement after a little while, so as long as there were raw materials, there was no reason that the Terith family guards would suffer. Alright, we can work with that. 6 bays in a block, on the far side of the ship, so if anyone does come looking to see what we are doing, they will see a lot of friendly faces, just reavers being reavers, and a bit of cargo. General Yakov announced, walking in at the end of the meeting. They briefed me down in the cargo docks, so I have a detailed listing of what we need to move aboard. Now bring me up to speed on what happened here. The general asked, and Max made a hasty retreat, pushing Dave so that they wouldn't have to sit through that explanation for the 3rd time. Hey, I hate to ask this, but security on the ground was a bit tight. Do you have any smokes? Dave asked as they rolled down the hall. Yeah, we've got smokes. I'll stop in and grab you some from the 1st Battalion supply bays. You will love these new mecha we've got. Max laughed, glad that Dave was still the same as always. Chapter 283. Upgrading lunch. Once Max had rolled Dave all the way to the aft of the ship where his unit was stationed, he had a pretty decent idea of what had happened in the old neighborhood since he left. The police presence picked up, the drugs and violence got worse and worse, and the factories nearby were repurposed from general goods to high-tech which none of the workers from the slums were qualified to make, so a lot of people lost their jobs, making things even worse. What about the twins, and the other ones that my mother was scheduled to have? Max asked. They lost them all, just after you left. The Planetary Inquisition was at the clinic in the neighborhood when she came to give birth, and I suspect they were looking for you, now that I know you had already left the planet. But what they found was your mother, all strung out on drugs, and they called child services to take the kids away. But she was so high that she didn't understand who they were looking for and insisted that she never had a son, only one older daughter who had cruelly abandoned her to a life of poverty. They assumed that she was mentally deficient, and coupled with the drugs, child services determined that it was for the best if they just took all the children away from her. I have no idea where they went, but we never saw them again, so I think that they put them into a placement in a better neighborhood, not into the foster system. You know how popular kids younger than toddlers are among parents looking to adopt. Dave explained. Well, at least they weren't left at the house to starve to death when one day nobody came home for them. If it wasn't for you, that might have happened to me long before they stopped showing up for good. But I would like to know where they are now, with everything going wrong on the planet. Nico is a better hacker than either of us could hope to be. Her innate talent lets her control technology with her mind, and she can just straight bypass security measures instead of trying to crack passwords and decode encryptions. I will ask her to look into it here in a minute. Max told his friend, then paused before opening the mecha hangar door. I hope that you're ready for this, old man. These aren't the mecha of your generation. Max teased, then pushed the button to open the blast doors. By the Emperor, your force has 4 Phalanx-class mecha, and they're all artillery pattern. No wonder you had the guts to actually stay and face a Clem invasion. Dave muttered, making Max laugh. My battalion has 4 Phalanx-class mecha. There are 20 of them aboard the ship right now, all identical. Then there are the new pattern Crusaders. You would love these fast attack pattern ones. Infernus pattern the troops have started calling them, thanks to the fusion flamer on their arm. These things can melt rock to liquid and burn even the toughest of bugs to ash. Max bragged, keep talking them up like that and I'm going to need an alone moment. But let's go see these mecha up close. Dave joked, rolling himself forward down the ramp, picking up speed as he went. Now that he was aboard their ship, and they had the technology, Max thought he should check the Terith family passengers for an augmentic doctor. They could patch Dave up as good as new and he would be ready to walk off the ship by the time they reached Kepler 142. Commander, who might this old infantryman be? One of the techs called, as Dave rolled up to the leg of enduring rage and began stroking it with the sort of affection only someone whose life has been saved by Mecha could know. This is my childhood friend and caretaker, Dave. Take good care of him for me, would you? I need to grab him a pack of smokes from the supply. Max called back, don't bother, I have a fresh pack on me. The troops didn't hold back with the requests, so we have a year's supply of smokes in the cold storage. The tech replied, that should keep them fresh. Have you had any luck with the programming for those material recombiners that the Terminus came with? The ones that made the food paste crap? Max asked. Well, Kind of. It's a work in progress since Nico has been too busy to translate everything for us, but we have the basics down, and now it makes tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches, but the bread in the sandwiches tastes pretty basic. The tech explained. Better than ration biscuits? Dave asked. Not many things aren't better than ration biscuits. But it's still a pretty basic meal. The tech shrugged. I could live on tomato soup and grilled cheese. I am also a fairly skilled programmer. Why don't you let me see what you're up to? Dave asked. Max nodded his permission to give access to the isolated unit that they had pulled out of storage for the tests, fearing that modifying one of the linked ones mounted in the ship might destroy them all if they made a mistake during the process. And they had made mistakes, more than a few, some of which might actually be a new variety of bioweapon. Dave tapped away happily at the screen for a while, shocking the technicians, who had spent almost the entire time just learning the alien language before beginning to work. How are you doing that? The tech asked as Dave worked. I don't need to read their language, I can read your coding language and go from there. The major problem is that whoever created this isn't a cook. They inserted the final product for the bread, but not the ingredients and process, which the machine was looking for, so it is estimating the missing steps. See the error codes that came up. I can't see what they mean, but they only occur in the bread, since the rest of the meal is simply combining and heating to temperature. Try it now, and I think that you should have a nice bread layer, with a crispy crust, like the sourdough I made at home. The tech activated the machine, and the meal came out the same as always, but with a small change. The sandwich now had a crust to it, and a distinct smell of toast, not the bland nothingness that it had before. The tech placed a piece under the sensor suite beside the device and hummed happily as he read the outcome. It looks safe to eat. We have been using a cyborg to taste test everything since they can stop their stomach from digesting anything and therefore won't get poisoned, even if we fed them a stone. The tech explained, but Dave went straight for the sandwich and dunked it in the soup. Yep, definitely edible. I lived on military rations for almost a decade. No simple synthetic sandwich is going to hurt this stomach. Chapter 284. Loading. The process of loading everything that the Tereth family was bringing on board was a long one, as expected of a shipment large enough to fill multiple standard freighters. At a kilometer long, the Kepler bulk freighters were considered large by any nation's standards, except for a few in the far north of the galaxy for whom intergalactic expansion was their primary objective. To those select few, even the colony ship Terminus was considered too small to be adequately sized for their purposes. They had moved most of the items listed as valuables, personal effects, and furniture aboard, and had started on the civilian populations, moving them into the upper decks of the central part of the Terminus, where they could be safely monitored by the crew, and out of the way of the loading efforts in the middle decks. Now, they were starting to load the so-called industrial equipment, better described as the family's agricultural machinery and mecha stockpiles. Nico was watching it all come in from an upper observation deck, where she was seated beside her mother, who was carefully tracking every item that entered the ship and checking it off her tablet of family inventory. With all this, and a colony ship, why don't you head somewhere new? There are still a large number of planets that haven't been settled and are outside of any nation's zone. In fact, the Tereth Reavers even already have a dubious claim to the planet Ray 5. After the battle against the Clem, we dug an underground base and left it behind in case a Kepler loyalist force needed shelter, or a rebel force came by for verification that there was indeed a Reaver presence on the planet, in case they began to suspect that they had been hoodwinked. Going to an inhabited planet, with lots of resources and a mecha force of your own would let the family begin to rebuild their own new Kepler 142. A planet under the family's rule, where they could control things well enough to prevent the corruption that has rotted away the Kepler bureaucracy. Nico suggested. That is an outstanding idea, but going there directly might just bring our enemies to us. Mary Tereth pointed out, enemies of the Kepler Empire, leaving Kepler territory and disappearing after a raid on a Reaver outpost. They would be a laughingstock of every nation in the vicinity if it didn't work out flawlessly for them, and it would give the Reavers a new safe planet to work from. I know a number of them have been lost to political alliances turning neutral ports. How is the terraforming? Is the planet habitable? Mary asked. It is. Perhaps I should get the generals and the admiral here before we go any further. I know they're expecting a trip to Kepler 142, but I'm also fairly sure they wouldn't mind taking a small detour if it involved a plan to lure the rebels out of hiding. Nico suggested. Fine, bring them here, but not until we finish loading. I am going to try to get a few final items up from the planet since our plans might be changing. I will let you know in a few minutes if everything is all right. Mary informed her daughter with a pat on the head. Nico wasn't officially privy to family secrets or the exact contents of the shipment, but that was no hindrance to her with her innate talent, so she had a very clear view of what the Tereth family had brought with them, and what they could try to bring up from the planet. Or at least, she thought she did, until her mother started requisitioning items from the Kepler Terminus Settlement Museum. The remaining relics of colonization were there, including terraforming equipment, large-scale building printers, and many more items that would only ever be needed on a lightly inhabited planet, where city-scale construction projects were ongoing. The museum curator seemed happy that someone was interested in preserving their relics since they had been fearing the worst, in the form of the planet's destruction, so he was happy to commission the flight himself, with no links to the Tereth family other than the destination aboard this space station. It would take almost an hour to get a ship and get it into orbit, due to the traffic volumes at the moment, but they would still be loading at that point in time. The large volume of shipments was beginning to get noticed by the station's crew though, so things might not be smooth forever. The planetary government ran the station, and most of them had joined the rebellion against the Empire, meaning that when they started asking questions it would be time to leave, even if they didn't have quite everything that they had hoped for. It was better to leave without a few luxuries than to be trapped at a station with an incoming hostile military fleet out for your destruction, especially when your ship wasn't the fastest thing in the fleet. If they could make a clean getaway, they could take the colony ship through a nebula or other high-interference area, throwing off all attempts to track them. But that would take at least a day or two without being positively located and followed, more time than they were likely to have. The other option was to move to the border and try to get a signal to the Imperial Inquisition, outing the rebel fleet, and turning the area into a huge shooting gallery, with the surviving forces being left entirely up to luck. Obviously, that was not the preferred option. Alright, the shipment from the museum is on its way up, and the station staff have been bribed to look the other way until after we are gone. Now, bring in the generals, and we can start working on a plan to get to an uninhabited system and possibly have a fleet meet us there. Mary Tereth announced with a smile much more bright than the situation seemed to call for. Chapter 285. Welcoming Committee. By the time the museum pieces had arrived at the station, everything else had been loaded, including over 1,000 civilians as part of the Tereth family retinue. How they got that many people off the planet without anyone noticing was a mystery to Max, who was still back toward the aft of the ship with Dave, while the old veteran smoked and told war stories to every technician willing to listen. He had been a bit lonely since Max left, taking all the noise and activity of a preteen boy with him. Nico and Major Miller were watching the door, with a squad of mixed mecha from the 5th Battalion stationed on the other side of the internal doors, in case there was trouble with the station. A line of large transport dollies came into view, with a young man in a suede jacket riding in the lead cart along with a member of the station staff. The man was waving happily, clearly not in the loop on the fact that this was actually a clandestine departure. Terminus Trading Company, that's you right, I have all the museum pieces that we could get in the relic lander here with me and ready to be loaded. The young curator explained. Straight into the bay, gentlemen, we will take them off the station dollies and sort them afterward. This is our last shipment before departure. Nico explained. That's fine by us. The driver called back, then slowly pulled the line of roller dollies loaded with machinery into the colony ship. Once they were inside, the line stopped, but nobody moved, as they usually would, to release the locks on the machinery so that the loading bay cranes could remove them. Say, what's the price for a one-way trip out of here? The driver asked with a conspiratorial smile. For how many? Nico replied in her artificial business tone, doing her best to hide her eagerness to help a few more civilians leave before things got really bad. 35, including the curator. I know it's short notice, but I would appreciate it if you would give us a lift. The driver replied. Fine, close the station doors and secure the airlock. We will be ready to depart in 3 minutes. Nico announced. The whole bay turned to organized chaos, as the staff activated the remote locking procedure for the station doors, then set the atmosphere in the containment zone to purge after 1 minute, so that the docking clamps would automatically release without the need for a manual override that would alert the station's senior officers that something unusual was happening. The ship's doors closed, and exactly 1 minute later, the lights at the door went green, indicating that they were free of their securement and ready to depart the station. Colony ship terminus to station command, requesting a clear lane for translation to faster than light. The Admiral requested when he saw the ship was free of the station. He moved them just far enough away that the locks couldn't engage again and waited for the reply with his hands on the command terminal. Colony ship terminus, follow the route provided out of the star system before translation, this is a no-warp zone. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Station command replied, sending through a set of coordinates that would send them in an entirely different direction than any of the other ships leaving the system. Admiral to Mary Tereth, can you check this route? It looks suspicious to me. The Admiral requested, forwarding it to the terminal in the loading bay observation room. No, that route is approved. It is the standard route for Reavers to leave the station so that they don't show up among the general cargo traffic. Station command is still among the loyalists. Mary replied, before going back into her tablet's logs to double-check their supply load records. The bulky colony ship began to make its way out of the system just as the first Tapani attack cruisers arrived in the system, following the standard trade routes. Max saw that Nico was recording everything and that there were no fewer than 20 other officers also watching the surveillance sensors on the colony ship, so he hoped that nothing important would be missed in tomorrow's briefing. They didn't go straight to the station though. They stopped a freighter and boarded it at the edge of the system before Terminus left sensor range, baffling most of the officers, and causing General Yakov to add it as a point for the next strategic meeting. I think I know what Tapani is after here. Kepler Terminus was the origin of the system. The AI is very particular, and won't transfer itself to people it doesn't recognize as friendly to itself, including most non-Kepler descendants born in the Empire. I think that they're after the source to try to modify it for their own use, to spread the system outside of Kepler. Nico informed the command staff. That could be a nightmare for the Empire, but there wasn't anything that they could do about it right now. The Tapani military was more than capable of dealing with one colony ship, and if they turned back, there was no way that the Terminus could outrun them to even attempt a flanking maneuver to pick off the most vulnerable. I will send it to Imperial Command right away. I know there is a fleet already dispatched to the sector. General Ming replied almost instantly, followed by a message from the Admiral. We are not alone on this route. 5 vessels of unknown origin at a stop ahead, blockade formation. Should we hail them or attempt to pass by? The Admiral asked. Mary Tereth tapped a few times at her data tablet, then responded to the Admiral before anyone else could. They aren't responding to Reaver security codes. They're not one of ours. That was good enough for the Admiral. He altered course to give them a wide berth without entirely leaving the lane he was assigned to and prepared to engage the warp drive. Chapter 286. 2 Demanding the Admiral smoothly shifted the colony ship to faster than light travel, while setting the alert for all units to stand by in preparation to be attacked. All the pilots that were previously off duty were running for their Mecha as the colony ship passed by the blockade without being challenged. But that wouldn't last long. All of the ships that were waiting in the channel turned to follow them, not overtaking, but following closely behind them as the much larger vessel glided through space. We have alerted the Reaver fleet to a pirate threat. The ships following us still aren't answering any of our attempts at contact. Nico reported to the command staff as she jogged to the rear of the ship to join Max inside Enduring Rage. The nearest response is 2 destroyer-class Reaver vessels, 7 hours away. They are incoming at maximum speed, but it is up to us to hold out that long. Mary Tereth reported. The energy weapons of the super heavy units should be capable of bringing down the shielding of the ships behind us. No guarantees about casualty rates until we can confirm their firepower. General Yakov reported, having just finished analyzing the enemy shielding. 1 vessel per battalion should be possible for us. I recommend targeting by battalion, starting from the port side with the 1st Battalion. Max recommended. As they were strategizing, an energy pulse streaked across their bow, exploding in space in front of them and destabilizing their warp field for a moment, but not enough to drop them back to slower than light travel. Finally, the enemy ships were taking action, and Max noticed that they had just crossed the border, officially out of Kepler Terminus system space. That must have been what they were waiting for, the chance to attack without being targeted by automated defenses or incoming Kepler fleet ships, who wouldn't care about a fight between Reavers and pirates. Reaver Vessel Terminus, stop your engines and prepare to be boarded. Sector Command has issued a bounty for the war criminals aboard your ship. The central ship behind them reported. Great, they're bounty hunters and morons at that. We should ask them which war criminals they mean, just to piss them off. Nico joked. Terminus to the following fleet, we have looked in the cargo hold twice but found no war criminals, kindly bugger off before we are forced to take defensive actions. Admiral Drake replied. 1st Battalion, that means get ready to deploy. Prepare the cargo hold for emergency deployment, restraining tethers on all units. Max ordered, and the technicians hurried to check all the tethers before exiting the bay with all loose objects that could be ejected by accident if the bay was opened. A full volley of fire met the rear shields of Terminus, but the colony ship was no slouch in the defense department, and the barrier held strong. Dropping from warp speed, dead stop incoming, all mecha prepared to deploy, Admiral Drake announced. The ship gently shuddered as it translated back to regular speed, and the reverse thrusters almost made the enemy ships overtake them before they could compensate for the faster-than-average translation of Terminus engines. "They're right on us. Deploy now," General Yakov ordered, and the full regiment raced for the exits. With the tethers on, most of them wouldn't go far from the ship, but the Infernus pattern fast attack mecha disengaged theirs to close the few hundred meters to the enemy vessels, priming their disruptors for an attack on the enemy bridge. An interstellar ship was extremely well radiation shielded, so it likely wouldn't punch through to injure the crew inside, but with the outer hull damage the ships would be in trouble when the energy shields went down. The super heavy mecha focused fire on the bridges of all 5 ships, depleting their shields in an instant, and then the fast attack mecha went to work, damaging the outer hull. Armor plating depleted, Max's fast attack team reported. Mass drivers, full output, aim for the breach in the hull. Let's give them a taste of Kepler high explosives. Max ordered, not slowing the attacks from the arm-mounted energy weapons before sending shells from the thunder guns into the ships. The substructure proved more resilient than expected, and most of the explosions vented into space and didn't breach the hull, but a few managed to, and the ship on the far port side that Max was engaging turned to break away from the colony ship. "Target the engines, these bounty hunters are not leaving here today," Max ordered, changing his target. The warp drives were a vulnerable spot on any ship, and therefore heavily shielded, but ship-to-ship combat typically didn't see the level of instant firepower that 4 super heavy mecha could deploy, and the barrier behind the bounty hunter's vessel began to flicker and pulse before a single ion bombard round made its way through and the warp drive went dark. "Port vessel disabled, switch target to the others," Max ordered, turning his fire on the ship that 2nd Battalion was targeting. They had put all shields to the rear, attempting to save their engines, but that left the rest of the ship undefended, and the 1st Battalion targeted everything they could, from airlock doors to the existing breach near the bridge of the ship. With a flash of light, the vessel went to warp, but the stream of fire and venting atmosphere left in its wake would be easy for anyone to follow, and a bad sign for their chances of survival. Warp travel was stressful on the hull of the ships, and they had to be specifically designed to mitigate the forces. If there was too much damage, the warp field could break the structure apart and leave them floating in space in multiple pieces. 5th Battalion also managed to disable their target, but the 3rd and 4th did not, leaving 2 more trails through space, marking the departure of a damaged vessel. "Everyone back inside. Whoever sent those bounty hunters after us is bound to have a plan B," General Yakov ordered, marking the end of the fight. The bounty hunters could deal with the Reavers if they were still here when the reinforcements arrived. Though even if they tried to flee, they would have a lot to answer for, as the Reavers took an attack on any of them as a personal affront, not just Reavers that were part of their own fleet. Chapter 287, Into the Void. When Terminus translate back to warp speed, the Admiral turned them away from the Kepler borders and further into the Empire, where they would have a higher probability of coming across a military patrol, and not the revenge of whoever sent the bounty hunters after them. They didn't even know which of them was being accused of war crimes yet, though it might just be the entire command staff on the ship, depending on how the determination was made and who made it. Certainly, there were a few scholarly sorts who would argue that the disruptor and the fusion flamer were both impermissible as weapons of war, no matter how effective they were. No pursuing vessels detected, clearing the border areas now, the Admiral reported to the ship a few hours later, letting them breathe a sigh of relief. Terminus hadn't taken much damage from the bounty hunters' return fire, but any damage was more than they would prefer since they didn't fully understand the ship's construction and they didn't have a full design schematic, only a structural layout. That was the downside to being on an alien colony ship. They didn't really know much about its construction, and how it was intended to be properly repaired, or even if it was. More than a few cultures over the millennia had sent out colony ships on a one-way mission, intending for them to be dismantled at the end of the journey and not survive any longer than that. Of course, that had proven to be a mistake in most cases, as damages in transit often left that variety of ships too mangled to fully terraform and colonize a planet once they arrived, leading to harsh lives or even the loss of the colonists. The shields of the Mecha had held up well against the small defensive lasers of the enemy ships though, well enough that most units didn't even think to destroy them. Max certainly hadn't, and he didn't have any of the Mecha suffer breached shields either, though that could be due to the effectiveness of the first spot that they chose to target. General Yakov had gathered all the command officers in his room, as well as Mary Tereth and the reaver named Jeff, who was formerly in charge of the operations on Kepler Terminus Station. Ray 5 appears to be our best bet. We will have to cross through rebel territory and close to what I am calling the Topani occupation, but that should help draw them to us. Major Nico here has generously offered to assist in increasing the colony ship's shield output since it wasn't designed for war, and the Imperial Inquisition has been in contact with General Ming. General Yakov reported, before deferring to the other general. The Inquisition forces have identified 17 rebel planets in the area, including Kepler Terminus, which is currently in a state of civil war. In response, a battle fleet of 72 heavy transports, plus cruisers, destroyers, and cutter escorts has been dispatched to arrive within 48 hours. Their only request is that we attempt to draw Topani's attention. If we can prevent them from going all in on the defense of the rebel planets, the fleet believes that they can take them with minimal losses, then turn the space-based assets on the invaders and drive them out. As you know, Topani isn't large enough of a nation to deal with that sort of fight and may choose not to engage at all, if they are given time to think before they have to engage. The general made good sense, but trying to pull an entire small nation's fleet away from the front lines with just one colony ship was an impossible task. They likely couldn't even draw enough away for the fleet to take back Kepler Terminus without a major fight. What do you propose that we do? Max asked. I know it might sound a little crazy, but I want to use the colony ship for its intended purpose, to terraform Ray 5, and then send out an open channel message that the system is now a free port, Reaver controlled and open to all Reaver business. General Ming insisted, you want to create an independent nation on an uninhabited planet and make people believe that it is a threat. It's close to Topani, but I can't see that working. Max pointed out, only, it won't be uninhabited, will it? We have city-scale construction equipment aboard Terminus, we can build entire empty cities on the planet to draw the enemy's attention, and scatter what few people we have through them as defenders. The message should draw a few Reaver fleets who are short a home base to us, and anyone who answers will be ready for a fight. The Kepler fleet has many contacts among the Reavers, and they pay well, so I have hopes that our plan will work. I am also trying to get a portion of the Kepler fleet to join us there to stop the Topani counterattack. General Ming replied, and after this fight, what do we get out of all this risk? This is my family we're putting on the line for your plan. Mary Tereth pointed out, Ray 5, when the battle is over, you get to keep the planet, though I suspect you will be sharing it with a number of other Reaver forces. You can organize them how you like, and we need multiple cities built on the planet for this plan to work, so there should be enough space to go around. General Ming replied with a smile, matched by Mary Tereth. A free planet for the defense of the free planet. That's not a terrible deal. Put that in writing, with the Emperor's mark on it, and you've got a deal. I will have the fleet call as many as they can. Mary Tereth agreed. Max just shook his head at the insanity. The Reavers were a wild and free bunch, the only use they would have for a planet was to relax and party after a hard mission, and to make repairs. If Reaver fleets controlled an entire planet, even the Death Wind's territory, known for its mercenaries and danger, might be impressed at the level of debauchery. Chapter 288. Big plans. The process to get an official agreement from the Emperor, at least when General Ming was asking, was a surprisingly short one. Within an hour, they had an official deed, granting Ray 5 to the Tereth Reavers to do what they wanted in exchange for their assistance in dealing with the rebels' alliance with the Topani. Mary Tereth used that as leverage to get a lot of other Reavers on board with the deal, promising them the use of cities that Terminus would construct, and for some of the larger groups, rights to put a space station in orbit around the planet for their own personal use. It was like heaven to the Reavers. Now, all they had to do was make sure that Topani High Command noticed the wave of Reavers heading for the uninhabited buffer system, and didn't notice that some of them were in fact Kepler military vessels. For the Reavers, their ships were precious and hard-earned, nearly impossible to replace. For the Kepler fleet, ships were just another line item, so the intention was to have Kepler forces deal with most of the orbital fleet, and the Reavers deal with anything that directly threatened their control of the planet, since their presence was officially only to distract the enemies of the Emperor. The response was much larger than anyone could have anticipated. Over the next 6 hours, They received responses from over 50 Reaver fleets looking for a cut of the deal, and 4 Deathwind mercenary companies looking for use of repair and cross-dock facilities to move their goods from ship to ship. All of that could be built and agreed to without issues. They would just need to borrow a small asteroid from the field in the outskirts of the star system so that they would have the raw materials to create a space station large enough. Ray 5's habitable planet didn't have a proper moon of its own to control its motion, so putting an especially large space station in orbit would actually be for the benefit of the planet's habitability. It would help stabilize the rotation and the tides, as well as provide a brutal final line of defense. Mary Tereth had big plans for her new home, and to Max, it looked like she wanted to live in a fortress world. "Are you planning on fighting something bigger than Tapani afterward?" he asked, looking at the plans for a series of highly armed defensive stations around the system. "Not particularly. We agreed that everyone would have their own space in the system. We didn't say that they would all be in orbit of the same planet. If we space them out around all of the mid-zone planets, we can give everyone more space to work in privacy, out of the direct line of sight of their competition. That will make them a bit happier than all being crowded around one planet, and we can provide an open trading port for general purposes." Mary Tereth said proudly. "What Mother means is that the defensive weapons on those moon-sized space stations would blow any approaching fleet out of the system, and the scatter of the planets means that there would be no safe angle to approach from 99 years out of 100. Nico translated. It was a bit hardcore, but who was he to argue? The Reavers kept trade in the galaxy moving, and if they were going to get their very own star system to use as a distribution hub, here in the southwestern quadrant of the galaxy, they could do what they wanted with it. Where they would find the manpower to actually do all that was the question. Terminus had great terraforming tools aboard it now, but they were museum pieces, and not intended for use in space. "Terminus, trading company, do you mind if we convoy with you?" A signal came through to them, alerting the Admiral. It wasn't a Reaver code, but a Kepler civilian one that anyone could be using. "Nico, we need a patch through the last contact. I want to know who is sending us messages and if they are legit." Admiral Drake messaged directly to Nico's communicator. "I'm on it, give me a few minutes to message back," Nico replied, preparing to establish a connection to the approaching vessel. She was only working for a few seconds before she stopped and sent a positive reception message. "Terminus Trading Company to Civilian Merchant Vessel Monarch, I see we all have the same destination in mind, please do join our convoy. You will be pleasantly surprised with what we have prepared at the destination." The message wasn't encoded, encrypted, or even sent in pulses to try to keep it from being detected, like two unconcerned merchants casually chatting about public business on the public airwaves. That could only mean that it was exactly the opposite of that, and soon after Nico sent the radio information of the lead ship that had contacted them. It was a Kepler destroyer, 3 times the size of Terminus, with an armament that could annihilate a small nation's entire fleet in an instant. But it wasn't alone. It was traveling with 3 mecha carriers and 18 battle cruisers in a formation designed to confuse enemy sensors and make their fleet look like close to 50 much smaller vessels. So, Terminus led the way to the Ray 5 system, with the military in tow, laughing and joking like old friends over the airwaves and talking about the profits that were to be made once this deal is done. They didn't specifically mention Ray 5, but they were headed straight there. Any idiot could follow their route, and they were hoping that a certain group of idiots would try. "Admiral Drake to all units, we have detected hostile signatures incoming. After we translate into the Ray 5 system, we will have 4 hours before their arrival to make our presence look legitimate." That wasn't much time, but if they could get the military to tow some asteroids into orbit and place smaller vessels near them, to appear to be Reaver work vessels while hiding the fleet itself inside the disruptive atmosphere of the gas giant planet, they should be able to make this ambush work. Chapter 289. Tweedledee. They weren't alone when they reached Ray 5 though. There were already over 100 Reaver vessels in the system, some of which were pulling asteroids and other large ore deposits with them in preparation for the construction of a massive-scale industrial complex. The sight seemed to amuse Nico more than anyone else, but that might only be because she had hacked into the military transmission encoding and knew what their response was to this sight. There was no way that they weren't panicking about the fact that literally hundreds of Reaver ships were in the system preparing it to become a major industrial producer. For one, the nations relied on the Reavers to be their transport vessels between each other, despite many of them officially denying it. For two, nobody in the military knew what exactly it was that they were planning to produce. Did they steal the design schematics to build something incredible? Were they going to be making a play as industrial mecha producers, since it was well known that most of their defense forces were built from them? Or could it be something much more sinister? Not knowing was not fun for the Kepler fleet, even if they were allies at this point. Welcome to Ray 5 everyone, home of the Reavers. We have a few hours before we have unwanted guests, so please prepare your defenses in the meantime, and we will hold a proper meeting on the surface of the habitable planet afterward. Thank you all for your assistance in this matter. Nico broadcasted to the ships in the system, confirming that they hadn't been conned. The Kepler fleet dropped a handful of random asteroids, as if they had been in tow and abandoned, then hid in the largest planet's perpetual storms, waiting for their guests to arrive. Mary Tereth was already making an inventory of who had put what where inside the system so that she could alter the plans to respect the spots that they had already claimed. So far nobody had claimed the space around the main habitable planet, recognizing it as the territory of the Tereth Reavers, who were still en route, as they stopped to pick up something that they deemed important along the way. Just under an hour later, the first of the Tereth Reavers arrived, immediately dropped onto the main planet in the system, and began deploying construction machines in various spots. They had stopped to acquire a number of low-cost building constructors that could build a high-rise in a single day. Left alone, they could build an entire metropolis in a year or two, which was still well within the timeline of most of the Reaver troops, who expected to take years to finish constructing their orbital bases before they planned to start making real inroads into populating the planet with their members and allies. The amount of firepower in this one system was mind-boggling to most of the observers, but Max's system-enhanced mind was already working on the odds for a space battle. They know that someone aboard this ship is a Kepler officer, or they wouldn't have sent bounty hunters to apprehend us. Has there been any word on the ones we left disabled? Max asked Nico, who was the unofficial comms officer of the ship at the moment. Nothing yet. They were gone when the Reavers passed by, so it is suspected that their friends came back for them. No sign of a destroyed vessel in the area, so they weren't disposed of. Nico replied while scanning through communications. I will be happier when I know what they know, Max told her, knowing she could take a hint. He had a lot to do today, making sure the battalion was ready for combat. In space, the distance didn't matter as much, and the ion bombard arrays would fire energy bursts that were stable for thousands of kilometers. In practice, that still wasn't far, but it made them a deadly defensive weapon when they locked themselves to the hull of a ship. It was a common practice among Reavers to use their mecha as additional ship weapons, sending out heavy mecha to fight alongside their vessel to increase their odds against any sort of hostile threat. All of the Tapani ships should know that already and have some sort of plan for it, and that was where the Kepler fleet came into play. Before the invaders could wipe out the Reavers, they were supposed to intervene and wipe them out. Incoming fleet has spotted us. Not like we were hiding anyhow. They have increased speed and should be translating from warp speeds in under 30 minutes. Nico reported to the arrayed Reavers. This is our spot, nobody else's. If a sad little nation like Tapani thinks that they can take it from us, they are going to have an enlightening day. One of the Reaver captains replied, bringing a round of raucous laughter to the radio. The Tapani could obviously hear them and decrypt their signals, so they would know that the fleet was ready for them. That made Max curious about what exactly they had brought with them to deal with the colonization of Ray 5. Like the Kepler fleet, their pattern was designed to cause interference and make it hard to decipher their numbers, but it was a very large fleet, over 50 vessels for sure. Under normal circumstances, that would be a close fight against the Reavers, unless they brought something unexpected with them. But with the Kepler ships in wait, it would be a giant mess. Terminus Trading Company to all Reaver vessels, I have an incoming modification for you that I believe you will enjoy. If you can implement it before our unwanted guests arrive, I'm sure they will enjoy it as well. Max thought that was a taunt to the Tapani at first until he saw that Nico really had sent something to the Reaver fleet. Nico, what did you just do? He asked over his wrist communicator, not being close enough to read her mind. Just a minor change to the anti-ship ion weapons. Remember how the disruptors basically passed through the bounty hunter's shielding without resistance? Tapani ships use the same sort of shield generator. If this works as well as the system says that it will, we should blow a wonderful collection of holes in their ships. Nico replied happily. Chapter 290. Tweedledum. The Reavers worked like mad to get their weapons specifications changed on short notice, while the military fleet bore down on them. Once the fleet was 15 minutes out, they were too close for their formation to disrupt the signal anymore, and everyone was in for a shock. Sweet Mother of God, they sent the entire fleet. Did they really fake an invasion of Kepler space in order to ally with the rebels and try to wipe out a few Kepler officers in a Reaver company? Max muttered as he counted the vessels and updated his evaluation of the combat odds. Looks like we've got all the friends now. That new weapon configuration had better work, Tereth, you know the rules. One of the other Reavers broadcasted. Once their ship had taken 50% or more hull damage, they were no longer obligated to stay for a battle and could leave. Nobody signed on for suicide missions. Of course, that wasn't the case for Terminus. It was too slow to run away, at least for now, since the engine upgrades they had been working on weren't finished yet. The shield modifications were all up and functional though, and according to the numbers, they should be almost as well armored as a Kepler destroyer. Don't fear, I will never lead you wrong. If there is one thing that Tereth Rage knows, it is war. Nico replied, assuring the other Reavers that they weren't all idiots for believing that they could successfully set up here. There was a good reason that there were no other Reaver systems. No nation would dare to let them have an independent presence that strong, so every time they tried to establish a base, they were ambushed by the nations around them and destroyed. That would be what it looked like from the outside. A large number of Kepler rebel ships had joined the Trapani fleet to attack Ray 5, giving the impression of an alliance between nations to prevent a Reaver uprising. Trapani will be translating in 10 seconds. All hands to battle stations. General Yakov reported. Nico was still somewhere in the ship, so Max ran for enduring rage from his spot at the engineering bay control panels, where he had been watching the sensors. Seconds later, Nico came running through, with a Tech Adept harness already attached to her back, and engaged the anti-gravity plating to fly up into the Mecha. Sorry, I had to go see a guy, about a thing. Nico apologized, then strapped herself into the second seat. You know, that explains exactly nothing, right? Max asked. Or everything, depending on how you look at it. Nico shrugged, so Max looked into her thoughts. She had sent a series of fake messages to Sector Command, that was supposed to be from General Tennant, ordering them to stand down, declaring that he was on Terminus, and negotiating with the Reavers for assistance with the rebels. That was both pure evil genius, and pure evil. They were both on Terminus, and they had just lured an entire sector attack fleet to them. Tereth Rage to Reaver fleet, remember the plan, and you will see the results. Nico broadcasted. Nico had told the Reavers to target enemy engines first when they attacked so that the ships would not be able to leave the system. Sure, it didn't reduce their combat effectiveness at all, since the interplanetary thrusters weren't on the same power grid as the main engines, but it did leave them with a whole lot of ships to steal if the enemy chose to surrender. The enemy fleet translated in, with the rebels leading and the Trapani spreading out to deal with the Reavers, which were their nation's primary concern in this situation. For a moment, nothing happened, except ships closing the distance on the waiting Reaver emplacements. Then suddenly the entire star system was littered with greenish-white ion blasts and explosions. All Mecha, deploy. The rebels are almost on us. General Yakov ordered. They were ready, and Max was firing before he even had time to lock himself to the hull, using the recoil of his weapons to position the Mecha where he wanted it. The explosions of the shells from the mass drivers would blind the enemy sensors, while the ion bombard arrays did the real work of depleting their shields. In this battle, they were targeting the smallest vessels first and hoping that the shields of Terminus would hold against the first few volleys from the rebel cruisers. A tremendous explosion rattled Max inside Enduring Rage, and Nico cheered, tapping away happily at the controls to modify their ion weapons to more effectively deplete the rebels' shields. Unlike the Trapani vessel's inferior technology, they couldn't just pick a vulnerability and shoot through it, but even short bursts were taking down the shields on cutters and allowing the next wave of bombardment to destroy the smaller vessels. Then the Kepler Loyalist fleet came streaking out of the atmosphere of the gas giant and began annihilating everything that moved. They were so trigger-happy that a few of their misplaced rounds even hit Reaver vessels after narrowly missing Trapani vessels, but that wasn't entirely unexpected. Allies are allies, but the military won't care if they cause a little collateral damage while dealing with an enemy fleet and a sector's worth of rebels. Terminus shields at 30% but holding. Engine output at 90%, temperature stable. The lead engineer reported, coming through Nico's speakers loud enough for Max to hear. 30% meant that they would be seeing breaches in the shield soon, as it got too thin to block the powerful blasts from Kepler's vessels. Max turned from the destroyed cutter in front of him to a rebel mecha carrier and turned his weapons on their engines. There were a lot of people aboard that vessel, and not all of them, or even most of them, would have any clue what was going on. Max was almost certain that they had been told a very polite official story that made them the good guys in this scenario. The other super heavy mechas seemed to have the same idea, and a flurry of blasts took the warp engines offline permanently, and damaged the deployment bays, locking them inside even if they tried to land on the planet to escape the wrath of the orbital fleet. Imperial Inquisition Destroyer Monarch to Rebel Fleet. Stand down and prepare to be boarded. Resistance will lead to the destruction of your vessels. The Kepler destroyer announced, just as the last few large vessels in the Tapani fleet went offline, either destroyed or entirely without power to give off an energy signature. You hear that, you accursed traitor. You can't escape into a Reaver fleet. This came a mocking voice over the comms before a blast from the destroyer took a cruiser offline. Again, Rebel fleet currently engaging the Loyalist Reavers, bring your ships offline and prepare to be boarded or you will be destroyed. The Kepler Inquisition vessel repeated, bringing silence, and then a wave of radio signals marking the stand-down status of the Rebel Kepler vessels. Now, all that was left was the politics. Chapter 291, for me, the end of the battle didn't mean that everyone was willing to go peacefully. Some of the Kepler officers were still communicating with each other, trying to organize a counterattack, to escape the ambush, and the Tapani certainly hadn't given up. 275 degrees, plus 15 degrees elevation, Tapani cruiser's engines just completed a successful press-start check cycle. Nico reported, parsing thousands of lines of sensor data a second with her innate talent. Max sent a single blast from the ion bombard array at the vessel in question, then laughed as a technician exited an airlock to throw a wrench across the expanse of space at his mecha. The feeling was understandable but still amusing. Sporadically, the Reavers continued to fire on the Tapani vessels, until they gave in to demands and moved their crew into the escape pods. There was one empty transport vessel in their fleet, and the Reavers intended to load the escape pods in it and send the entire Tapani fleet home. While keeping their vessels and mecha, of course. You lot really have no pity for the Tapani, do you? They're going to be in trouble without those ships. The Kepler destroyer's admiral asked over the joint comms channel. We are eminently reasonable businessmen, Admiral. For the low and reasonable price of 80% of retail, we are willing to sell the Tapani a variety of used vehicles and mecha to supplement their army in their time of need. Nico responded, making all the Reavers laugh. 80% of the retail price of their entire attack force. Even Kepler would struggle to afford to buy that many ships all at once, much less a small nation like Tapani. Their only saving grace was that they didn't pull anything from the front lines which faced the Clem borders for this mission. As long as you're not truly disrupting the balance, I don't see any reason that the Emperor wouldn't continue to uphold the deal he made with your leadership. The Inquisition Admiral agreed. Now, rebels, prepare to be boarded for questioning by the Imperial Inquisition. He added, on the Kepler military channels. That was the cue for the resistant rebel leaders to make their run for it, and hundreds of ion blasts from Inquisition ships and the regiment's mecha streaked through the system again, disabling a number of the engines. I'm sorry that you feel that way. As per the terms of our agreement, the disabled vessels remain in the Ray 5 system as defense vessels as payment for the Reavers' assistance. Tapani vessel status is between the Reavers and Tapani. The Admiral informed them as a large number of shuttles streaked out from his destroyer to the rebels who continued to fight back. The deal was for the vessels, not the people on them. Many nations, not counting Tapani, would be upset about this battle, but Nico had high hopes that with the backing of Kepler, they would recognize Ray 5 as a single-system interstellar travel-capable nation and not want to fight about it. Max was getting bored with just sitting around by the time the Inquisition forces departed the disabled Kepler vessel 7 hours later. The cutters left much more slowly than they arrived, compensating for the tightly packed mass of human bodies they had taken aboard, and a single lander fired from each vessel into the nearby star, cleaning up the rest of the Inquisitor's work. All functional, rebel vessels, form into a tight column, pattern Beta 7 and prepare to be escorted back to Kepler space. There will be questions once we arrive, so think carefully about your answers. The Inquisitor ordered, training the main guns of his destroyer on the hapless ships of the rebel fleet. There were still a lot more rebels to deal with, planets full of them in fact, but without orbital support. Now that they had sent so many people to apprehend the supposed war criminals aboard Terminus, they were in a bad spot against the incoming Loyalist fleet. Nico, I don't suppose that drone controller works on those ships, does it? Or do we need to fix them first? Max asked. They all have enough capability to at least land on the planet intact if that's what you prefer. They're not going much further than that before they're repaired though. Nico shrugged. Generals, Admiral, we have the capability to set an autopilot on the Kepler ships to land them on the planet, if that's the preferred choice. Max called for verification. Do it. After that, we have an important staff meeting to hold. The Inquisition had some interesting information for me. Inquisitor General Ming answered, as the highest-ranking officer aboard. Reavers, do not shoot at the Kepler ships when they start moving, we are remotely piloting them to the planet for repairs and assessment. Nico informed the forces in the system. You hear that, Tapani scum? Get in the damned escape pods and we will send you home alive. One of the Reavers laughed. That seemed to be the end of the resistance, and pod after pod fired, only to be collected and loaded into the cargo vessel. Once the Reavers were satisfied that nobody else would surrender, they sent their armed forces onto the Tapani vessels to clear out everyone who remained behind and claim the vessels for their various companies. There were hundreds of things to do all at once, but the Reavers made short work of delegating the decisions. Construction machines were sent to the planet to create cities, a moon-sized asteroid was brought into orbit around the primary planet of the system, and work had begun on turning it into a giant, militarized space station, all by the end of the day. This is insane. 1st Battalion, head back inside. I want a full report on your mecha and battle statistics within 12 hours, so get some rest first. I have a briefing to go to. Max ordered. Whatever the Inquisition had to tell them was bound to be interesting, to say the least. Chapter 292. Extraction. The command group all assembled in the main meeting hall of Terminus, including a representative from every Reaver company that had come to assist in the battle. Welcome everyone. First off, good job. The Inquisition appreciates your hard work and wishes you the best with your new acquisitions. They managed to find the source of the rebellious forces, a younger Kepler prince, who had entrenched himself in the bureaucracy. Those of you with bureaucratic connections might find dealing with them to be an issue going forward, but dealing with loyalist forces will be much easier after today. Inquisitor Ming started the meeting. Do they know where the prince is now? If we're going to have problems in other sectors as well, it would be good to know. One of the Reavers asked. As per royal family protocol, he, along with his proven sympathizers, have been separated into 7 individual pieces each and are currently on their way to the nearest star in a lander. Inquisitor Ming informed them, and the Reavers made a traditional gesture, crossing their hands over their chest and bowing in respect for the dead, even if they were enemies. The deal they made stands, and they won't be back to harass you about the Tapani vessels that you claimed. Furthermore, they left a message of thanks to the Tereth Reavers for clearing out the historical legacy of Kepler Terminus before the Civil War got out of hand. The room went silent, as everyone looked at Mary Tereth. That's right, the Reavers are now in possession of the original artificial intelligence that started the system. It will be in our communal care from now on, to be kept strictly secret from the entire universe. Mary Tereth explained, making the Reavers cheer. The system was always picky about who it considered an ally, and now the Reavers that were moving to this system had the motivation to train forces to defend the planet, hoping to make their mecha pilots even more skilled than the generations before them. So, are we part of Kepler by default now, and not independent? One of the Reaver representatives asked with a hint of disgust. No, we are Reavers, no more no less. But Kepler does expect us to take good care of their treasure, in case they have need of it again. Think of it as a multi-generational deal. Mary Tereth clarified. That was good enough for the Reaver leaders. Do we really get to keep the space stations we planned? I've got some really great plans for mine. A young-looking woman, who Max suspected was actually a semi-organic cyborg, asked. We will have the most heavily defended system in the galaxy. Even Kepler Prime won't have as many armed stations and vessels in it on an average day as Reaver 5 will. Another one laughed. Reaver 5 was a nice nickname for the system and could be passed off as almost anything from a mecha or a person to a ship if the person listening didn't know the truth. The last point of order for this meeting is that we need volunteers to construct the moon station. Terminus has the technology aboard now to make it into a habitable station, but after making all the required equipment, we will need thousands of workers per shift if we are going to do a 3-dimensional reconstruction of the moon. General Yakov added. Max laid out the plans that they had come up with on the table, and the leaders gathered around to take a look. Are those all orbital lances? What are you planning to fight? One leader asked, pointing to the enormous focusing barrels evenly placed in a grid all around the station. 700 of them to be precise. As to what we're planning to fight, Well, there is no kill like overkill. They have limited adjustability, and only fire at light speed, so they can't intercept high-speed vessels, so mass damage once the enemy drops out of warp and approaches the planet is the order of the day. And how do we hide that? Another captain asked. See these structures. The landing bays for shuttles visiting the station are directly above the lances. The entire structure tilts to aim, though the vessels inside will need to be removed if we aren't planning to destroy them. Max clarified. Dual purpose, I like it. Then these structures must be the warp torpedo launchers. You know, this thing needs a warp drive. We could just float around destroying planets for giggles with that much firepower. The amount of power that would be needed to move a sphere over 3,000 kilometers across at warp speed was mind-boggling, even if it was largely hollowed out to make a functional space station. We might need a few more technological advances for that. Max chuckled. So, you did think of it. I like you, Mecha boy. An old captain laughed. I need to change my plans. 6 orbital lances don't seem like nearly enough for a space station anymore. Maybe I can put 6 more on the bottom. A young woman sighed, making the other captains nod in agreement. Kepler Terminus Station has 2, and it was considered heavily armed. One of the more practical men offered, but it didn't hold the system against an entire nation's fleet. If we can get these stations operating, we will have our own little nation scattered all through the system. Over 100 of them around at least 6 different planets. Because I know how everyone likes their privacy. The firepower-loving young captain disagreed. That was an impossibly high standard, but even if they gave up because of resource requirements, they would still have a lot more capability than most, as well as the massive amount of reactor capability needed to maintain a high-output industrial facility. That would come in essential when they needed to replace mecha and ships in a hurry. It was only a matter of time until someone realized that they would now be able to become a producer of goods and not just a bunch of nomadic merchants with guns. Chapter 293. Call for help. While the Reaver forces were reveling in their victories, the border planets of the Kepler Empire were not in such a festive mood. Many of them were subject to an intensive loyalty enhancement program, but a dozen of them were currently in the process of attempting to avert disaster caused by a Clem invasion. Pallid 9 Command to Tereth Trading Company, please come in. Pallid 9 Command to any Reaver vessel in communications range, please come in. Mayday, mayday. The message was enough to catch the attention of everyone in the meeting and have them stop talking to see what the message was about. Pallid 9 Command, this is the Tereth Trading Company. What can we do for you today? Nico responded, playing the part of the company's public relations officer. Your estimation of the Clem arrival was spot on. We are less than 24 hours from landfall, and the defense fleet has left the area for reasons unknown. They are no longer in contact, and the Duke was with the fleet. We are willing to pay handsomely for a Reaver defense against the Clem. The Pallid 9 representative responded. Oh, now that's rich. The rebel didn't even tell his home planet what he had done, he simply took the fleet and left. One of the Reaver captains laughed grimly. They are so feft, they don't even have a planetary mecha force, they rely on the station and the fleet. Another one agreed. Can we even get there before the landfall, or will we be picking up the pieces afterward? General Yakov asked. If we take Terminus, we will get there roughly 2 hours before the landing, leaving right now at maximum speed. If we bring another 40 Reaver vessels with us from cruiser class and larger, we should be able to deflect the wave into the star without having to leave the comfort of home. Max calculated quickly. A shield wall deflection, not a bad idea, but 40 of us are too many to move right now. We have a new system to defend and a colony to build. Nightwind Manufacturing Alliance to Terminus Trading Company, requesting a secure channel. That would be one of the Deathwind mercenary groups, Max assumed, going by the name. Though it might be one of the Reavers that hadn't arrived here in time to get in on the defense deal. Go for Terminus on Trading Pattern 3. Channel is now encrypted. How much do you want for that defense contract? We are close enough to start with a partial block and we have the firepower to do the cleanup ourselves. The mercenary group asked. You might have heard that we have been a bit overbooked lately, so I am feeling generous. Bring me 1 pallet of rum when you are finished and the contract is yours. I would appreciate it if you don't embarrass my name in the process. Nico replied, getting laughter back from the mercenaries. Understood Terminus. We will see you soon. Deathwind Territory sends their warmest regards on your new outpost and is looking forward to the grand opening of the trade bazaar. See, we're making friends all over the place today. And I think these ones might actually be friendly friends. Nico laughed as the conversation finished. Those mercs must be hurting for money if they're going to take on a Clem invasion on their own. A Reaver captain sighed, pulling up his details of the Night Wind's known forces. They have 4 cruisers that I know of, each with a battalion of heavy mecha. They could likely do the job cleanly if they managed to deflect a good portion of the wave before it lands. Another representative agreed. If there is anyone passing through the area, they can go. If not, we will leave it to them. It's a rebel planet, so the Kepler forces won't be too horribly upset if the bugs cause some property damage before they're dealt with. Mary Tereth suggested. All right, we will send our colony ship, Amazing Grace. It is in the area and can intercept. It doesn't have a mecha force on it though, so once the wave deflection is over, they will leave it to the mercenaries and call it a favor. One of the other captains agreed after notifying his people. There will be 11 more Clem landfills this week, all inside Kepler space if anyone is up for fighting them off or deflecting portions of them. Pallid 9 was the closest to their origin, so the rest should be easy enough to intercept, as we will have an extra day or two. General Yakov informed the room. Then we should get off the ship and get to work. Set down on the planet and we will unload all the Tereth family gear and terraforming equipment that we brought with us. Mary Tereth suggested. Terminus isn't really made for repeated planetary landings, at least not anymore. We can transfer most of the gear to the Dutchman and then make a second trip, or we can drop the terraforming essentials and you can come for a little vacation with us. General Yakov denied her request as politely as possible. The Tereth Reavers have brought enough on the other ships, and it's already on the planet. You can take a week off to go play ping-pong with Clem pods and come back to start on the major construction of the moon base. A Tereth captain offered. See, who says that Reavers can't be reasonable and play together? I bet the planets will be willing to pay a pretty tidy amount of money to not be bug food as well, so a week or so delay is no big deal. Mary Tereth agreed. That made greed light up in a number of faces, as she had intended. You know, we have a few more colony ships on the way here. They're not fighting ships, but we would be willing to pay you out of the defense fee for some upgraded shield technology. A full conversion cyborg captain offered. Well, the shields do the heavy lifting in this job, so I think about 25% for the upgraded tech should be about the right commission, shouldn't it? Nico replied with a smile, and the other cyborg glared at her. Now, I know you're young and ambitious, but give an old man a little credit. 10% is more than reasonable. Make it 20 and I will show you how to expand the radius to 3 times your vessel's size as well. Nico counter-offered, extending her hand. I hate dealing with rich people. They always have something else up their sleeve to sweeten the deal. 20% it is, but if it breaks my ship, I'm taking it out of your commission. The apparently old cyborg laughed. Chapter 294. Call answered with the deals for improved shielding worked out with all the fleets that thought they might want it for their largest vessels. All of the Reavers returned to their ships to get ready for the work ahead of them. Once everyone had left Terminus, Max and the other senior command staff met to determine where they would be headed, and to learn the last bit of information that Inquisitor General Ming had kept hidden from their Reaver allies. That was the most important part to Max since it had brought an entire rebel fleet down on their heads. I suppose that there is no need to sugarcoat things now. The accusations of war crimes are related to the agricultural world KSF 129. General Ming paused there, and Max had to think back for a moment to recall what incident that was. There had been so many lousy deployments in a row that it was hard to guess. KSF 129 was the world that had taken an orbital bombardment from the rebels in an attempt to remove the super heavy mecha from the cities and then got near mythical rainfall afterward, flooding everything and drowning out half the cities that the rebels were trying to take, along with most of their mecha forces. What are they even mad about there? I wasn't there, but I don't recall news of anything out of the ordinary happening in that sector, other than a few rebellion battles. Colonel Klinger asked. The rebels orbital bombarded the planet, vaporized half of the oceans, and then it rained so hard that we had to move the line mecha to the very top of the city to keep them from getting submerged. Even the Crusaders were getting washed away if they tried to move in the wrong areas. Max explained the situation as he understood it. My unit was in the mountains for that. It came down so hard that it washed Crusaders over the cliffs. I lost half my unit to a natural disaster, with no place to go, in cliffs too steep for a mecha to climb without specialized rigging. General Yakov added, I was there as well, to execute the planet's noble bureaucracy. General Ming sighed. So what you're saying is that we have absolutely no idea what part of our command structure they are accusing of war crimes, since it could be any of you if they pretend that they weren't the ones that flooded the planet? Colonel Klinger asked. More or less. General Tennant was there, and in his mecha at the time, serving on the Central Command Council, so they might be after every unit that was under him, since we know that they have been hunting for him. The question is what led them to Terminus? General Yakov asked. That part we do know. The Border Patrol noted the Dutchman is being docked on Terminus. One of the bureaucrats traced Abraham Kepler to the Dutchman, and a suspicious stopover, and they just started making assumptions. The fact that we started shooting when they started making accusations only proved them right in their minds about whoever they actually wanted to find being aboard the ship. Inquisitor Ming informed them. All right, so they're onto us, sort of, in some way. That's nothing new and exciting. But they're on the ropes at the moment, so it shouldn't be a big issue to go help rescue a planet or two. There will be both Reavers and Kepler loyalists nearby, and it's not like we can't defend ourselves. We haven't gotten to shoot any traitors in months if you don't count shooting their ships in space. Max pointed out. Oh, I see why my little girl likes you. Very shoot first, then shoot them some more so they don't lie when you ask questions. Mary Tereth told Max, giving him a thumbs-up gesture. That actually described Nico entirely too well. You and me, we need to have a long talk about your parenting methods. I didn't notice it over the holidays, but Nico grew up to have a rather unique personality. Max informed the Tereth family matriarch. No need to tell me that, I'm the one that raised her. Did you know that at 3 years old she nearly managed to kill a burglar? Peace was never an option for that girl, but we civilized her as much as we could. Mary Tereth laughed, while the other officers looked at her in horror. Please tell me that's a joke. General Yakov asked Mary. I wish it was. He came in her bedroom window, and she stabbed him with the broken glass when he picked her up. Max remembered that memory, but he had thought it was a giant of a man, from her past life, since the scene was so dark. He didn't realize that he only looked huge because she was extra tiny at the time. On second thought, she's actually getting better, now that she's a soldier. But I will still need to see the baby pictures. Max told Mary with a wink. Oh, we have them. In hard copy, because she likes to mess with my digital photo folders. But where are we taking this alien relic? I'm assuming somewhere fairly close since it's so slow. We have confirmed a call from Kittymat 3. They are going to be facing a Clem tide, and they are currently in the midst of a battle against rebel forces. Loyalist Mecha are on the ground and request assistance with the deflection of the Clem tide. Admiral Drake informed them, bringing it up on the three-dimensional map. Kittymat 3 was a farming planet, with a very low population, but intense crop production. One of many in the sector that kept the more densely populated planets eating well. How the rebels managed to turn the planet was a mystery, but Max suspected that most of the farmers didn't know anything about it until the fleet showed up in orbit. Alright, we can do this. The more we can deflect from orbit the better, because there is a lot of biomass on that planet for the Clem to feed on. Everyone inform your units and we set out in 15 minutes. General Yakov agreed, ending the meeting. Chapter 295. Kittymat 3, prepare for translation, Admiral Drake announced as soon as he was back at his station. Terminus shifted so smoothly to warp speed that it was hardly necessary, but it was so ingrained into every space-faring human to give that warning that not much could ever change it. Alright, I'm off to the drone bays. We have to make some new drone fighters, and I have a design for a small version of Terminus's main engine that is much more space and material efficient than the old ones. Then we will move the corvettes and Crusader-class mecha to the smaller ships and upgrade their shielding to withstand a few extra hits from an orbital defense position. The shield on Terminus is ready for the mission now. Nico informed Max. Alright, I'll keep tracking the Clem pods and get the super heavy mecha ready for defense when the shield fails. In space they should be easier to deal with. Max agreed, already tracking their target swarm. This one was much more spread out than usual, and Max suspected that it came close to a meteor or planetoid whose gravity affected their course and pattern a little. They were all still going to hit the planet, but not in a nice tight, easily managed pattern. They would be spread around 3/4 of the planet instead. Attempting to prepare a mecha defense against that would be a nightmare, especially if they landed in the oceans. Nico would be a bit sad, but Max had no intentions of letting any of the Clem reach the planet. He knew she was looking forward to fighting rebels and Clem at the same time in some strange free-for-all three-way battle, but the very thought gave Max a headache. In the evening all the command staff gathered to present their plans for the defense, and the plans that they presented were all basically the same. Place Terminus at the eastern edge of the swarm and deflect it past the planet as well as they could. Their shields wouldn't expand large enough to block the whole swarm now that it had spread out, but only the eastern edge would hit an ocean, so it was the highest priority. A handful of naval vessels was no match for a Clem infestation that had time to grow. In the depths, you all forgot we have drones. Nico reminded Max as they were handing the fire zones for the super heavy mecha that would be on defense. They were called orbital insertion fighters, but they could fight just as well in space, at least the ones that used energy weapons could. They only had 100 VR pods, but that was still a lot of fighters that could thin the swarm as it approached. Assuming they were capable, the team had redesigned them once they found Terminus, so nobody outside the drone technicians really knew what they could do. How many planes do we have? Max asked. We will have 200 ready when we arrive. 100 for space, then another 100 plus the survivors for the ground battle. Nico replied. That was enough. Not by much, but one wave of fighters would be enough support to make their landing much less likely to be a disaster. Getting information from Kittymat 3 was difficult. Both sides were trying to jam communications while they waited for reinforcements, and neither side knew which one would arrive first. Max knew. It would be them because nobody else was coming. There were still a lot of rebel ships in the sector, but they were all engaged in battle with the Inquisition fleet. Neither side had any more resources to help this world, especially when they were facing annihilation anyhow, in the form of giant alien bugs. Alright, the drones will deploy as soon as we drop out of warp, and attack the wave of Clem pods. We will stage here, giving us maximum chance to successfully deflect into the star, and time to react to changes in the course, if the calculations were wrong. General Yakov outlined the final plan while the pilots made notes. 1 hour to translation, all hands to battle positions. The announcement came just after lunch, ship time, and Max climbed into enduring rage, finding Nico already present, asleep with a VR headset on. 1 hour until it's time to work. Max reminded her, in case she had the mecha's radio off. Got it. Have you eaten? I can make happy juice if you need. She offered, meaning coffee made with an energy drink base instead of water. Just finished lunch. I thought you would be with the drones. Max replied, wondering why she fell asleep here playing games. Experimental controls. The headset is tied to the ship's sensors and the drone's communication net. If it works as expected, we were thinking about making smaller drones to send with the battalions to do long-range recon. Nico explained. And how do we know which ones are the experimental ones so we can judge performance? Max asked. The ones with the happy little Gatling lasers on the front. You'll know when you see them. Nico explained. That didn't tell Max much, but he suspected that the pattern would be easy to recognize. Nico never was subtle. Translating now. Deploy drones in 30 seconds. General Yakov ordered. Space around them seemed to twist through the sensors as they slowed back to standard speeds. They were still moving too fast, Max thought, and they were in front of the Clem pods, but the drones raced out at incredible velocity. They could easily match any military cutter at less than warp speeds, and they were already firing at the Clem by the time they got into even a semblance of a formation. Each had a multi-barreled laser array in the front of the elongated egg-shaped body and ion cannons at the end of the wings. The drones were set up as a biplane with the wing ends boxed, so they should be incredibly maneuverable in an atmosphere, and the design let them have a 270-degree rotation for the adjustable wing guns. Most were bone white with red markings, complementing the unit's mecha, but out in front were two bright yellow ones with smiley faces where Max would expect the cockpit to be. Nico was right, he knew which ones were the test units. Chapter 296. Blocked play. The drone's weapons were lighter than the ones on the heavy mecha, and not quite able to reliably penetrate the shell of the Clem pods, a fact that they were doing their best to make up for with pure volume of fire. 100 rapid-firing Gatling lasers were lighting up the void of space in a flurry of blue streaks, thinning the invasion group's far edge as much as possible before Terminus was in position. The more that they could destroy, the easier it would be for the former colony ship to deflect the shattered remnants and the lower the likelihood that they would take any damages during this phase of their mission. The two yellow drones didn't seem to have any issues keeping up with their peers, which were piloted from much fancier pods, but Max couldn't tell how much of that was due to the controls and how much was Nico's innate talent smoothing out the process. Terminus is in position. All super heavy units deploy. General Yakov ordered, and Max marched enduring rage out to the exterior bow of the ship with the other mecha to meet the incoming wave of pods. The pods were out of range of their ion bombard array still, over 200,000 kilometers away, but in space that meant nothing to the mass driver-type artillery. The shells could be set to explode on impact, and the pods were closing on them at a rate of over 500,000 kilometers an hour. Even if the shells failed to explode, the force of the impact at those relative speeds would shatter the pods into tiny fragments. As they fought, Terminus would move to more closely match the pods, speed to minimize the impact against their shielding while still effectively deflecting the pods, but for now, the artillery would be especially effective if it was on target. Hundreds of shells left the mass drivers as the mecha began their attack, with the orbital fighters carefully moving out of the way to target the outer edges of the group. For 15 straight minutes, the bombardment continued, while Admiral Drake adjusted the ship's trajectory and speed to make the crucial shield bump that would send the Clem to a fiery death. Coming into ion range now, Max reported to the battalion as the pods began to approach the ship's shield range. This was their last chance to get real damage in before the deflection shield went online, and every mecha made the best of it. Pods turned to shrapnel, and the terrifying wave was beginning to look more like space dust than an invasion fleet when the shield went up and the mecha defense was forced to halt. All units back inside. The drone fighters can finish the work out there, Admiral Drake informed them, always happy to see an operation go as planned. Some of the pods would still reach the surface, but the number would be very minimal, and with the warning, the defense emplacements could get some before they even landed. The drones didn't slow down their attack on the fringe section beyond the reach of the colony ship's shield, and by the time he was inside, Max could see the leading edge of the debris field burning up in the atmosphere. Back toward the wave of pods, it was hard to see anything at all, between the debris and intact pods hitting the shielding and being bounced off toward the center of this solar system in a continual series of energy flashes. Terminus to Kitimat 3, expect fragments in the atmosphere and a chance of scattered intact pods. We estimate the deflection effort has been over 90% effective. General Yakov reported. The drones were still working, though the mecha had now all been returned to storage in preparation for making landfall. The firepower of this new pattern of orbital fighter was truly impressive, and with their plan to only attack the outer edge of the pods, Max hadn't seen any accidental collisions or damage to the vessels. The tail end of the Clem pods is entering the atmosphere now. Drone pilots prepare to enter the ground battle. All mecha secure yourselves in the attack ships. General Yakov updated them. The surviving Clem seemed to be falling without anyone contesting them, but the moment that the drone fighters entered the atmosphere, a wave of attacks was launched at them from all over the planet. Initial data is coming in. 30 prevent casualties during entry. Taking continued attacks. The analysis says this is non-Kepler weaponry. Nico reported on behalf of the drone group. The ground forces have sent up interceptors. Reports count at least 50,000 Tapani-designed mecha on the planet, possibly 2 mixed armored regiments. Nico reported again. In the command room, the generals were trying to determine what had happened here. It didn't make sense. They were contacted by the loyalist forces for a rescue, and now they were under attack. None of their messages were being returned, and the consensus was that the rebels held the planet and had no intentions of paying them for services rendered. General Ming was the most frustrated among them, as the contact had come from a trusted loyalist officer. We need suggestions. The issue has been reported, but there aren't any forces to deal with it. That defense force is clearly beyond our abilities, and even trying would be a disaster. General Ming asked in the office's channel. The drone fighters are capable of delivering a virus bomb campaign against the planet. Estimated efficiency at eliminating the Clem infestation, 100%. Nico suggested. The 3 top officers looked at each other and decided not to dignify that with a response. The mere possession or manufacture of those weapons was a war crime by international convention. Did the Tapani do something to personally offend her? Admiral Drake asked after a moment's silence when nobody else had any ideas. I think they shot down her experimental fighters. Or it is possible that she analyzed the chances of success and that was what it would take to win. Major Nico is ruthlessly practical like that. General Yakov sighed, leaning toward the second option being the more likely of the two. When the 7 surviving fighters, including both yellow test units, returned to the ship, his suspicions were confirmed. By Nico's calculations, nothing less than annihilation would work with the forces they had, but that begged the question, how did this situation happen? Chapter 297. Choices using every relevant system skill that they had, and listening into the planetary communications for the next few hours revealed the extent of the situation to them. The Tapani had dropped an entire heavy carrier worth of mecha here before they left the system, and that made all the difference in the battle. With their sensors jammed, the locals had no idea that the enemy even had reinforcements on the planet, so they called for help to clear the Clem and save themselves. Then the Allied forces moved, wiping them out to the very last, and continuing radio silence until Terminus had dealt with almost all of the problem for them, knowing that the Reavers wouldn't do it for free, and likely wouldn't do it for a Tapani force at all, not a single day after the Tapani had worked with the rebels to annihilate most of the Reaver fleet. They still didn't know just how badly that plan had gone and had thought that Terminus was one of the ships that didn't make it to the system before the Reaver presence was wiped out, so they were currently celebrating 2 victories in a row as they fought off the scattered group of Clem that had landed on the planet. General Ming looked grimly at the other commanders in the briefing room. You know, Major Nico is starting to sound more and more right as the day goes on. It's still too far though. What do we have that might teach them a lesson, and not risk our soldiers? He continued. I have a suggestion, Nico nearly shouted, raising her hand in the air. Normally she wasn't present for the command meetings, but since she had such an extensive knowledge of planet-ending methods, and nobody else wanted to ask how she learned them, she had been called in today. This had better be good and not a war crime. General Yakov warned her. We're on a colony ship, right? What if we accidentally sent the wrong sort of probe down to the surface to see what was going on? She suggested, then continued quickly as she saw that they had the wrong idea. Not a virus bomb or anything of the sort. I have recovered the plans for the initial terraforming probes that would have prepared the very first colonization areas for the arrival of Terminus and its civilians. If we accidentally terraform a few regions and wipe a couple or 20,000 rebel mecha, that should be well within what is allowed, right? She asked. General Ming tapped away at the data tablet that he was carrying and frowned. No, it's prohibited separately to terraform an inhabited region. We would still be a pariah if we did it. The Inquisitor sighed. Then I have one more, not so pleasant idea. What if we introduced a rapid growth probe to the currently Clem-controlled regions? They would rapidly evolve to contain behemoths, their numbers would skyrocket, and best of all, there would be no evidence left after the fact to show that we had boosted the growth of biomass in one single region because the Clem will devour it all. The rebels should still win and hold the planet, but it will cost them dearly. She was right, that was a much less pleasant idea. Plus, if she was wrong and the Clem actually won, the planet would be lost to humanity, giving the species a foothold within the Kepler Empire to expand from. Too risky. What can we do for localized extermination? We have all the evidence we need to prove that the major cities turned traitor, and most of the rebel forces that aren't near a Clem landing zone are still holed up in them. It is a bit unfortunate that we don't have an orbital lance, or we could send them a very abrupt and direct message. The Inquisitor sighed. But we do have the equivalent of an orbital lance, Inquisitor. Terminus has a wonderfully powerful gravitational lock system, intended to pull along asteroids for mining and resource replenishment. There is a convenient asteroid belt in the outer reaches of this system. Max let the end of his explanation trail off. Better yet, we could use the drone fighters to push the asteroids off course and guide them to the planet. They have nothing left that could defend them against an asteroid hitting the planet. They barely managed to hold off the drone fighters. General Yakov nodded happily. Using an orbital bombardment had guidelines, but unlike virus bombing or terraforming the planet under your enemy's feet, it wasn't immediately a crime. General Ming and General Yakov shared an intrigued look. New plan, we send out the second wave of fighters in with thermonuclear bombs, blast away what we can before they are destroyed, and then we use the survivors of the first wave of drones to toss some asteroids at them as we leave. They should never know that we were responsible for the asteroids, and it will be assumed by military scans that they were impacted by the Clem on the way through. I like it, it deals with the problem, and gets us a bit of payback for the compensation that we aren't going to get for this mission. General Yakov decided. Work out the calculations. I want one headed for the planet every day for a week. I don't care where it hits, just make them paranoid. General Ming agreed, and Nico nodded, already working on the numbers. Max was certain that this was going to be a huge mess, but there wasn't much that they could do at the moment other than either leave impotently with their reputation in shambles or take some sort of pyrrhic action that didn't risk their own lives. Colonel Max, you are our public leader, make a call down to the planet and demand payment for our services while we arrange the drones. We don't have any nukes prepared, they have been obsolete in Kepler for 1,000 years after all. General Yakov informed Max before dismissing the meeting. Chapter 298. Debt Collection. Kitimat 3 Planetary Forces. This is Commander Karras of Terminus Trading Company. The service you requested has been completed, and we are awaiting payment. Max broadcasted down to the planet, and out into the Kepler Empire at the same time. Let the surrounding systems know that something was very wrong here and that they were refusing to pay the people who saved their planet from a Clem invasion. It would look horrible on the rebels once the news began to spread. Terminus Trading Company, this is Kitimat 3 Planetary Command. We thank you for your assistance, but the request was made by the previous administration, and we do not pay debts owed by the lapdogs of the Kepler Empire. The planet's official broadcast responded and was relayed to the Empire by Terminus's broadcast equipment. Regardless, it was brokered on behalf of your planet, and the planet owes a debt. Max continued, take your debt up with Kepler. This is a free planet now, no longer beholden to Kepler scum and under the protection of Tapani. The planet broadcasted back. They had realized that they were being relayed to the whole sector, and had broadcasted the last for everyone to hear. That made Max's life a little easier. If your planet cannot pay its debts, then we will take it up with Tapani. I am sure they will willingly pay up, or forfeit the goodwill that we showed their fleet when they came to us on Ray 5. Max responded, you are a fool, Terminus. Ray 5 is done for, and the Kepler Empire is dying. Tapani will never let a Reaver force occupy a planet, even if we have to wipe every Reaver out of existence to do it. The planetary force bragged. Dozens of signals flooded into Max's radio right after that announcement, mostly from other Reavers, but some from the Deathwind mercenaries, who had always considered the Reavers their natural allies. They all said basically the same thing. Signal confirmed as Tapani origin. Thank you, Terminus, it is good to see their true colors. Tapani had just declared war on the Reavers as a whole. That would be an issue for the few Reaver ships that were currently in Tapani-controlled space, but it would be a much larger problem for Tapani as a whole since they still relied on the mercenaries and Reavers to keep them supplied with hard-to-find resources. Even a few months of this conflict, and being cut off from the rest of the galaxy would cripple them. If that's how you feel, please, do enjoy our parting gift as we go to speak with your friends in the zone. Max replied once the incoming broadcasts had died down, and then General Ming began an open-channel broadcast as the drone fighters descended upon the planet, with their shields taking multiple hits from the defense weapons before a series of mushroom clouds littered the surface and a dark cloud blotted out the skies. There was minimal radioactive fallout from these fusion-type weapons, but a nuclear winter was inevitable, and they wouldn't be growing anything on Kitimat 3 for at least the next 3 seasons if they didn't get the air scrubbed, a technology that most planets didn't have in place. The Reaver forces found the short video hilarious, as it would cripple the Tapani, and starve out a planet worth of their supporters if nobody came to rescue them. Plus, Kepler still considered that planet theirs, and wouldn't allow Tapani to just waltz into their territory again now that they had sided with the rebels. Send the asteroids. The bombing was particularly successful, but I want them to learn a valuable lesson on diplomacy. Max told Nico, who had picked a bunch of personal transport-sized metallic rocks for the purpose. They wouldn't do much on a planetary scale, but if they hit near a city or a military force, it would be something close to being nuked again when the impact occurred. Enough that it would remind them of the price to pay for being traitors anyhow. Like so many other rebel planets, this one had voted for the rebel forces, on the promise of independence, greater prosperity, and a utopian future. None of those were ever possible. The rebels were just leading them to live under a new set of masters, but the people fell for the lies anyhow, believing in the utopian fantasy that they were selling. Drones are back on board. We may depart anytime, Nico reported, and Admiral Drake took them to warp with only a 5-second warning. The broadcast had crushed the rebel morale in the sector. It was clear now that they had been used and lied to, and worse, that those who had lied to them never actually had any intentions of protecting the people or trying to implement the fantasies that they had sold their planets in order to get them to turn against the Empire. That was making things easier for the Kepler troops that were contesting dozens of planets at that moment, as the planetary forces had huge numbers of defectors, and in some cases even turned so strongly against their leadership that they handed the planet back to the Kepler forces faster than they could take it for themselves. For the Reavers, it was even better. Terminus was the only one that had any issues at all getting paid. Even the rebel-controlled planets that they had gone to block Clem waves from hitting happily paid their debts, despite their precarious situation. Nobody wanted to be the second one to be made an example of, because it was always worse than the first. It looks like we have things under control here, let's head back to Ray 5 and drop off these civilians. General Ming ordered. Before that, could we make a small detour? There is a cargo freighter full of refugees nearby, and they are requesting to transfer their cargo to Terminus, as the supposedly safe planet that they were heading to is currently in conflict. The ship's communications operator asked. You know what, why not? Ray 5 has got a whole planet full of space to work with, and everyone could use some more people. The details can be worked out by the Reavers if they want to take more refugees in afterward, but we will take this bunch. General Yakov decided. Chapter 299. Civilians smell funny. Cargo Vessel Captanic 4, this is the Terminus Trading Company, approaching from your starboard side. We are prepared to accept the cargo transfer on behalf of your passengers. Admiral Drake announced as they approached the vessel that had contacted them. We appreciate it, Terminus. Your destination is outside our designated routes, and the usual drop-off spot is not currently viable due to conflict. We are sending over a crew manifest now. The cargo ship responded. 40,000 people, each with under 10 kilos of luggage. They must have left the planet with a single backpack, crammed into a cargo freighter for the emergency departure. Nico informed Max faster than he could read the newly arrived data sheet. That's pretty extreme, even if there was a natural disaster or whatever nonsense they told the locals, don't you think they would have tried to bring more with them? Max asked, then thought a bit longer and realized these were likely what were known as third-class refugee passengers. They would have bought the cheapest available tickets to get off the planet since it was all they could afford, and if the captain said they got to bring a backpack, they only left with a backpack. It was a practical decision, based on space. Every 3 loaded suitcases was another paying passenger that they could fit, so the suitcases were eliminated, and the hold was packed to standing room only. Do we have bunks ready for them? Max asked, knowing that was highly unlikely. No, but the printers are working on it. We didn't expect so many when we turned to intercept, so the initial print was only 10,000 places worth of the standard naval triple cots. Nico informed him. The 1st Battalion was on welcoming committee duty every time they brought passengers on board or met new people, since both their supposed commander and the human interaction specialist, as Major Miller had started calling Nico, were in the same battalion. That should be enough to get us started, have them arranged in a hold, and put the women with small children and the elderly in the cots. Everyone else can spread out on the floor, the hold has enough space for everyone to lie down anyhow. Max decided. Major Miller is on it. They're setting them up at the same bay where the refugees will arrive and should have them ready before we dock. Nico informed him, getting into her Reaver best to go meet new people. That meant that Max needed to put his mobile suit on and wear the face mask that would keep people from recognizing him and reporting their survival to the rebels, who were already gunning for Terminus based on someone they thought was aboard. The 2 ships docked without issues, using a man-door-sized docking ring only 3 meters squared. The main door on all their bays was large enough to fit a small freighter through, and that would only cause unnecessary procedures to safely bring the people aboard. Welcome to the Terminus Trading Company, everyone. Please, make yourselves at home here in this bay, and we will see to all your needs in just a few minutes once everyone is aboard. Nico informed them repeatedly as they entered. No need to crowd the main floor, this hold is divided into 3 levels. Those of you with better physical health, please proceed upward and leave space on the main floor for the infirm. Max called out to the crowd, getting them moving again when the room started to fill up. By appearance, the bay was 5 levels with a large open mezzanine by the cargo door, but the levels were actually intended to better organize freight, instead of stacking it 50 meters high inside the ship. For humans, the 10-meter roof height within the levels felt positively spacious, and they now had more than enough room to spread out. That's everyone. The manifest matches the count that entered, so there shouldn't be anyone left behind on the cargo vessel. Major Miller reported once the transfer was done. Very good, thank you. Now, Captain, would you like a drink? We have some fine rum aboard Terminus. Max offered. Just a quick sip might hit the spot. I'm sure you understand, the Reavers have caused some trouble lately, and though I trust you with the people of my planet, I don't really want to be seen doing business with you today. The cargo ship captain explained. Understandable, Max agreed, pouring 2 shots of rum and downing one, before handing the second to the other captain. Not bad at all. Now, business, what do you want to finish the job for us? The freighter asked. 1/4 of the third-class rate for 40,000 souls, no more, no less, Max informed him. The man thought for a moment about bargaining, since he had taken all the risk of getting shot to pieces leaving an active war zone, but decided it was better not to tempt the Reavers to drop them somewhere unpleasant. Deal, in Kepler credits. The captain agreed. That was less than perfect since they were only used at the full value within the Empire, but Max wasn't here for the money, he was here for the people. I can live with that, given the circumstance. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Max smiled, accepting the transfer of credits on a digital storage chip, the secure equivalent of a mobile bank account. The cargo ship captain and his crew left immediately afterward, and Max looked at Nico. Did you see anything good in the list? You were surprisingly docile today and didn't even try to mess with them one time. That's not like you. Since you asked, I did indeed find something good. Follow me, I put a tracker on it as it entered. Nico laughed. She led him through the hold, past the bunks where the infirm and young families were, to the ramp that led upward. Let me get my camera ready, this is going to be great. Chapter 300. Smells like home. Supply staff of the 1st Battalion, please bring in the rations synthesized by the food processors from Terminus in the water barrels. Get these people fed and watered as quickly as we can, I don't think they've eaten in days, packed in that tiny hold. Max ordered as they walked. Nico got off the ramp at the 3rd level and turned to walk through the crowd, much less tightly packed on this level than the first 2 had been, stopping only when she reached a middle-aged woman with a stroller. Commander Karras, meet Sasha, Sandy, Sarah, and Sal. Nico introduced the 4 children, 2 sets of twins, to Max once they arrived. Hello, little ones. Max greeted them, and the 4 children waved happily at him, snacking on shared portions of a protein bar that their caretaker had given them. 2 were boys and 2 were girls, but all had blonde hair, and the older sisters had a very familiar style of ringlets curled into hers. Are these who I think they are? Max asked. They are. Meet Miss Molly, an adoption agent from Kepler Terminus. When the evacuations began, the foster parents returned the children to the system, so when Miss Molly took them and bought passage off the planet, it was back under the Max surname, and I noticed them immediately. In fact, I would have even if I didn't have their names, since they look so much like you used to. Nico told him with a smile. Pardon, but can someone explain? The adoption worker asked. Commander Karras is Karras Max, formerly Samantha Max of Kepler Terminus, and the older brother of these 4 children, Nico explained, and the woman's eyes went wide in shock. You were supposed to be dead, killed along with the entire crew of Abraham Kepler after turning traitor to the Empire. The woman informed him. False on all accounts. I am not dead, or a traitor, and I clearly am not aboard Abraham Kepler, which as of the last message that we received, has not been destroyed. Max informed her. Well, it is good to know that they have someone in this world, even if you are a Reaver now. Do you think that there will be real food soon? The trip was only supposed to be 2 days, but we have been almost a week now, looking for a safe port that will accept us. Miss Molly explained. There will be tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches soon. It's the easiest to produce items for our nutrition supply processors to come up with in such large quantities, so that's what everyone is getting. Max informed the lady, while the kids cheered. Dave had the same response when he found out that was what they had made from the food replicators as well. Max decided that he had a new job for the old veteran. He was an official government babysitter for Max, even if it was undercover, and he would do a great job again, especially with help. Reincarnation might have changed everything about Max from his potential to his genetic code, but he still felt a sibling fondness for these 4 children and hoped that they could be safely settled down on Ray 5 once they returned. But in the meantime, he could move them out of the refugee area and into a spare room in the 1st Battalion quarters. There were a lot of mouths to feed, but the sandwich production had been improved so that they could be directly produced wrapped in paper, and the soup came out hot in a sealed tub with a spoon attached to the lid, so cart after cart was sent to the floors to distribute food. There was a lot of cheering from the children and laughing from the adults, but everyone seemed happy to at least have gotten food. There will be a proper meal this evening, ship time, but we thought you could use something to eat in the meantime. We weren't expecting so many to have fit in that tiny ship, so extra rations are being prepared, and we will be heading to your new home right away. Max informed everyone, using the intercom in the storage bay. He took the lead, while Nico took up the rear, and they headed out of the bay before flagging down a transport cart to take everyone to the aft crew quarters. There are a few spare rooms near my quarters. They're not perfect, since they were intended for enlisted soldiers, but they should do well enough for these purposes. Max informed them, he must really be our brother, he's way nicer than that foster family. One of the twin daughters informed Miss Molly, I even found a friend from back home to help watch you until you get off the ship. Do you remember Dave, or were you too little? Max asked, I don't know anyone from where our biological parents lived. We weren't even 2 yet when we were separated. The little girl stumbled over the big word. That's fine, he's a good friend of mine, and he might remember you, so I will ask him to help Miss Molly for the next few days. He even has access to the good snacks. Max told the girl with a wink, unable to tell them apart with a glance. Dave met them at the door, with a wet cloth in hand and 4 sets of pajamas ready, 2 for boys and 2 for girls. I suspect that soup and sandwiches were messy, so I came prepared. But who is this lovely lady? You didn't tell me that you had captured an angel. Dave greeted them, giving Miss Molly his very best smile. Smooth, but you'll have to do better, soldier boy. Molly laughed, I've got all day to work on it. Come in, the bunks are ready, and I prepared them with retainers so the little ones don't roll out. I wasn't sure if the boys were walking yet. Dave replied, rolling himself backward to let them into the 10-bunk communal dorm room. This is all for us? Molly asked, looking at the plush couches, television, holoprojector, and fully stocked kitchen, with synthetic versions of the fancy dishes that the nobles preferred. This is what we have. It is meant for a wing of light mecha pilots, but we didn't have enough to fill all the rooms, so you can use this one until we reach the planet unless you're captured by Mary Tereth, who has entirely too many boys of her own, and loves little girls. Max laughed. That Mary Tereth, her family donates a lot of money to children's causes, and she was all over the news when the fighting broke out. Molly told him, oh, trust us, we know. She's here on board right now, and I'm going to guess that she's bored and upset that she didn't have anything due to this time, since it didn't require an outside specialist. Nico told Molly with a wink, if you say that the news is wrong, I will believe you. You're here after all. Molly agreed, then sighed as the girls began running around the living room examining everything. Pick your rooms for the trip, girls. I will bring your bags. Dave called. That should keep them busy for a while. The rooms were all absolutely identical,